Good morning, chairs. Are we ready to begin?
I'm ready to begin. Chair Richards?
Ready to begin.
Okay.
All right, Sergeant Katowski, can you please begin with your opening statement?
Good morning. I ask that you please turn your devices to vibrate. Please mute your microphones on Zoom. Please ensure that you have named yourself correctly in Zoom, or you may be either renamed by the Zoom host or removed from the hearing. We will begin the meeting of the Committee on Finance.
Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome to the City Council's third day of hearings on the Mayor's Executive Budget for fiscal 2021. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the Finance Committee. We are joined by the Committee on Public Safety, chaired by my colleague, Councilmember Donovan Richards, and the Public Advocate, Jumaane Williams. We are also joined by a number of council members, Councilmember Borelli, Landsman, Grodenchik, Gibson, Adams, Lander, Cohen, Ampry Samuel, Menchaca, Ayala, Lewis, Cabrera, Rosenthal, Powers, Holden, Matteo, our minority leader, and Deutsch. I'm going to turn it over to committee counsel now to go over some procedural items.
Thank you. My name is Noah Brick and I'm counsel to the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If council members would like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be added to the queue. I will now hand it back to Chair Drum.
Thank you. In these executive budget hearings, we've heard much about how the COVID-19 pandemic is changing everything. And today we'll learn how it's changing the reality of policing our city. The police department's steady headcount and relatively small peg beg the question of whether its budget is aligned with our new quarantine reality of less crime to patrol. In the first 2 months of the pandemic, felony arrests were down 39% and misdemeanor arrests were down 52%. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't acknowledge two troubling indicators heading in the opposite direction. Radio runs related to domestic violence are increasing, as are the number of reported hate crimes against Asians and people of Asian descent. Similarly, the department's $3.2 billion 10-year capital plan is also more or less unchanged, although some spending has been shifted into the second 5 years. We should reassess if all the planned capital spending is necessary for executing the police department's mission. I am most curious to know about the department's plan for personnel who are not able to be utilized in their typical functions, such as school safety agents without active school zones to keep safe, and traffic enforcement agents without alternative side of the street parking rules to enforce. Does the department have the flexibility to move existing underutilized personnel around to new needs? We would also like to know whether the NYPD has sufficient protocols in place to contain the spread of COVID-19 within its department. We know about the tragic loss of both uniformed and civilian employees, and also that many NYPD personnel have been out sick. It is incumbent on all of us to ensure that there is consistent use of PPE, both in higher density desk jobs, such as for the police communication technicians taking 911 calls, and also out in the field. I'd like to thank Commissioner Shea for being here today and for bringing so many members of his senior leadership team to answer our questions. I'll now turn it over to Chair Richards and then to Public Advocate Jumaane Williams for their opening statements. Chair Richards.
Thank you, Chair Drum, and good morning and welcome to the Public Safety Committee Fiscal 2021 Executive Budget Hearing. Before I begin, I want to thank my staff and the committee staff for all their hard work. I want to thank Nevin Singh, Isha Wright, Daniel Adis, Josh Kingsley, Matthew Thompson, and Tiffany Easton. Just 2 months ago, we heard from you on the department's plan for the upcoming year. Since then, everything has changed. Over the course of just 1 year, the city is projected to lose 500,000 jobs, and as a result, the impact on the budget is severe. OMB testified that the city's budget will decline by nearly $9 billion over fiscal years 2020 and fiscal years 2021. To help close the budget gap, the administration has implemented a PEG program across city agencies that reduces spending by $1.5 billion in fiscal 2021. Let's look at the NYPD's PEG, only $16 million in fiscal 2021, despite the department accounting for over 6% of the city budget. The PEG is only 1% of the city's PEG. The total number of uniformed officers is over 36,000, and one of the PEGs was simply to delay an academy class until July, 2 months from now. If this class is canceled outright, it would save $25 million every year. You have already shown that neighborhood policing is an effective shift in police strategy. Crime has been declining for years. And during the pandemic, crime is at historically low levels and is likely to stay that way for months. Even if you don't cut this class permanently, it could save $25 million in fiscal 2021 if you delayed it 1 year. Now, let's talk about the human impact of COVID-19. Over 40 NYPD officers, civilian personnel, and auxiliary police have lost their lives. And I just want to, Danny, if it's okay, have 1 minute of silence for those officers we lost during this time. Thank you. Many NYPD members of service have contracted the virus or been out sick, and they continue to come to work despite the fact that it could potentially expose them to the virus. I want to make sure the department has enough resources to protect its personnel. I want to make sure officers are wearing masks through their entire shifts so they don't get sick. And I want to make sure interactions with the public do not spread the virus. Now, I know we're here to discuss the budget, but I want to comment on your statements yesterday, Commissioner. I find it incomprehensible that you respond to every criticism of the NYPD with an accusation that it puts officers' lives on the line, but you refuse to look back at what decisions the department has made that caused many people to hold a negative view of the NYPD. And you refuse to consider what the department could do to acknowledge the mistakes it's made for so long in order to reassure people that things are going to change. I know you're just trying to defend your officers, but in truth, you're doing the opposite and causing people to distrust you and your officers even more. I think you do a lot more for your officers and for the department if you would step back and try to understand the criticism and publicly acknowledge that the wounds caused by decades upon decades of systematic racism inherent in certain enforcement tactics have not healed and will not heal until people like you take an entirely different attitude towards these criticisms and towards the disparate impact that your decisions have had on Black and brown folks. I don't think you are a racist. I don't think your predecessor was a racist. I don't think the overwhelming majority of officers are racist. I think you all do what you do because you believe it will keep people safe. But I think the department has historically engaged in and has recently engaged in and currently engages in policies that have a racist impact, even when there is no measurable effect on public safety. Less than 10 years ago, the department was systematically oppressing the Black and brown community by digging through every set of pockets your officers could fit their hands in, even though it was utterly ineffective at stopping violent crime. 3 years ago, you were arresting almost exclusively Black and brown folk for marijuana when everyone smokes marijuana. You personally claimed it was because of 911 and 311 calls, but when we looked at the data, that turned out to not be true. Do I think that's because you're a racist? Absolutely not. Do I think the department engaged in systematic racism by refusing to look at your own numbers to say, how is this affecting the Black and brown community? By refusing to do something to identify the structural problems in how you enforce marijuana laws? By trying to pin those problems on community members calling you instead of acknowledging there was a problem in how you were enforcing the law? Do I think that amounts to a policy choice that results in systematic racism? Yes, I do. And today we have a social distancing enforcement numbers that really raise concerns about what's going on. And did you come out and say, you know what, this is really not what the department intended, and we're going to take a look at to see how this happened and what we do to change this? When you saw the video of Officer Garcia slapping and beating a man to humiliate him, did you say this is the last thing we want our cops doing? Did you say this doesn't represent the standards the department has set for its officers? No, you come out in your own version of a fighting stance saying don't criticize the NYPD or cops will get killed. And by the way, look at who homicide victims are. People criticizing your low-level enforcement or your disciplinary system or your COVID enforcement are not asking you to stop preventing homicides in our communities. How you police COVID has nothing to do with how you police homicide. So I honestly have no idea why you chose to point that out. It is just not productive. You're sidestepping the point, is not helping you achieve your goal in keeping officers safe and improving your relationship with Black and brown communities. Until you start to do things in a way that address the potential for racially disparate impacts of your policy decisions and acknowledges that there are costs of policing that should not be paid entirely by Black and brown folks, you need to learn to take the heat without claiming cops are being put in danger. Because Black and brown communities are sick of being policed with unnecessary violence and aren't going to be quiet about it ever again. And us criticizing you doesn't put your cops in danger. It is pleading with you to change the way you teach officers to treat us. So instead of getting defensive about it, how about you just listen to the criticism and take a look at what you can do better? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we will now hear remarks from Public Advocate Jumaane Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair Drum, Chair Richards, and the Speaker. I continue to thank our frontline workers who are offering tremendous support, who we have to continue to offer tremendous support during these difficult times. I also send my thoughts and prayers to those who have lost their lives, including many members of the New York Police Department. Commissioner, I want to thank you for being here, as well as many of the leadership who is here today. Commissioner, we've had some productive conversations, which I was very pleased about. So I was surprised to read that your suggestion that enforcement by the department was not racially discriminatory. My job as public advocate is to speak the truth, and here is the blunt truth about race and the department's recent enforcement practices, spanning several mayors and commissioners. The department's approach to stop, question, and frisk was racially discriminatory. The department stopped upwards of 700,000 innocent Blacks and Latinos every year. That's not ancient history. That was recently as 6 years ago. The department's approach to marijuana enforcement continues to be racially discriminatory. In the first quarter of this year, out of 132 possessions arrests, 93% were Black and Latino, while only 5% were white. Yet Blacks, Latinos, and whites use marijuana at approximately the same rates. The department's COVID-19 response is racially discriminatory. I spent the last few weeks urging the department to release data that reveals that we're all tired of seeing, that New Yorkers of more color are yet again being disproportionately enforced against. All of us saw the images of mostly white New Yorkers being spoken to, if anything, handed out masks in city parks, while in some Black and Hispanic communities, punches in the face were thrown, folks were thrown to the ground. Over 80% of all social distance summons were issued to Black and Hispanic New Yorkers. In Brooklyn. Out of 40 arrests, 35 were Black and 4 were Latinx. I also want to add to the fact that folks are tired of being told they're not feeling what they're feeling. I would add to that, in different systems, Black mothers are tired of being told that they're not dying at disproportionate rates. They're tired of being told that their children being taken from them has nothing to do with racism. And then in the words of a notable late Staten Islander who will live in infamy, this ends today. We have to stop telling people that they are not experiencing what they're experiencing. We have to stop conflating frequency with normalcy. We will all agree that the vast majority of interactions with police officers end well, which I'm so happy about. But it is normal that the ones that don't too frequently, too normally, are in the Black and brown communities. That is a fact that we have to acknowledge instead of pushing back on. We also have to acknowledge that there doesn't have to be any one person who is a racist for practices to be discriminatory. And so I don't know if anyone in the police department is a racist. I don't know if they are or not. That's not the point. The practices that we're speaking of are racially discriminatory. And until we admit that, anything we do is problematic. And to revert to the talking points of prior administrations are not helpful. To ask about what disparity of murder victims, as if we don't know more than anyone who's being murdered, was insulting and was appalling. These New Yorkers want their mayor and their commissioner to hear them, to see them, to protect them, and to end the disparities right now. We must acknowledge a problem and then discuss how and when these disparities will end. That is the best way for us to do this for police and for the communities they serve. Police officers want to go out and do their job. It gets harder when they hear some of the rhetoric that was heard yesterday by you and sadly defended by our mayor. That is also why we can't balance at the expense of New Yorkers in need, even in the fiscal climate, the way we're balancing now. The proposed executive budget cuts summer youth employment. Although we hope to see a new model, it also cuts about $1.3 billion from the Department of Youth and Community Development, over 40, almost 50%. The administration, yet the NYPD's nearly $5.64 billion budget is mostly left intact. There's also cutting severely the Administration for Children's Services. Why not reduce overtime costs for this fiscal year as intended for the subsequent one? Why not, as Chair Richards suggested, cancel the incoming academy class? Why not freeze or even reduce the budget for patrol as crime rates continue to fall? Why not publish a full itemized list of the budget to identify areas to cut? As the city continues to respond to this pandemic, we need to be intentional about what we found. From the beginning of this pandemic, there was not a clear message from our governor or the mayor on social distancing. As we start to get one now, we've also seen troubling disparity when it comes to COVID-19 related fatalities. The last thing we need now is the NYPD enforcing guidelines that continue to disproportionately affect communities of more color. These incidents add to a growing distrust in these communities, which I know the NYPD has been working to improve for the community, but also for the officers who I know are concerned about their families and their well-being as well. I urge the city to include crisis management system providers, community members, local leaders, and others with deep neighborhood ties, including other agencies, to ensure an efficient and clear message to our communities. Finally, I'm concerned about the continuation of what appears to be sweeps against people who are homeless. The proposed budget reduces the Department of Homeless Services budget by approximately $35 million. Notably, over the same fiscal year, the budget for DHS's rental assistance and housing placement program will decline by 30% or nearly $5 million. These sweeps are ill-advised, and I don't believe it follows CDC guidelines. I strongly suggest a serious review of this practice and an immediate solution for the administration. As public advocate, I urge a solution to our youth and communities in light of cuts of SYP and social services, and echo the call by several council members of the City Council and advocates to divest from criminal justice responses and invest more in direct support for vulnerable communities. I look forward to the Commissioner's testimony today and what I hope will be a genuine discussion on the NYPD's budget. I do want to say that we have been moving toward a better conversation of what public safety is and what public safety isn't. We can't continue to say that public safety is equated to over-policing. Commissioner, what I would say, no one of us is responsible for the discriminatory practices and system that we received when we were born. But I ask you to join me in saying all of us are responsible for the system we give to the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Public Advocate. Before we begin with testimony from the administration, I'd like to remind the public that this committee and subcommittee on capital budget will be holding a remote hearing for public testimony on the executive budget on May 21 at 11:30 a.m. If you would like to testify at that hearing, please register at www.council.nyc.gov/testify, and information about how to access the Zoom meeting will be emailed to you. You may testify at that hearing via web or via telephone. You may also submit written testimony through that registration website or by emailing finance testimony. I now want to announce other council members who have joined us, and they are Councilmember Yeager, Moya, Van Bremer, Miller, Brannan, Vallone, Koslowitz, and Joe Nye. And Commissioner, I'm going to ask you also, you have a very long statement, a good statement, but I'm going to ask you to summarize it if you can. And I'm going to call now on members of the New York Police Department to testify. We'll hear testimony first from you, Commissioner Dermot Shea, who is joined by members of his senior leadership team. Will the council please administer the affirmation?
Thank you. Commissioner Shea, do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Can the other witnesses from the police department who may be called upon today to testify please so affirm?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Thank you all. Commissioner Shea, you may begin when ready.
Thank you very much. And I will summarize. I know that you have an advanced copy of my speech. But to the opening statements, I think it's appropriate to make a statement to Public Advocate Jumaane Williams. I want to say to you, thank you for the thoughtful opening dialogue. I think you speak from the heart. I think, your words resonate with me. They truly do. And I think there's much that everyone should pay attention in the words that you spoke. I will say that very relevant to today, we are in the middle of unprecedented times. We are about to enter, as we all know, and the reason for today's meeting with the budget crisis, more difficult times to come. And the last thing that we need is a third crisis, a crisis of the people in New York City, talking about racism, talking about the realities of what we know is the truth and the history of New York City. I think it's real. I think we all recognize that. I think we've had already many positive discussions about that. And I think it's going to take all of us. It's going to take you, Jumaane. It's going to take every member of the council. It's going to take every member of our executive staff here that I represent to work together to make sure that we don't take a step back, which is always possible, but we can't let it happen. I'm committed to doing it. I think we need more talk, more action, more collaboration, and less finger pointing. But I truly do appreciate your words, and I thank you for them. And I'm committed to working towards it. Good morning, Chair Richards, Chair Dromm, and members of the council. And I will cut out most of this speech for expediency. But thank you for the opportunity to discuss the mayor's executive budget for the 2021 fiscal year. Before highlighting some key budget items, I want us all to remember and to truly try and get our mind around the fact that we have now lost 42 members of the NYPD family since March 26th. That's 42 people in less than 2 months, 42 servants of our city who dedicated themselves in one way or another to our core public safety mission, to keeping New Yorkers safe and to keeping those who protect New York City safe. The most recent was just this morning that we learned about a school safety agent. It's a familiar story in the last 2 months, and it doesn't get any easier to hear. An individual that was fighting for his life over the last month in a hospital, served the people of Southeast Queens, school safety agent assigned to the area of the 105th precinct, who tragically, almost 15 years into his service with the NYPD, lost his battle. So thank you for that moment of silence earlier. I'll just speak very briefly about where we are right now and I know the budget discussions is coming. But it's hard to separate the public safety and the crime from the budget angle of this. On March 12th of this year, New York City was up nearly 23% in crime. It seems like eons ago, but I have not forgotten about it. A lot has changed since March 12th on the crime side. We've had this new reality. And how it plays out, I don't think any of us fully knows. But it will impact on crime in some way, shape, or form. We've had changes to the bail laws that were made, and hopefully those are going to go a long way to improving on public safety. And thank you for everyone that worked on that at the governor's level, at the state level, with City Hall, and certainly members of the council. Between those two things, and we also can't forget, we have had to make some difficult decisions regarding inmate population on Rikers Island. Tough decisions. Decisions that no doubt will have impacts on public safety, but that were made with the best of intentions to save lives. And how will that play out in crime? From March 12th, we were up 23% in crime. Where we stand right now is essentially in index crime, slightly up but nearly flat. But there are some troubling statistics. Specifically, year to date through last night, murder is up nearly 7%. Robbery has been plummeting since this pandemic started, but it is still up for the year 9%. It was up over 30% on March 12th. Burglary is now up 32%. Grand larceny auto, 63%. Felony assault is down. There is no disputing that this pandemic has significantly altered the shape and the face of New York City, and certainly the crime picture as well. Of particular concern to me is a 13%, as we sit here, increase in shooting incidents year to date. Right now in the borough of Brooklyn, we are facing some struggles in redeploying personnel to try to tamp down on that violence. So far in 2020, we have seen 250 shooting incidents versus 221. That's an increase of 29 incidents. And again, that's a 13% increase. We know how far we have come on pushing crime down collectively, not just the NYPD, but working with many partners across this city. And we will continue to do that to make sure that we continue to push that crime down. Chairman Drum, Chairman Richards, I think I'll forego. I think you have my statement. And I think that for expediency purposes, we'll get right into your questions regarding the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And before I move on to my questions, I just want to state that I am supportive of my colleagues in terms of their concerns around certain incidents, and I'm glad that you have addressed that and are going to look into it further. I agree that it will be an effort on the part of all of us to ensure public safety, and particularly in these incidents. I worked very hard along with Public Advocate Jumaane Williams on the questions of stop and frisk way back over 10 years ago when we were first elected, and of course also with Chair Richards as well. So I look forward to continuing to work with you on those issues. I'm going to be doing some budget questions here, Commissioner. It's my job as Finance Chair to try to get to the bottom of some of the questions that we have in terms of the budget for the NYPD. So as a result of state criminal justice reforms, in November, there was a budget allocation of $20 million per year to hire 250 new civilian positions to implement the new discovery requirements. Since courts have suspended many cases as a result of the pandemic, have plans to hire these 250 positions been delayed? And if they have already been hired, what work are they assigned during the pandemic?
Yeah, I'm going to have, if you could unmute, excuse me, Christine Ryan, our budget director, but I would just point out too that this has seriously altered the landscape, as I said, of fighting crime in New York City. But tragically, when you look at some of the statistics of crime that has been of recent note rising, the crime picture has not stopped, and the enforcement and the fighting crime and building cases certainly has not stopped either, whether you're talking domestic violence, sexual assaults, violent crime, including the use of gunplay. We have made strategic decisions in terms of summonses and arrests that have plummeted since the start of that. Some made strategically, some at fact of life, when schools are closed and shops are closed and most of the normal foot traffic is closed. But in terms of the intimate details, Christine, can you address the question?
Yes, so we have hired 225 of the 250 positions which were allocated for discovery reform, so about 90%. As the commissioner said, there continues to still be a tremendous amount of work tied to complying with these laws. So the individuals who are responsible for making sure all of the information in regard to lab reports, everything that's happening in the crime lab, the media service technicians that need to review countless hours of body-worn camera footage, and everything that needs to happen both administratively, technically, and operationally to ensure that we're complying with the laws is still happening, and that's what those individuals are working on.
To the criminal justice reform, including $4 million added in November for the police lab, $11 million for a legal document software project, and $28 million for a discovery lab. Can you tell us what the status of those projects are?
Yes, actually, we've committed the vast majority of that capital funding for those projects because that was a priority to make sure that the equipment and systems were up and running.
So you're going to continue to move forward on those?
Absolutely.
Okay. In terms of headcount, how are you estimating headcount and attrition now in light of the pandemic? Do you estimate more personnel will be leaving or more will be staying on compared to a normal year?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, it's very difficult to know what's going to happen economically for anyone, for the city. So I think that's hard to look at. And we've looked at historical situations, and while it fluctuates in different years, depending on when we've had large classes 20 years before, people hitting their 20, and we really haven't made significant adjustments to our attrition assumptions at this point in time because there's so much uncertainty. Is
overtime up at this point?
At this time, we're seeing a lot of areas where there are reductions in overtime, particularly tied to events that haven't been happening as was reflected in the budget. We did take a reduction tied to overtime, and arrest overtime is also down in other areas.
Okay, thank you. We know that unfortunately, many NYPD personnel have been out sick. Has this led to any staffing issues for you?
I'll jump in on that. And at the peak, I think it was April 9th, if my memory serves me correctly, we were up to, at one point, 19.8% out sick. Thankfully, the vast majority have returned. I think the latest number is well over 90%. I think it was over 95% of the members that have tested positive for COVID are actually back at work. So we have been able to, members of the executive team, many of whom are sitting here, whether it's Rodney Harrison in the Detective Bureau, Fausto Picciotto, Terry Monahan, Ben Tucker, myself, literally daily meetings over the last 2 months on moving resources around and responding to the conditions that were on the street. We were able to bend significantly, but not break during this pandemic. And I think I would echo everything that Christine said in terms of the, some of the unintended consequences of the good nature was the streets of New York for the first. We're starting to see some life come back, but the first 6 weeks or so, New York City did not resemble the New York City that I grew up in and know and love. And it was a ghost town. And one of the positive things was it had a good impact on our overtime. So whether it was arrests that weren't being made, unfortunately, events that we all know and love, but that were canceled, that traditionally have had some overtime levels, that we were able to significantly save some funds on the overtime side over the last 6 weeks or so. In terms of staffing, I think Christine hit it. We have not seen significant attrition yet. I think there's many unknowns. I think there's an economic unknown, not just for the police department, for society as well. It is tough times, as you all know, that people are being laid off. And it's something that we are very closely monitoring. The most significant change to the personnel side since this started was that we had to push off and forego an April Academy class that we are concerned about, quite frankly. But we had to make that decision, and that was made as much from a public health standpoint as more than a budgetary, a little of both.
And yes, thank you, Commissioner. I was on 55th Street in Madison just around the end of March for a doctor's appointment, and it was amazing to see nobody on the streets there. And as you said, it was very much like a ghost town. Another concern of ours is regarding the auxiliary police officers who are sick. Do you know how many APOs have fallen ill and whether they have contracted the virus while doing auxiliary work?
It's thank you for the question. We have had 6 auxiliary members pass away. Every story tragic. Some that have been auxiliary members over 30 years. I'm just, I don't think, I know everyone on this Zoom conference understands this, but I don't think people really across the country realize these are individuals, some that put as many hours in of their own time with no pay, helping the people in New York City, working second jobs essentially. From the moment this pandemic hit, we suspended auxiliary operations in New York City. So I can tell you that the auxiliary members since the pandemic hit have not been at work. There's a number of reasons for that, despite being stretched very thin on personnel, and it certainly entered into conversations as a resource that we could use. But I could not justify bringing in people that are volunteers and getting them sick in my conscience. That together with a significant portion of the auxiliary population, many of them are a little bit older than our officers for obvious reasons. A lot of them have been auxiliary officers for 30 years, and putting them in that age category added additional risks that I was not willing to deal with. I will tell you, though, 6 passed away. I don't think it will be possible to say how they contracted it. Could they have contracted it at work very early on before we suspended operations and everyone knew about this? It's just a tragedy, another tragedy within a tragedy.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Let me just go back to something you were talking a little bit about before, which is the delay of the Academy class. By delaying the April Police Academy class until July, NYPD will save $6.4 million in training and salary cost in fiscal 2020. How large is this expected class?
So I'll turn, I know I have Ben Tucker on the call. If you can unmute Ben Tucker. I just want to say to Ben Tucker and Terry Shortell over at the Academy that forget about thinking outside the box. They've thought outside the Academy and managed to, we pushed one Academy class out a little early. We had to cancel one that was going in, and we've managed to keep one going on that was in the middle and taking extraordinary measures, separating people, temperature screenings, protective equipment, and we've closely monitored on a daily basis that rate of sick on that ongoing class. And it's, I'm happy to say, actually lesser than the overall rate of the NYPD. So they've really done a great job. But Ben, are you on?
Yeah, yes, I'm on, Commissioner. Hello? Yeah, I'm on, Commissioner.
Hey, Ben, just the size of the class that was delayed and how many people that we're looking at for the July class, if you could just summarize.
Sure. So the January class that one's going to graduate, just to remind folks that they will graduate on July 1st, and we'll put those into the street. The April class is 503 individuals, recruits, and well, we've pushed them back to join the what is now the planned 1,163 officers will include that group as well. And so that's the size of the class. They are ready to go. And so if we can bring them in, I think we can move forward.
Deputy Commissioner, so did any of those recruits express concern over the change of the date from April to July?
I don't know. I can't answer that question, Mr. Chair, but I can find out for you later, speak with Chief Shortell. But chances are, I'm sure they were disappointed. People, sometimes they quit their jobs and they're geared up to come in and begin. So I'm sure they are disappointed. And now that they know that they won't be starting when they thought they would. That's I think a normal reaction.
Are you seeing any changes in the number of applications to the police academy?
No, actually, unlike other parts of the country, I think over the past few years, indeed, I mean, many of the other departments have the pool of prospective candidates for policing and law enforcement in the country generally has shrunk. But that's not been the case with us. We've been recruiting really robust recruitment platform in place over the last recent years. But also just, I think, generally, we've always had thousands of people on the list. When I came back in 2014, we had close to 50,000 people waiting who had taken the exam, waiting for their list to come forward. So we may have dropped off a bit, but we continue to have candidates who we believe are qualified to join the department.
Okay, Commissioner, this will be my last one, and it's regarding the police cadet training program. That's also delayed. However, the mayor has said some cadets will be working to answer 311 calls. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, one of the significant changes early on from this, what we went through was, I mentioned earlier that the crime really dropped off initially. Something else that dropped off was the calls for service on the 9/11 side, which, we all wish we weren't here, but that was one good thing that we weren't complaining about. That's how we really got through, as we did, with the 20% reduction in force, because a lot of that wasn't going on. What did change, though, in a direction that caused us to move resources was we started to get a lot of 311 calls. Specifically about people standing together, people waiting in line for stores. So probably some uncertainty, as earlier discussions have alluded to, in terms of, the stages as we progress through this pandemic of what stores were going to be open, what was allowed to be closed. So the 311 calls really significantly climbed. Working with City Hall and other agencies, we were able to, at one point, lend some of our expertise in terms of, former NYPD Commissioner Jessie Tisch, who's a friend and an ally over it, when she took over at Do It, and we lent some resources over there. Part of that resource was cadets. I think the number was, Ben could probably correct me, I think it was in the neighborhood of about 150 cadets that we called in and had answering calls after they were trained up on that. I think that's scheduled to be phased out at some point moving forward now, but the cadets were just one other part of the NYPD that had to throw a different hat on during this pandemic and really try to help the city out as we got out of this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I want to turn it over in a minute to Chair Richards, but I want to say that we have been joined by Council Member, Rodriguez and Barron have joined us. And I'm now going to turn it over to Chair Richards.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. And let me just also start by thanking many of your precincts who've certainly been helpful. Of course, I want to shout out the 100th precinct, especially out in the Rockaways, who's been part of a food distribution that we're doing, delivering about 15,000 pounds of food a week. So, we just want to point out there, we will always speak and give credit where credit is due and always be fair and where we come from. So I just wanted to acknowledge them and all the other precincts who are helping out.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. I want to go into uniform overtime savings quick. So we recognized, I think you've recognized in 2020, $10 million in savings for uniform overtime to account for canceled events such as parades and festivals. However, there are no savings for fiscal 2021, despite the COVID-19 pandemic likely causing further cancellations and reduced event sizes. Just to give you numbers from last year, where you were at, last year from July through September, there was over $50 million in overtime for security detailing events. So I'll just give you some quick example. For example, the overtime just for July 4th fireworks last year was $2.5 million. So why was the savings taken for only $10 million when the number of events has already been drastically reduced? And why is there no overtime savings for fiscal 21, given that many events already canceled and will continue to be canceled? So what is your justification around just $10 million?
Yeah, and I'll push it to Christine that can walk you through. I think I agree, Councilman, with the 10 million number that was the fiscal year 20 regarding events. I think, listen, certainly it's not lost on any of us that this is unprecedented times where I think the NYPD and other city agencies are all inwardly looking on how we can do things differently. I can tell you and commit to you that we certainly have been doing that the last 2 months, looking ahead at what possibly could come in these dire circumstances. And Christine and I, many others of the executive staff, Terry Monahan, Chief LaPetri, when we speak about overtime and trying to keep down violence, this is that fine line that we are trying to walk at all times with not compromising public safety, but how do we do it more efficiently? How do we do it better? How do we save the city money? And this is something that we talk about every day. But Christine, if you could just walk through some of the numbers.
Sure. So, council member, one thing with regard to taking the 10 million at the executive budget, as the commissioner said, we're constantly looking at overtime. This is obviously a very unique situation that we're in. The executive budget was released on April 16th. So the work that went into that and the analysis that was done was still, while it feels like a very long time ago, relatively early in this pandemic. And not knowing how far this would extend, what that would mean in terms of ongoing cancellations. Obviously, we knew in the coming weeks at that point that there would be savings tied to event cancellations. We are continuing to look at that right now to, understanding that the world is not going to open up in the way I think we all would have hoped as quickly as we would have hoped. So we are looking to see if there are additional savings in those areas for overtime.
And what would be your projection of how much more, assuming that we don't reopen, because I don't see any scenario where we reopen and get back to doing what, we normally would do every summer. I can't see block parties happening while we have hundreds of people dying every day. So can you just delve into that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think it's a little difficult.
Are we talking about, so right now, last year you spent $50 million between July and September. And I know it's premature to have these conversations, but just based on what we're hearing from the mayor and governor, there's really not going to be any large scale events. There's no pride happening this year. I can't see, I don't know if baseball opens up eventually. So where are we at?
So I think it very much does depend on, and I think we'll know more, within the next week or two as we hear more from the governor, more from the mayor on things. And so, I think it will be potentially millions of dollars. I think, we probably are just going to take the next few weeks to sort of assess what we think would make sense, because we also want to balance that, as the commissioner said, against potentially other areas where we may need resources. So we're looking at the whole picture, but I think we will be able to find savings in the events arena.
Thank you. I look forward, and you'll report that back to the committee.
Of course.
Okay. I want to head into just delve in a little bit to what Chair Drum went into, and that was the incoming police class, which if we canceled would certainly save us $25 million. And just to compare, I just want to compare the NYPD to other agencies. So when I compare the FDNY to the NYPD class, NYPD's FY21 peg would still only be equal to the FDNY's roughly 40 million if you canceled the class. My question for the commissioner is that funding could go back to DYCD for summer programming for youth, for example. 2 months ago, Commissioner, you spoke about the importance of the city's youth. And here's a way the NYPD can absolutely help in this situation right now. I mean, we speak of the crime numbers, and certainly there still are some areas that we need to address. I mean, the shootings, which are slightly up, murders that are slightly up. But we are using officers every night. I think I see about 1,000. I think I read the mayor puts 1,000 police officers on our subway systems. Is that a wise use of resources if we're talking about hiring another class of nearly 587 people? Are we using what we have right now efficiently and effectively, being that in light of a lot of events not happening as well? So I'm just interested in hearing a little bit more about how you're thinking of redeploying officers, and also how are we looking at enhancing groups like the crisis management system to be on the ground doing some of this work as well.
Yep. Chair, we could probably talk for hours on that. And I think you and I would probably like that, but most people wouldn't. You bring up a lot of good points. I mean, specifically on the youth point, I said what I meant. I think it's the most important thing that we have in front of us to renewing our commitment and doing everything possible. One of the most frustrating things with this pandemic was we had transferred 200 to 300 youth coordination officers, brand new position, ready to get them in almost close to 3 weeks to a month. I think it was a brand new training, and we had to cancel it. I think it was on day 2 or 3, and it was right at the heart of when this hit. They've been called on to do pitching and do patrol and do a lot of assignments. We're now getting them back to Deputy Commissioner Chauncey Parker in my office yesterday. I've been talking to Nilda Hoffman on the community affairs side, planning out what can we do for kids, not next year, now. So I remain committed to that, and really more than anything else, I think it's so important. Everything you just described in terms of budgetary issues and making hard decisions is what we're thinking about every day. You mentioned 1,000 officers in transit. I'm looking at Eddie Delatorre on my screen here, so he could jump in a second if you unmute Eddie. We're called on to do a lot of things. And one of the things that we were called on, everyone saw what was going on with, the terrible situation with homeless people that were probably scared for their life at times. I mean, everyone was scared in New York City and continues to be to a degree. And you had people moving from, in some cases, shelters because they didn't want to, at least this is what I heard them say, some of them. They didn't want to be at risk in a shelter and thought it was safer riding trains underground. So we were called to try to come up with a solution, working with our partners in the MTA on that. The initial plan, which went into effect last week, I think it's a work in progress. I think a lot of good strides have been made. We've been able to get a lot of people help. I mean, and that's what this is about with the homeless. They're not committing crimes. They need help. There's a mental illness capacity to this. And we also had to make sure that when the city gets back to normal, that lifeline, that horse that drives people around, was clean and serviceable. You mentioned the 1,000 number. That's a lot of cops. That was the number that was used the first couple nights, but Eddie can join in. We've scaled that back already significantly. And as you know, Eddie, can you talk to where we're at now with that?
Yes. We started off the first few nights with about 1,000 officers. That included all the officers that are normally patrolling at night within the Transit Bureau as well. We found that, the first few nights were going to be the biggest challenge. We didn't know exactly what to expect. We were going to be helping the MTA workers ask a whole lot of people to leave the subway system who had never been asked to do that before at night. It turned out to be very successful. We also had to support our MTA brothers and sisters in the MTA that was still working. We had station agents now left in a station that was going to be closed for 4 hours, and they had concerns as well. So we did start off strong to make sure it went smoothly, and smoothly it did go. It went very well. After about 3 days in, we started to transfer the responsibilities. So we scaled down from over 1,000 to approximately 600 officers. About 350 of those come from our normal staffing level as it is. The additional responsibilities that were shared by the other 400 or so were then spread out to patrol. So now patrol precincts will make visits, throughout the hours between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. We didn't see that we needed officers there for the 8-hour period to handle those visits. So it's still going very well. If I can draw just a little bit more on this, Commissioner.
I'm going to ask you to try to be as brief as possible.
You don't want to hear about that.
you can go.
Have you ever met
But
Chief
Commissioner,
Pillsbury?
we know how this goes. So as brief as possible, because I got colleagues who are
I will. I'll be really quick.
Okay. All right.
Just to give everybody a sense of what's going on. We did that 6-month program with, I spoke about last time, diversion. In our diversion, we had 1,800 people qualified. We had 651 that were meaningfully engaged and 422 that went to a shelter. That was a 6-month period. Now that was considered a huge success compared to normal asks. When you ask somebody who needs services, they could say no 50 to 100 times. In this program, we're 9 days into it. And 9 days into it, we have 1,675 people that receive services, 228 that have gone to the hospital, people that otherwise might have gotten more sick or had more serious problems. 228 have gone to the hospital. 1,447 have accepted resources and gone to a shelter. That's an amazing outcome for 9 days. So I think the resources we put into it were well thought out, and along with counselors from various groups that BRC and the others under the DHS contract. I think it's a well thought out plan. We've been refining it to make it more and more efficient as the days go on, and we're going to continue to make it more efficient. But right now, I think the results speak for themselves. A lot of people in New York are getting help.
Well, I still don't think this should be the job of the police department to do, and I will agree with the police commissioner on this. A lot of things land on your lap that should certainly not land on your lap, and we should be using social service providers to really deal with this issue. This should not be a police department issue.
They are.
I get it. I get it. Society has failed them. This certainly should not be a PD issue, though. I disagree with the use of PD in really addressing these issues. Commissioner, I want to go back to you once again. So your cut is only $16 million right now. That's what you're showing, which is roughly about 0.3% of your budget. Would you agree that the cancellation of this class during a time when we're seeing crime decrease, when it's a pandemic, would you agree saving $25 million at the very least from this class, this money could be used wisely in other areas?
Well, there's certainly the reality. I think you're right. The reality, if the class was canceled, it would free up money to be used in other areas. There's no doubt about that from a logistical point of view. The question that I would have, though, is that where, number one, are we talking cuts? How many? How large? And depending on the answers to those first questions, then where should the first cuts come from? And would that be the best choice? And that's the discussions that we're all thinking about.
Okay.
I will tell you that what worries me about the academy class, when you compare it to example for overtime is something that we can be very nimble on, and we can reapportion and move it around, and we can make tough decisions literally on a daily basis, depending on the conditions in front of us, as well as a little risk reward, and make intelligent decisions, or try to, and how we apportion overtime. When you talk about those academy classes, now you're locking yourself into 6 to 9 months out. And once those get canceled, we can assume a normal rate of attrition. Sometimes there are catastrophic events. 9/11 comes to mind, where the normal rate of attrition is sped up. I can't tell you as I sit here today whether the pandemic will have a similar effect, but we can assume certain things and move off of those assumptions as things change. Assuming how we're going to lose officers through normal rates of attrition and assuming crime rates that are a little unknown. When we cancel an academy class, we are now locked into that for 6 to 9 months with the unknown in front of us and rising crime or rising demands of our services. That's why I am at times, and I am now, to be frank, a little hesitant on that one. It is clearly a cost savings. The question for me would be, is it the smartest cost savings? Or could we do it in different ways? But I think it's a fair question you ask.
Thank you. And I would just add, lastly, because I want to get to my colleagues, I just have 2 other areas I want to touch on briefly. I think it would be fair to assume until there's a vaccine for COVID that we're going to be where we're at, whether we see minimal reopenings or not. I think we're going to be where we're at. So I would hope that we continue to think about that strongly. I'm very happy to hear at least it's on the table. But I think this can be an immediate savings, which would make sense as crime continues to reduce. I want to jump into PPE, Commissioner, because you did testify 2 months ago, I believe, to the committee that the NYPD had enough sufficient PPE. So I was a little disturbed to read, I believe, in the Post, the remarks around PPE and the health commissioner. And I wanted to know, one, I hope you would denounce the words that the SBA put out there in the middle of a pandemic. I think there's no reason for anyone to call a commissioner or a woman out of her name. So I would hope you would denounce that sort of activity. And then secondly, I would also add, so I see you budgeted for $14.5 million in fiscal 2020, most of which is $11 million for masks. My first question is the department, are your officers mandated to wear masks? Let's just start there before we start speaking about spending more money on masks. And I want them to have masks, obviously. I mean, absolutely. But is there a mandate right now for officers to wear masks? When
someone can't social distance, they're supposed to have masks on. Yep.
When someone can't social distance.
Right. So there's occasions where you're by yourself. It's similar to the public citizens, actually. If somebody is outside going for a jog, they would not be, according to the executive order, to be wearing a mask. There's certainly recommendations, but it wouldn't be mandated. I pulled in today, and everyone is getting very attuned to this. The mayor has made comments, and he's so right on this. People are policing themselves in New York City. So I pulled in today, and I saw the person at the gate didn't have a mask on. But he's sitting in a pillbox essentially by himself all day. He's not wrong on that front. It's a choice, but the vast majority of people should have masks on. Absolutely. It's for their own protection. Let me just say, because I know you have other questions too. You mentioned that and I'm sure we'll go back to it but I don't want to miss this one with the Twitter. Not only do I denounce the statement, I denounce 90% of what I read on Twitter, quite frankly. I think the people should less Twitter time and let's get things done. But there should be no place for that foul language. It's completely inappropriate.
Thank you. Let me ask you, so just going back to masks now. So you said it's not a mandate currently, because I'm finding too many officers. I literally, and I think you might have saw this on Twitter or somebody in your department.
No, stop with the Twitter.
15 officers last week in my neighborhood, and I don't know what the situation was without masks on. Do you think the department has an obligation to lead by example on this?
Yes.
And what perception does that send when we're seeing videos of officers without masks? And then at the end of the day, going back to enforce it on other people. Sure, you saw the video last night of a young lady who was getting on a train with a partial mask. And while I have not seen the body camera footage in full, it seemed that she was accosted for not having her mask on fully, but yet she might have been in the same situation.
I agree. I agree with you. We should lead by example. We absolutely should. And first and foremost, because it could save somebody's life. And 100%. I mean, listen, I wrote down a note here. Somebody mentioned it earlier, inconsistencies. I think the NYPD has been very consistent from the beginning on this one. Just hear me out for a second, please. From the start of this pandemic, we have publicly said on live streams and many other things, Terry Monahan is here, he said it 100 times, that our intention has always been to correct conditions, educate. The last thing we wanted to do was have to resort to writing summonses. This is on individuals that are going through enough in their lives. So we've been pretty consistent on that. Sometimes it's come to summonses. That unfortunate reality is true. Let me just say with that's the video last night, the officers did not accost her. They approached her professionally and asked her to put a mask on. And they were met. Listen, I think the whole incident is horrendous. I feel bad for the child. I feel bad for the woman. I feel bad for the cops. I think the whole thing is just so, shocking and disheartening. And let me, I don't know if you know this, but I have the body camera footage. The officers were actually in the station at the time with a box of masks, handing them out to people. But it's just, I tell you, it is frustrating that that first interaction, please put a mask on, and it turned into statements made with terrible profanity, yelling, and then I'm going to cough on everyone. And that goes to what you started with your discussion today. And Jamani spoke to it. I'm not naive, and I know there's a long history here, and that is the challenge in front of all of us.
Should you be in a social distancing business?
What's that?
Should you be in social distancing enforcement business?
Listen, the enforcement, I don't like that word. I think that we are all about helping people, trying to save lives. Is it terrible that we are called upon to remind people to do this? I don't think it's the end of the world. Where it is, though, I think everyone on this call would agree. It's really, really, something that we all need to work. This is what I believe in my heart. Shame on us all if we allow this to go backwards. We have enough things to worry about between people, loved ones dying, the financial hit that's coming. This is our city, and it's incumbent upon all of us to recognize all of our problems, all of our internal biases. The police officers have biases, I have biases, and I'm sure everyone on this, but we are human. We must get past this.
All right, I'm going to end my question, and obviously we have a hearing on this, and I'm hoping you'll come back to that hearing on this specific issue next week. How much PPE do you have currently stocked? Is there enough sufficient PPE?
You mentioned, Donovan, you mentioned the article yesterday, right? And both things are true in what you said earlier. We've never run out, but we've been damn worried at times. Really worried, and myself, Terry Monahan, Christine Ryan, who's here, Vinny Grippo, whether it's hand sanitizer, N95 masks, surgical masks, Tyvek suits, weekly calls with civilian and uniform unions on this. We were very worried and very concerned, and we didn't know how fast we're going to run out. And the problem is, this is not, I don't think, I'll speak from my agency. This wasn't the NYPD not prepared. We had significant amounts. But when you get into realities of how many can you have on hand without wasting money? Because if you have too many on hand and there's expiration dates, where is that fine line? We never got to a point where we ran out, but we were really worried how long this is going to go, how many people need to wear masks. Is it the civilian members, job titles, uniform officers on the front line? How often should they change them? Yeah, thankfully we got to a position where the supply chain increased significantly, but it wasn't without the help of Police Foundation, people sending us masks, private donors, and many other things.
All right, I'm going to go to my colleagues for questions now, but I will just add that, obviously the events that we've seen are certainly unacceptable, and I know they'll have a lot to say about this, and we still have a lot of work to do, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go to my colleagues for questions.
and Eugene, and I'm going to pass it to council, who is going to make an announcement. Council?
Thank you. If any council members have questions for the administration, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes, including answers. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. We will now hear from Councilmember Landsman, followed by Councilmember Borelli.
Councilmember, your time starts now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. Back in 2018, Chair Richards and I held a hearing examining the vast racial disparities in marijuana policing, something like 90% of people of color. You testified at that hearing as Chief of Crime Control Strategies, and you vigorously defended those disparities. 3 months later, the Times published a front page story, "Surest way to face marijuana charges in New York, be Black or Hispanic," and almost immediately, the mayor publicly committed to radically reforming marijuana policing. So my question to you is, what have you learned from getting it so wrong 2 years ago on racial disparities in marijuana enforcement that you might apply to the vast racial disparities that we are seeing in social distancing enforcement?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is what I'll say. You have publicly said now today, Councilman Richards have said, it's not the first time that this has come up. We have a difference of opinion on the 311 and 911 data. There is no doubt. I think we should publicly acknowledge one set of numbers that both sides are looking at here and have differences of opinion. In terms of the racial disparities, I'm not sure what you're mentioning regarding I was wrong, but I said publicly yesterday, and I stand behind it, and I'll say it again now. There is no doubt, Councilman, that there are disparities regarding enforcement, not just here, in many areas. And there's disparities well beyond the New York City Police Department. That's a fact of life. And I didn't need to see printouts at that hearing a couple of years ago to know that there's disparities in the enforcement of marijuana, because I think it was widely recognized. I think you knew it as well, but I don't want to speak for you. Is it right? No. Do I like it? No. Does it cause us to think how to change and be more fair as we police this city? Yeah, and if we're not moving fast enough or doing enough, that's why I don't mind when the public advocate spoke out from the heart today and how he feels, because I agree with a lot of what he says. And I think that's the challenge in front of us. We've gone from maybe 6 or 8 years ago, 10 years ago, to where we are today. And I don't think we're at the finish line. I think it's a journey. We got to move fast. We got to continue to make efforts to fairly police.
Here's my question.
And we have done that.
But here's my question, though. The numbers for marijuana policing were about 90% communities of color. The numbers for social distancing policing are about 90% communities of color. So when you use the metaphor of a race, I don't feel like we've gotten off the starting line.
So when you look at, I mean, and this has been discussed many times. When you look, I can't quote you the numbers now. I know that you know them as well as I do with this. We used to make such a large number of arrests for marijuana. We've made intentional changes in the NYPD. We've made changes working with you and at your behest. And when I say you, the council, we've made policy changes. Now the laws have actually changed in New York State, which is another change. So all of this has happened, and we have gone from making a large amount of arrests to where we are today, which is extremely small number of arrests. But the problem is the amount that is made, the disparity still exists. It's something we have to continue to work on. We also have to balance it out with everything else that we deal with in public safety. That same disparity exists in the small number of summonses that are issued for social distancing. Now, to equate that to we are going out there, the last thing we want, and I've said this twice already today, and I've said it publicly to my officers in live streams and to their face in roll calls, is to have to resort to summonses for social distancing. But we will, because ultimately it falls on the police. So we've tried across the city with educating people, with asking people to comply. We've handed out masks, not in one section of the city. We've handed out masks all over the city. But you are 100% right.
Time's expired.
That there is a disparity in those summonses. And that disparity exists in many other things that we see and do. It does. And you know, what we do about it and how we get, but it's not going to be an NYPD solution or policy change that removes all of the disparities in New York City. I don't believe that's accurate. We're going to be a part of the solution, but we need a lot more.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to move to our next council member. I just want to remind folks that there will be a social distancing hearing next week. And this, of course, is our budget hearing. So we'll now move to our next council member.
May we please hear from Councilmember Borelli, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Council member, your time starts now.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say I don't believe there's any need for your agency to apologize for seeking masks for your employees. I think you guys did a great job preparing, but probably could not foresee the burn rate in which you're going through masks. Given the pandemic, I don't think asking for 8 or 9 per employee masks was so outlandish to warrant that response. But nevertheless, we'll move on. Commissioner, how much on average does the department budget go to cover overtime for officers?
Christine, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so annually it's about 10% for uniformed overtime, 10% of the overall budget.
And that's with a full force of 36,000 uniformed headcount?
Yes.
Okay. And if the number stays fairly close to 36,000 due to the academy graduating, does that number stay constant?
The overtime, that's generally the amount it is every year. It fluctuates sometimes with grants and things like that, but yes, as long as we're maintaining the head count, we don't have to rely more on overtime to make up for shortfalls.
But the grants come from the federal government, usually terrorism related, and that's outside of what we're talking about.
Correct.
So if the budget were cut and the department put through fewer academy classes, what would the impact on overtime have to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think the concern would be that in order to maintain core public services like responding to 911 calls, 311 calls, being able to continue to investigate crimes and provide the services that we're providing now, that we would have to make sure that we have the resources out in the neighborhoods of the community that we need. And if we're not getting those resources from people coming out of academy classes, that we would have to look to overtime to make up for that.
But let me ask you a question about that 36,000 number. Per capita, police officers versus population, do you know if you are the highest per capita cops per civilian in the country?
I believe we are the largest police force in the country.
You're certainly the largest. You have more people than the Royal Navy in uniforms and with guns. I'm not debating that. But if you look at Philadelphia or Boston or Chicago, the ones I just pulled up, you actually have a much less per capita police officer versus the general population. So, I mean, how can we possibly ask you if other large cities are doing with more cops per person? What do you think the inevitability would have on the general city if there was a major decrease in headcount?
Well, the use of the word, sorry, Christine, but the use of the word, Councilman, major reduction, you just scared me. I mean, I think that, that is something that would have potentially catastrophic results.
Okay, so what about a 4% reduction, a 3%, a 5%?
Listen, I think the reality is you're dealing with a less than optimal situation here because you don't have all the facts, but assuming the normal rates. And to Councilman Richards earlier, there is no normal right now, but there is still crime occurring. And there's a reduced headcount in Rikers Island, and the long-term impact of that. It's a lot of unknowns here. But when you talk about what we worry about, it's providing services to the residents in New York City, being there when they call us, preventing crime, working with the youth, working with domestic violence, response times to jobs, where really seconds could mean a life and death. This is what we worry about.
So there will be a societal cost to the city if we drop below the standard, or the now standard 36,000 officers per in the city. What about the actual monetary cost? Given the amount of money we spend on overtime, and that would have to increase if we have less people, how much will the city actually save?
Right. Back to you, Christine. I mean, this is something that we think about all the time.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, looking at, there are salary savings from, not having people in the academy, which, as indicated from the delay, we had the 6.4 million that we saved from that delay. But overtime, hour for hour, is significantly more costly than straight time. So again, we would be looking at how do we maintain those response times? How do we maintain services? And so you can't just look at a straight salary reduction. You have to look at what the costs are, both in terms of dollars and impact on the city on the other side, and look for other areas where you might actually have to spend more.
So if the city lost, say, 3 or 4% of police officers, and we went down to 35,000, how long would it take if we made this bad idea? How long would it take to get the number back up to 36,000? Can we do it in one fiscal year, or will it take multiple academies?
You can vary the size of the academies, but as the commissioner said earlier, you can't adjust, on a dime. You can't decide that you're just going to change it quickly. I mean, individuals are in the academy for 6 months. So it would take, our plan now is to, include the April class in the July class. So you would be shifting classes and increasing class sizes, but it would take, several class cycles to make up for something of that size.
And has it been your experience?
Raleigh, we need to stop.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think one of the things that we are trying to do here is to balance our priorities. And while the NYPD is taking basically a 0% cut, we see a cut of about 32.7% to DYCD. There are many people who believe that investing more in programs that prevent crime and working with youth is a priority for the city as well. So I think one of the things we are trying to do is to find that balance. Thank you. And let's have the next council member ask questions, please.
Can we have questions, please, from Council Member Holden, followed by Council Member Adams?
Council member, your time will start now.
Commissioner, for your testimony. Councilmember Early.
Councilmember Holden, we can't hear you.
I think he's muted.
Councilmember Holden, you're muted. Okay, can you? No. You're still muted. There you go.
Councilmember, you're good now.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, Councilman Borelli touched upon some of my questions, so I'll just talk about the future. But bail reform. It's my understanding, and you mentioned this, Commissioner, that beginning of the year crime was up. What are the recidivism numbers of individuals leaving Rikers or benefiting from the new bail laws, and how does this recidivism impact our budget, or the NYPD budget?
Yeah, we'd be happy to get back to you in a separate discussion. We didn't have recidivism numbers for a budget hearing, but we'd be happy to set up an appointment. Chief LaPetri is on here, and he can give you essentially any numbers you're looking for.
But essentially, if we're letting people out and they're committing crime over and over again, we're seeing that. We've seen a number of cases that that's going to increase the budget, because more cops are needed. When a cop makes an arrest, he's offline, and so forth and so on. And just a revolving door can affect the budget very easily.
It absolutely can. And there's a lot of, you have to parse out a lot here. So the impact one crime has. I spoke to somebody this week and it resonated with me. He was the victim of a crime recently, and he doesn't walk down the street anymore without it impacting his life. He's looking at who's around him. He doesn't walk a certain way. He wants to avoid darkly lit streets. And that's the real story of crime, and it's sad. When you have a crime spike, again, we have the lowest incarceration rates really of any major city, and it's something to be proud of, everyone. But there's a tipping point too. And when you start to tinker, tough decisions, but when you tinker a little too much and it goes off, when one person gets out, when you have such few people in jail and they all have lengthy records, and that doesn't mean they're bad people, but that does mean they have a track record and a resume. You're dealing with career criminals, and one person getting out, committing multiple crimes, also costs us money until we figure out who it is, and it's hitting the news and people are scared because there's either burglaries in their building or there's robberies on the street. It costs us money to deploy to make people feel safe as well. So there is a ripple effect where it does have a financial impact. There's no question.
Thank you, Commissioner. We also live in a new world, and it looks like policing will change in many ways that we still don't realize. And I think we'll likely need more officers to enforce a myriad of situations. And that's why I think canceling the academy or postponing it is a mistake. We're entering a new phase here, and we don't know if the pandemic will come back. And if it does, it'll affect the police force, maybe more than 20% that we've seen. So are you calculating like different scenarios in the budget to deal with the possibility of pandemic coming back and canceling the academy?
We are preparing internally with multiple use options of what could happen. I think there's a lot of unknowns, but we certainly are preparing for that and what the future looks like. I do think you're right in terms of it will impact policing as it does other segments of society, other businesses. Certainly the meeting that we're holding right now is an example of that. Whether that results in a need for more officers, I honestly don't know that. But we certainly are preparing for multiple eventualities regarding budget, regarding personnel, cuts that could possibly be needed in this terrible, terrible time, as well as losses because of health spreading. So it's an uncomfortable situation, but it's our job to plan for it.
And just one other point, we met before the pandemic with Chauncey Parker, who's got some great ideas. This is before the pandemic hit. Great ideas. We're going to need him. We're going to need some of those ideas to be implemented not only now, but certainly in the summer months, especially if the youth are not employed. So he's a terrific asset in the police department. I want to congratulate you for bringing him in. But again, this is very, very important to come up with a strategy how to work with our youth during the summer months, especially. So I want to thank you, Commissioner. I think my time is up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, I have to ask you, what numbers do you have to back up your claim about bail reform?
Again, we've been down this road. I'll go back to what we saw January 1st.
I just need the numbers.
Yeah, well, if I could answer. In January 1st, we saw a catastrophic crime increase that we hadn't seen in 20 years in New York City, and it was immediate. And it was immediate. It was immediate.
Can you give me the numbers?
A 20% reduction.
It seems to me that you are doing a lot of fear mongering in terms of not being able to produce those numbers, and in terms of your unwillingness to confront that issue, and also in terms of your statement prior to this that any reduction in the police department would have catastrophic effects. Catastrophic? I don't see how that's possible. I don't see it's possible. If you can't give us numbers, Commissioner, then I can't believe what it is that you're saying.
So I absolutely can give you numbers, and we have provided numbers in the past, and we can certainly do it again. We had a 20% reduction in the Rikers Island population, roughly in the 1 month preceding January 1st, that resulted in an almost immediate 20+% increase in index crime in New York City. Those two events are not unrelated.
But you can't tell me that those same people.
If I could finish, please.
No, I'm in charge here.
Okay. Well, then if you don't want to hear the answer.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have not said that those people were the same people who got out. You do not have numbers on that. Okay? And we want to hold you accountable on that.
I understand.
Okay, and I'm sorry that I have to be this way, but we have never gotten those numbers.
We have.
Let's move on to the next council member. Let's move on to the next council member.
No, I'd like to address that. We have provided in the past recidivism numbers from people that were arrested that had a direct impact from the bail reform law. If you would like, the numbers have changed because time has passed, but we could certainly provide it again.
Let's go to the next council member.
Can we please have Council Member Adams followed by Council Member Ampry Samuel?
Council member, your time will start now.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Good morning to your team as well. I thought I saw Chief Barrere. Wanted to give him a shout out as well this morning. You know, Commissioner, a lot of what's going on is just so troubling to me. My colleague, Councilmember Holden, just mentioned how to work with our youth during the summer months. And I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly, but I think that my perspective comes off more on how we can save our youth through this budget. NYPD, about a 1% budget cut. Meanwhile, youth services are exponentially cut in their budget. I read your testimony, and your testimony, Commissioner, is extremely youth-centric.
Yes, it is.
I was very pleased to see that. It is extremely youth-centric. So what I'm looking for are your thoughts on our youth, the thoughts on the disparity in the budgets across the board with this executive budget. I mentioned yesterday in a press conference that COVID is killing us all around, and what we cannot have is the killing of our youth via the elimination of programs across the city of New York. We cannot do that. So I really need your thoughts on how the NYPD is going to look at equality in the budget. We right now are looking at cuts of millions of dollars for our youth, while we're sitting here looking at the budget for the NYPD, not freezing hiring that could possibly free up upwards of $100 million. We are looking at the NYPD increasing in social service expansion in NYPD in practice. We're looking at social distancing enforcement. I mean, I just need your thoughts on this lack of balance between the NYPD budget and largely across our youth service perspective, especially given your youth-centric testimony.
Yeah, so thank you for acknowledging that. I can't think of anything that is more deserving and important than the future of this city, the kids. I think we all in city government have to make sure that we're doing everything possible. They are the future. Shame on us if we don't support them in every way possible. That's what's behind our whole youth strategy, in terms of doing everything possible to work with kids, to guide kids, to keep them from ever getting into trouble. You asked some very pointed questions and some important questions. Some of them go beyond, frankly, the police department in terms of, different agency budgets. I think that you do, though, have to balance, do we want to give more for kids? Absolutely. Where does the money come from? That's a tough question. But what I would say is, when these tough decisions are made from the police department's point of view, you just have to be very careful. And I know you know this, that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we're cutting, let's say, I don't think it's necessarily tied to a future academy class, because what is the detrimental effect on that? I mean, I think we all agree that there is nothing more important than the kids to the future of this city. It is crime fighting, supplying kids with things to do, with resources. That's why we put such an investment of police officers behind it. That's why Nilda Hoffman and Chauncey Parker and I are talking constantly about how do we plan and how do we keep kids occupied during this pandemic? We have things planned for online. It's just very difficult.
I appreciate that.
We are doing it.
I appreciate that very much, Commissioner. Thank you. I've just got a couple more seconds left there, and I appreciate your thoughts. I would just really appreciate more if the department would take a serious look at balancing your budget and really considering, as you say, the concerns of the youth. I also want to get in here also and just note that our communities of color are hurting, and the perception and the optics right now as it pertains to enforcement and policing in communities versus other communities, it's a horrible.
Time's expired.
Yeah, so I wanted to get that said as well. Thank you very much for your testimony, Commissioner.
And thank you. Next council member, please.
We have Councilmember Effrey Samuel, followed by Councilmember Yeager.
Council member, your time will start now.
Good morning, everyone. Recognizing that we only have 5 minutes, I want to get all of my questions asked on the record, and I will ask all 3 of my questions before asking for responses. I first want to say that I 100% stand with Chair Drum, Richards, and Public Advocate Williams' words during their opening statements, as well as regarding the bail reform. Commissioner, you already know where I'm coming from in my statements and my questions, because we've talked about this, I feel like, considerably. So as the chair of the Public Housing Committee and the representative of the 41st Council District, which includes the 67th Precinct, the 71st, the 73rd Precinct, 77th, the 8-1, PSA 2, PSA 3, and as a council member that has become also familiar with the critical role a federal monitor can play when the rights of a people have been deemed violated by a government agency. I sit here and I go through the executive budget reminded of the cost burden some NYPD officers have placed on this city. And like the cost for legal fees and associated fees for the Floyd v. City of New York case that led to the NYPD having the monitor was some $11 million. And reading a very recent article in The Gothamist from February of 2020, the article gives an update on the status of the monitor, saying the monitor has not deemed the NYPD stop and frisk practices to be in compliance with the Constitution, and the police department is likely to be under the monitor's watch for years to come. The NYPD spokesperson, Al Baker, responded by stating the NYPD understands that constitutional, bias-free policing is foundational to building community trust and keeping New York City even safer, and that every stop that is made in the city is not only done constitutionally, but in both recorded and documented as required. So now fast forward 3 months, we have witnessed officers enforcing yet another highly subjective policy, which led to some real community concerns. And as we are discussing the executive budget and the fiduciary responsibility of our agency leaders, do you think the actions that we have witnessed can lead to more lawsuits and legal fees as a result of reported constitutional violations? And should your officers as of today continue to enforce social distancing as a policy? Now, I know you answered Chair Richards and there's a hearing next week, but my question is really about fiduciary responsibility. Is the enforcement of a policy doing more harm than good to our city financially? And then I have a next question. You mentioned the number of school safety agents in your opening, and I want to acknowledge school safety agent Charlotte Davis from Brooklyn North. With that being said, yesterday I received a report that 2 school safety agents were attacked in Manhattan as a result of serving in their new mandated roles outside of the school building. Can you speak to the work that you're doing with the school safety agents in the trainings that they have received? And did the training add any cost to the department? And my last question, you mentioned in your opening statement that another crime that was up is murders. I had clearly another murder in my district last night. Have you identified any drivers behind the increase? And what are you doing to prevent this particular increase, in particular working with the crisis management teams? And again, we're in the middle of a budget, and so we're looking to see how do we adequately utilize our funding if funding should be going towards the crisis management teams as opposed to NYPD patrolling the streets. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm writing notes here, and I'm going to hit them quick. And Rodney Harrison is on. I'm going to unmute Rodney, and he can finish up in talking just briefly about what transpired in Brooklyn last night. The fiduciary responsibility you mentioned regarding the cost and social distancing, and Councilman Richards is asking for a hearing on this. Do I believe there's a possibility that events surrounding social distancing could lead to lawsuits? I think it's absolutely possible based on what we saw in the last week. I do. And I don't like it. And I think we all agree that it shouldn't happen in terms of incidents that may result in lawsuits. The word enforcement there is tricky. I would say again that the last thing we want is any summonses or enforcement tied to this. I don't have the best answer for if we walk away. I think there's a cost to that too, where it could lead to people getting sick that didn't have to get sick, and that's what makes this a very difficult situation. We've tried to, in recent days, you mentioned school safety. We have school safety agents. They do a phenomenal job across this city. They are some of the most dedicated people. They are great. They know the communities. The schools are closed except for the food drop-off sites, essentially. What we've done recently is transition a number of school safety officers to the parks. They're not writing summonses. They're high visibility. They make people feel safe, and they're exercising community policing, just being in the parks and reminding people, here's masks, here's a good opportunity to social distance. I think that's a win-win. And I also think it's a good use of resources. And I think it's the same thing we were doing with our uniform patrol officers, but it's going to free up uniform patrol officers. They received training. I don't have the cost in dollar amounts of that training. I wouldn't necessarily put a cost because they were at work earning money already. And we just educated them on the executive orders and what we wanted said to people in parks. There was a terrible incident within the last day or two, one with 2 school safety agents, one with school crossing guards in different parts of the city, where they were assaulted literally for no reason by somebody emotionally disturbed. Arrests were made, and thankfully they weren't seriously injured. But it's just it's an example of sometimes what's happening in this city, and it's unfortunate. But the school safety agents really have done a phenomenal job and continue to be out there serving the people of this city. I have a crisis management regarding Cure Violence. We've been in touch, members of the executive staff, Terry Monahan, Fausto Pichardo was on a Zoom conference with them in the last week. I think I either scheduled or I'm scheduling one. I think it's on the schedule already for upcoming to touch base with them. They're a tremendous asset for this city that can be tapped on for probably a host and variety of issues. I'll remind people that back in March, when this whole social distancing phenomenon started, I recognized that there could be problems. And I called many elected officials and said, and clergy members, stand with us and be the front line with us as we just try to, everyone's stressed out, everyone's losing family members. You can't think of a worse situation. And I didn't want a confrontational situation. I wanted to work with community, come together. So we've thought this way for months, not summonses, working with people. There have been, Councilwoman, some terrible incidents in the last week that were captured for a variety of reasons. And I think, again, to repeat myself, it's going to take all of us to come together to make sure that we get through this as one city. I really believe that. I don't want to step on Rodney Harrison, our chief of detectives. I am very much aware of what happened in Brooklyn last night. We had a series of shootings. In the last couple of days, we've lost a couple of young men. We've had other incidents of shots being fired when no one was hit. We believe we have a good grasp of what it's about and what's behind it. But Rodney, are you on?
Good morning. I don't know if I'm coming over clear.
Yes.
Okay, so if I could just real quickly talk about some of the violence that we're seeing in your district, Councilwoman. If we just take a look at the 7-1 precinct in Crown Heights, we've seen 2 shooting incidents that have been troubling. One of them being a young, inspiring hip hop artist, and that shooting seems to have been stemmed from the young man Pop Smoke that was killed out in California. What we're seeing is a lot of these hip hop inspiring artists beefing amongst each other, and now it's turning to violence. It's very troubling. So we had the 2 shootings in the 7-1. We had a homicide in the 6-7. We had shots fired in the 6-9. We had another shooting incident yesterday in the 7-0. We had a retaliation shooting in the 7-7 that stemmed from the young woman that was jumped and robbed by a group of boys over by the Albany developments. And it's all of this is stemming from crew on crew, gang on gang violence. So to answer your question, what are we going to do about it? We were able to get our violent crime squads back to their regular way of doing business, which is investigating these shooting incidents, trying to cultivate witnesses and trying to close out these shooting incidents, as well as we're going to be giving them certain zones, our most problematic areas, and make sure we have a suppression plan in place, working with patrol, working with the different units in intel that provide us information so we can somewhat interdict the violence before it occurs. So it's a team effort. It's not just going to be from my bureau. It's going to be from patrol. It's going to be from intel. It's going to also be from the public. A lot of these shooting incidents, we need the public to help us, to come forward and be able to help us identify individuals that are committing these crimes. But what we see is that a lot of these incidents are really young, inspiring hip hop artists chastising one another, and then cultivating to them doing whatever they got to do to commit some type of violence against their rival gangs. So a lot of work needs to be done. I'm very, very optimistic with the personnel that I have to make sure we continue to keep that part of Brooklyn as safe as possible.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to our next council member's question.
Thanks, Rodney.
Committee Council Brick.
I'm so sorry. I was on mute. Can we have Councilmember Yeager followed by Councilmember Lander?
Remember, your time will start now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Chiefs, and good morning, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I want to speak briefly because we've heard a lot this morning, and you know, if one jumped here from outer space and landed at this hearing today, you would think that New York City's cops are literally the worst offenders in the world, the most horrid people, terrible human beings who want to do nothing but destroy the city that they're sworn to serve. That's not what I believe, and that's not what you believe. And I want to be clear also that there are a lot of things that I don't agree with on policing. I agree with a lot of my colleagues who don't think that the police department and police officers should be enforcing social distancing. I think we've seen the results of that here and there in some horrid videos that New Yorkers have seen. But on balance, every single day, 365 days a year, our cops are putting their lives on the line to defend New Yorkers. And that's not what we're hearing here today at this hearing. And I'm a little disappointed in that by the hypocrisy, I think, that I'm hearing from some of my colleagues. I will, I want to address the academy class and specifically your use of, or the use of the word catastrophic. I agree with the notion that allowing the head count in the police department would be catastrophic if it were to drop. The idea that because today we're seeing a little less crime because people are locked indoors, and we also saw a little less crime in April because people are locked indoors, and therefore we ought to plan a budget that assumes that nobody's ever coming out of their houses again and crime is going to be low, if not disappear completely, is ludicrous to me. It's lunacy. It's insane. We ought not wait for a crime wave before we decide to increase the head count in the city to a place to make sure that it's not diminishing in nature. If we allow the head count to drop, to diminish, we will end up in a place, I believe, like what we saw in the late 80s and especially in the early 90s, a crime wave of epic proportions, a crime wave that kills people, that destroys lives, increasing in homicides, which we've already begun to see that needle shift in a bad direction. Shootings, we've seen that needle shift in a very bad direction. And I know you've been attacked for this because apparently you didn't come here with a spreadsheet or some kind of pie chart, but it is not a secret that crime shot up in January. It's demonstrable. It's been reported. It's been reported by you, sir. You have told New Yorkers what you're seeing. I don't agree with you all the time, but I believe you to be a truthful person. And I don't expect you to agree with me all the time, but I try to be as truthful as I can. The idea that somehow we should just simply stop policing in this city because we're having a tough budget time is insane. The city council raised its own operating budget in the last 2 years by $30 million. $30 million. We are not proposing to cut 1 penny of that. But let's make sure that New Yorkers don't have cops on the street. I'm not necessarily going to ask you a question today because my clock is ticking away, and the number of people who get a chance to speak the truth about what we're actually seeing instead of playing what I would deem, I think, petty politics with policing in this city is disgusting. And I'm not going to do it. I want you to continue to remain safe. I'm going to address briefly something else. We have, I don't know why you feel forced to apologize for tweets. We've seen that here in this council before. Tweets are tweets. And unless it's your tweet, it ought not be your job to apologize for it. So you can stand down on that as far as I'm concerned. You don't have an obligation to do that in any way. I would also say that the interaction that I saw reported between you and the Commissioner of Health regarding the police officers who serve the people of this city, I'm disgusted by it. I'm not asking you to comment on it. That's not your job. She's a colleague of yours and you both work for the mayor. But I am disgusted about it, and I don't work for either of you or the mayor. I think that her reaction to protecting our cops was so disgusting, so hideous, that I'm glad that a light has been shined on it. And when the council meets tomorrow to discuss why the mayor may have lost faith in the Department of Health and shifting operations to HHC for purposes of pandemic tracing and the like, I think we're in a place when we do that. Mr. Chair, I thank you for your time. Commissioner, I'm not going to ask you to answer any of that. If you want to, you may, but my time is up, as it often is earlier than I wish it to be. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I must say that I disagree with the mischaracterization of the way in which I've conducted the hearing, and I don't feel that we were prejudiced in any way or sort. We've given everybody their opportunity to say their words, so including yourself. Let's go now back to Councilmember Ampry Samuel, who I'm going to give a couple more minutes because her questions were not really answered. Councilmember Ampry Samuel.
Councilmember, your time will start now.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I didn't need to hear the report out of the violence in my district on this call, on this Zoom, I actually wanted to just highlight 3 budget issues. So all 3 of my questions were related to the budget. And I just wanted that to be clear. And there was no, and sometimes it gets lost when we hear a lot of other stuff, and not calling it a stall tactic at all. You know, I do appreciate the report out, Harrison, but I just wanted to make it known and clear that all 3 of my questions were budget related, and that we can have a separate brief about the violence in my community and what we can do together. So thank you so much, Chair Drum. And that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to clear the record on that one.
Can I just clarify something, Chair?
Yes, of course.
With Councilman Ampry Samuels, was there something I didn't address though? The fiduciary responsibility I took a note on. I think that's, I mentioned that. I think there's an absolute possibility that those videos could result in lawsuits, which I absolutely don't like, but I think that's a real possibility. The school safety, I think I answered it in that, you know, I was complimentary to them. I love them. And I don't think that there was any additional cost associated with the training. I think it was 1 day. And then the crisis management piece, was there something that I missed?
No, you didn't. It's just that it got a little bit in Harrison's report.
I know Harrison talks too much. I know.
I just wanted to say that because I got a ton of text messages about it. So thank you so much, Council. I'm Chair Drum, for the opportunity to.
Okay, we all like to talk. All right, Councilmember, please.
Can we please have Councilmember Lander followed by Councilmember Gibson?
Councilmember, your time will start now.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner. Thank you for being here. I think last time you and I had the chance to talk one-on-one was at Somos in Puerto Rico in November.
It seems like 10 years ago.
I know we all wish we could roll the clock back to that time for sure.
Yeah.
This crisis has obviously been enormously challenging, and I really want to acknowledge and honor the sacrifices that the NYPD and its families have made. None of us feel safe right now. We desperately want to feel safe, and none of us feel safe. So I understand the impulse to think the NYPD is our public safety agency. And so the way to make us feel safe is to have more policing. Like that makes sense to me, but this crisis is not like that. You know, policing is designed to protect public safety from a small number of individuals who break the law and put others at risk. And, you know, guns and arrests and jail cells will not slow the spread of this deadly virus, the thing that's most jeopardizing our safety. More policing can't keep us safe from COVID. And meanwhile, as you've heard and talked honestly about today, which I appreciate, targeting policing to address the COVID crisis has these real harmful impacts. Systemic racism exists in all our public systems, in healthcare, housing, the economy, politics. It's sure not unique to policing. But since policing involves the use of force and incarceration, the consequences are especially visible and problematic, and it divides us when we so need to be united. And at the same time, we're facing this devastating budget crisis that's forcing us to cut our summer youth programs, our school funding, and so much else, and put a hiring freeze on teachers, school social workers, youth workers. You know, I think that's why many of my colleagues and I believe we have to adjust our budget in a way that's mindful of the challenges. If we can't afford to hire new teachers or social workers or youth workers, then maybe we can't afford to hire new police officers. We got to support our existing officers with PPE and support and training and gratitude, with line of duty benefits for the family of every officer who loses their life. But we have to look at whether we can afford to hire those new officers. And I think it's important to note here that the dramatic decreases in index crimes from 2000 to 2016 went along with a decrease in NYPD headcount from 40,000 to 35,000 that was dictated by harsh budget reality, not because people wanted to, but because we couldn't afford it. And you didn't stop policing. The department's strategy evolved. Crime declined even as the force shrunk. And as the Citizens Budget Commission shows, police officer hiring has a greater budget impact than most other city employees. Initial salary is comparable, but that salary goes up as it should, and it requires a higher pension contribution, as we've decided is appropriate. But you know, that's why as we look to restore cuts to summer youth and education programs, I believe we have to extend the hiring freeze to the NYPD. Now, I know you don't share that perspective, as you've said here, but I guess I'd like to ask, do you agree that the COVID crisis reveals the limits of policing as a strategy for public safety at this moment? And if so, do you think those limits should be reflected in our budgeting as we grapple with these really impossible times, not of our making, but requiring our attention?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. I think this crisis has caused us as a society, and certainly me as an individual, to reevaluate many, many parts of what we do every day in our professional lives and our private lives. That's the human side. We quickly learned to think back in March when you couldn't get supplies in a store. There was a day there or a day and a half where we and the PD worried about who we deploying to stores because we don't want to run on stores, because people quickly, unfortunately, reverted to panic and what could go wrong, and I can't get supplies, and it's very interesting to me, and it's not lost on me how quickly we revert to basic instincts at a terrible time like this. What's the best way to keep people safe? It's not just about the police department. Certainly, there's many things beyond that. I think I'm answering that and agreeing with you on that.
Right.
The public health is first and foremost. It's the hospitals, it's the doctors, it's the nurses.
Right.
But I also wouldn't get away too much from the police department. I think you would agree with that.
And I agree with that as well. A hiring freeze is not a cut. We're not, it cuts money and headcount over time, but we're not coming after existing officers. We want to support them. But I do just want to ask one specific question, and my time's up. I try to want to squeeze it in. At the March preliminary budget hearing, just as we're looking at every little budget line to find all the savings we can, we asked if you could tell us what the NYPD budget for media and public relations cost was. That seems like something we might have to really reevaluate at the moment. I don't think we got that information, so I just wonder if you have it today, or if not, if you can provide it, what the budget line is for,
Sure.
things that make sense in normal times, but maybe don't make as much sense right now. And, that might not be huge, but maybe it saves some youth programs.
Yep. And let me just say, too, do I have a second chair? Can I expand a little bit?
And I'm done, so.
All right. So, Christine will answer the question if she has it in a second on the budget. But much of what we've talked about here is building trust. And I think it's important. People I respect it. I think there's a lot of different healthy opinions on this case. We don't always agree on everything. I think what we have to do is maintain professional, and I think we have, and work through. The last thing I want to do internally here is surround myself with people that have the exact same opinion as me. I think it's the quickest way to fail. I think you want to surround yourself with a diversity of opinions, and I think we have that here. And we'll take what works and move forward. But I worry about, there's plenty of times that the NYPD does things wrong. There's plenty of times that what we do is just doesn't look good, but we're not wrong. And in all of that and sorting that out and dealing with trust and trying to keep the trust of neighborhoods, a couple people have talked about it today in the context of race, and I agree. Councilwoman Adams, I agree. I've had personal friends of mine call me up that are friends of the police in the last 2 weeks, and they are deeply troubled by what they saw on TV. And we have taken a hit to our credibility and to everything that we've worked towards in the last couple of years. That's what I mentioned that here because I think it is, I know what you're saying in cutting a budget of DCPI, for example, but there's a lot that goes into that too. And we have to tell our story, and we have to make sure that that story sometimes is we screwed up and own it, but it's also telling the story of, well, the tabloid headline isn't quite true. So Christine will give you the numbers though.
Thank you.
Yeah, the budget for public information in fiscal year 21 is $3.2 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our next council member, please.
Councilmember Gibson, followed by Councilmember Cohen.
Councilmember, your clock starts now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. Thank you to Chair Danny Drum and Chair Donovan Richards. Commissioner, to you and the executive team, I join with all of my colleagues in certainly expressing our condolences and prayers of comfort to all the members of the NYPD who we have lost to the COVID-19, and certainly those who are on the road to recovery. We continue to pray. I think we all acknowledge that COVID-19 has had a profound impact on this city. It is not discriminated from neighborhood to neighborhood, zip code to zip code. But we also acknowledge the disproportionate impact that has been felt in communities of color. This pandemic is a public health crisis and really requires a public health response. It's sad sometimes that with many instances, whether it's taking homeless off of our subways or responding with social distance enforcement, healthy spacing, that it always falls on the NYPD. So that is why many of us have asked for a collaboration with other agencies like the Department of Health, H&H, like potentially crisis management system, anti-gun violence groups, because we always want to make sure that everything does not have a police laser focus. I think for many of us in our communities, we've been troubled, as you have, by some of the videos we've seen. I am one of the co-chairs of the Women's Caucus. So certainly the video I saw last night, as a woman, to see a woman on the ground with her child a few feet away was very disturbing. And I know a majority of the interactions over the last few weeks during this pandemic with police have been positive. I've been involved in distributing food and face masks and other things. So I know that we've done a great job, and I commend the department for that. But I think we all have to denounce when we see these incidents that always end up with Black and brown New Yorkers on the ground. It is unacceptable, and I certainly ask, as you continue to do, to denounce it, investigate it, because if our people are on the ground in May, I am concerned at what will happen in the summertime. And again, it is not a majority, but it is a small population that sometimes comes into communities of color with a different mindset and a different approach. And that has been problematic for years. So this is a budget hearing, so I certainly want to echo the sentiments of Chair Donovan Richards, because we as a city have to all face the burden of this fiscal crisis. The NYPD's proposed budget cuts are a mere 1% compared to an agency like DYCD that's 48%. The complete elimination of summer youth employment, summer Sonic, summer Compass, and summer camp. We cannot accept a budget where young people have nothing to do this summer. They are idle on our streets. So we are asking the department to work with us, as we do other agencies, to absorb more savings and more cuts. The civilianization that we always talk about, I want to understand where we are on those numbers as my first question, to see, can we achieve more civilianization with uniformed members of the service? The overtime savings in the past, we've had a goal of $50 million that we've achieved. Can we take that another step and achieve even more? As my second question on overtime savings. And then thirdly, I know it's been talked about the April Academy class. Is it necessary? Are we going to send a message to young people this summer that the budget that we will pass is reflective of our values, but we don't concern ourselves with their summer activities? We can't say that policing is more important than young people and their families. There has to be a balance, and it cannot be on the backs of families, children, and seniors. And so we appeal to you as our leader that we have to have a different conversation. Something has to shift in this city as we prepare for a very long summer. We want interactions with cops to be positive, but we in the community of color, we want to be treated just like everyone else is, giving us face masks and talking to us, and not these interactions we're seeing that sometimes spiral out of control. So this public health crisis that we respond to is really going to demonstrate our overall commitment as a city. We want the NYPD, like other agencies, to step up and say, we care about young people. The Youth Strategies Initiative that you rolled out with the youth coordination officers, we should be working with them during the summer with youth so they have summer youth employment. So we want the department to take a larger savings so that we can save young people and give them the future they need, and also our overall priority to break down
Time expired.
the prison pipeline. So if you could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it. And thank you so much for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gibson. We've known each other a long time. I appreciate all of your remarks, and to the youth question, I think we've touched on it a number of times. I will have Nilda Hoffman and Chauncey follow up. We are thinking the exact same things regarding finding activities. Where can we find outlets, if you will, for the kids this summer? We do have some pretty concrete ideas, and I'd love to follow up with you offline on that.
Okay.
Regarding, Christine, if you could jump in a second on civilianization and just where we are regarding the civilianization.
Yeah, so council member, as you're aware, we have identified 368 positions that if we were to receive civilian headcount, we do believe we can civilianize those positions at this point in time. It has been an ongoing dialogue with OMB, but given the fiscal situation, in terms of actually getting those resources on the civilian side and the additions to our budget on that end, it's temporarily stalled right now because of the situation. We want to continue to have those conversations. So we haven't changed in terms of what we think we can do there with the civilian headcount if we can bring that on board.
Okay, great. And overtime savings?
Yeah, so on overtime, as Chair Richards said in the beginning, it is something that we're continuing to look at. And now that we're getting a better sense of what the landscape's going to look like in the coming months, particularly with regard to events, we are looking at that to see if we can identify additional savings there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you very much. And before we move to our next council member, I just want to say I take umbrage at being labeled as anti-cop. I come from a cop family. My uncle was a sergeant in the department. My grandfather was a lieutenant in the department. And guess where they came from, Commissioner? Sunnyside. Yay. So thank you. All right, let's go to our next council member, please.
Can we please have Councilmember Cohen followed by Councilmember Lewis?
Councilmember, your time starts now.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chairs Drum and Richards. It's good to see you, Commissioner.
See you.
I do want to just report to you that I have spoken with some regularity to Captain Melendez, Deputy Inspector Alps, as well as Inspector Hernandez and Chief Blair. So there's been good communications in the Bronx, so I'm grateful for that. I'm wondering, though, I assume you were advised to bring your crystal ball with you to this hearing, because I'm concerned as the weather gets better in July and August and September, what you think crime levels are going to be like. What is compliance with social, you're in the social distancing business, whether you should be or not, I guess we'll discuss at the next hearing. But we're talking about reduced special events, but that doesn't mean that people are going to go along with social distancing as the weather gets better. Are you concerned at all about crime levels going up forward? And do you think that the staffing levels are appropriate to deal with that?
I never say that we can't get the job done without the resources that we have. We will make do, and I have full confidence in the men and women of this department. I really do. So we will adapt to any situation and get the job done for New Yorkers, and New Yorkers should feel confident about that. In terms of crime trends, it is impossible to predict. I mean, for many on this call, I as a 29-year professional in the police department, I would throw out almost every statistic from March 12th to now. I think that's how you have to approach this recent events. And I don't know, to the crystal ball comment, exactly what is going to happen. I have concerns. I'm paid to have concerns, and hopefully, and I do not, for the record, fearmonger. I tell it like it is, and I tell you what I think, and that's my job as well. But there's a lot of unknowns. We had a significant crime spike at the beginning of the year. We worked with a lot of people, and some people didn't like what I said, and I own my words. But we worked collaboratively. We sat around the table. We said different opinions from different sides, and I think that was healthy. And there were some changes to the bail law. I don't know how that's going to really play out in the end. I wanted it to go further. I could tell you that people on the defense side didn't want it to go as far. When both sides aren't happy, maybe that's a good thing, and maybe it was a good compromise. I don't know. But, some things definitely changed, and how that changes as we go forward, if nothing else changed. But the reality is a lot else changed. So we have different Rikers population now. Hard decisions had to be made. We have a pandemic where we may not have the exact amount of people on the street. So we know, though, that historically, starting in May through September, we have higher levels of certainly street violence as people come outdoors in the good weather. I think it's reasonable to expect that. Is it going to go to the normal levels? Part of that is our job to do a good job of keeping crime down safely and not infringing on people's rights. Is it going to go to the normal levels? I don't really know. Right now, it's hard to imagine business as normal. There's no schools open. There's no restaurants open. The trains aren't running to full capacity. But I will also tell you that there are areas of the city where on a particular night, if you went down it, it's not always on TV or on Twitter, but you wouldn't know that there's a pandemic going on. We've encountered block parties with, a lot of people doing a lot of things that they shouldn't be doing. You didn't hear about it because the NYPD cops handled it well and diffused it and didn't have to arrest and summons people, and we managed it, if you will. But I think that the reality is, and I've said this publicly, 8.6 million people in this great city of ours. It's hard to imagine that, you're not going to see more people on the streets. We're going to have to manage it, and we're going to have the realization that we're all going to have a little more patience, a little more humanity and empathy when dealing with people. The problem is, you can train so far, you can de-escalate so far. It's not always as easy as it's said. And I can't put it any simpler than that. But I did a live stream today with my officers reminding them, we have to get through this together. We have to remain empathetic. We have to de-escalate. But I think that everyone on this call would agree, it's sometimes not as easy.
Time expired.
As it's said.
Commissioner, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to remind council members that the 5 minutes includes the question and the answer because we need to move along here. So thank you. Let's go to our next council member, please.
Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Rosenthal.
Council member, your time will start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank Chairs Drum and Richards for your leadership today. I echo the sentiments of all of my colleagues. Most of my questions were already, answered. But it just goes to show and say, we're witnessing the same issues and the same aggressive behavior from police officers even before the pandemic. Now it's just exacerbated. It's blatant, and in my opinion, it's criminal, especially with the footage we saw last night with the young lady that was aggressively mishandled and assaulted in a Brooklyn precinct. So we will be responding to that, by the way, the Women's Caucus. But I have 3 quick questions because most of my questions were already answered. The first one, we hear this rhetoric narrative about trainings. I heard the mayor mention it again this morning, but I just wanted to know who exactly are training these officers, and have you considered MWBE vendors to train officers, and could that be included in the next budget? Have you thought about it in the current budget? My second question is in regards to Safe Horizon and case reps that you may have at your local precincts. How has that been going? Have you funded enough intake reps during COVID, and what is that going to look like for the FY21 budget? And what is the increase of funds you're asking for in regards to DV services and organizations? Those are my 3 basic questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. I'm going to turn it to Ben Tucker in a minute on the training. I'll address the middle one real quick. I think you mentioned Safe Horizons. The reality of what we faced in the last 2 months, I'm not mentioning Safe Horizon, but we had some search situations where vendors just did not want to come into precincts during the pandemic. That's the reality of what we faced for fear of contracting diseases and things of that nature. That's a reality that I think was replicated all over the city. We were not immune to it, so we did have some situations to overcome like that. But we remain committed to working with domestic violence victims, sexual assault victims, and all victims of crime. That is who we work for every day. The last question you're going to have to remind me about, but if you could, Councilwoman Lewis.
It was
the training was the first one, then Safe Horizons. What was the last one?
Well, who's training your officers, and would you consider MWBE vendors?
Okay, I think you had a last point too, but Ben, if you could talk about the training that we currently conduct.
Sure. Yeah, good afternoon again, everyone. So yeah, so lots of our training, when we're talking about, we have a huge cadre of trainers, obviously, at the police academy. It's a very diverse group, but the academy staff is roughly, is very large. And as you can imagine, when we're trying to train both, not just recruits, but all of our 19,000 civilians, as well as the department and ongoing services, we've increased the number of training days, as I think you may remember, by 3, a net increase of 3 days. So it's up to 5 days. And by the way, we've exceeded that number, tripled that number almost, at least 13 days by my last count, for in-service training across the department. So a lot of that training happens that way. But we do have bring vendors in, and when we do follow those MBEW rules, and we also reach out to community groups. I mean, part of the training when we're talking about, particularly about trust, and particularly about this idea of de-escalation and policing community with respect. We bring in, for example, GOAL, the Gay Officers Action Alliance group. It helps develop and has developed curriculum for us to use, and we bring as a diverse group to the table. The fair and impartial policing training that we conducted is a minority-owned women's firm as well. So yeah, we do think along those lines in pretty much everything we do with respect to procurement. But a lot of our training, the lion's share, is done in-house, with the exception of the more formal the training that takes place when we send our people to they get scholarships to go back to school, either for their master's degrees and others.
I know my time's expired, but I still didn't get information about the upcoming budget. How much will be allocated towards DV services? Thank you.
Thank you. Christine?
So for victim services, the existing budget for the Crime Victim Advocate contract is it's $14 million.
And will that be through Safe Horizon?
That is the contract, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to our next council member.
Council Member Rosenthal, followed by Council Member Deutsch.
Council member, your time will start now.
Great, thank you. I want to start by thanking Councilmember Richards and Drum for holding this hearing and for their opening statements, as well as from the public advocate. I do support the elimination of academy classes from the New York City budget, not because the image of the NYPD has been tarnished by some officers, but because the NYPD is now being asked to do a job that it is not trained or equipped to do. COVID-19 is a brand new thing. And unless your officers were around in 1918, how could they or anyone know how to handle this situation? The image of an NYPD on this issue is the one of 40 arrests, 35 of whom are Black for not wearing a mask, wrestling a Black woman from her child in order to fix her mask. Mask enforcement is not going away anytime soon. Commissioner, you've been given a task that is more appropriately placed with the Department of Health. What is required when it comes to mask enforcement is a public health education campaign. The Department of Health could easily set up an education corps. Plenty of people are out of work and would be happy to do this job. And I'm sure there are folks who would volunteer. The Department of Health would train them to focus on mask distribution and public health education. The outreach orientation would be very different from what the training is that an NYPD officer gets. This education corps could distribute information, additional information about where to get food in their community, about mental health services that are available. Their only job would be public health education. Commissioner, do you disagree with me?
I think you raise a lot of very logical points, Councilwoman. I don't disagree with anything that you said. I think everyone is doing the best they can during this time of pandemic, but there's certainly other options available, and we'll work with all parts of the city government to pitch in where we can. But I think that your statement was very well thought out. I think that I would have a hard time disagreeing with anything that you said.
Would you be willing to give up this responsibility to let the mayor know that you're willing and interested in giving up this responsibility to another agency?
We are going to do, Councilwoman, anything that we are called upon to do to keep people safe. We're not arresting people for wearing masks, but I do understand there's been a couple bad incidents. Yesterday evening's incident deeply troubled me. It really bothered me.
Only the incidents that happened to be caught on video, right? So what I'm saying is, given the predicament today, and given the fact that summer is coming along, and given the experience to date and the current image of the NYPD, would you be willing to pick up the phone, call the mayor, and say, my agency is not equipped to do this work?
I think that's going a little too far on that one.
Why?
Well, I would just say that we are asked to.
Health education corps.
Yeah, I mean, we are certainly willing to work with many other agencies than we do on a daily basis. You look at what we're doing and what we're asked to do in the transit system in the last couple of weeks.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yep.
The ratio of 5 officers to 1 homeless outreach worker, from my both experience being out on the streets with homeless outreach workers and having talked to them, was 180 degrees off. There was no intent of violence from the vast majority of the homeless people. Why wouldn't you, as a commissioner, say, my officers are not homeless outreach workers? Why don't we switch the ratio to 5 homeless outreach workers to 1 PD? And that is why I'm comfortable as a member of the budget negotiating team to argue for fewer academy classes for the upcoming year. Thank you.
We're going to have to move on. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to our next council member for questions.
Councilmember Deutsch, followed by Councilmember Barron.
Councilmember, your time will start now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning. So first of all, I just want to say that, we need to be fiscally responsible, and I trust your leadership, Commissioner, in keeping us safe. And if you feel that a July class is crucial, I will support you on that. But we must also prepare for our future and do everything possible to utilize all the resources that we currently have. And I want to, in particular, speak about our NYPD auxiliary program, who are volunteers, and we need to use every resource that we currently have, in order to better understand on what resources we are still missing. And it costs the city of New York a $425 allowance per auxiliary officer, a bulletproof vest, and a NYPD and a portable. And during this pandemic, I have seen that the auxiliary offices have been taken off our streets, and I understand why. We need to keep them safe. They're volunteers. But I also don't understand why we can't utilize them to be proactive and to make phone calls. We have about 4,300 auxiliary officers in the city. And if each volunteer makes 5 phone calls, and the governor called this order on, I think it was in about 54 days ago. And if each auxiliary officer made 5 phone calls, we would have reached over 1 million New York City residents. And opposed to police officers who have to live within the confines of where they live, except if you work in Staten Island, they are community people. They are residents of the areas that they patrol. So they have a better understanding of those areas. I just want to make a recommendation. If we can utilize the auxiliary offices to do outreach, those volunteers, which is not costing our city much money, almost nothing, and utilize them to reach out and do community outreach to the community and be trained by CDC and Department of Health of what they need to tell individuals who they make phone calls to, or they visit later on once this pandemic makes it safe for them.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to ask in a second Chief of Patrol Fausto Picciotto to just talk about the auxiliaries. If Fausto, you could unmute. I spoke about it earlier in decisions I made personally regarding our auxiliary force. Councilman Deutsch. We've also, though, we don't make a decision and forget about it. We're constantly reevaluating. Just this week, we're looking again at the auxiliaries. Is it safe? Is there ways that we could use them? It's a little different than what you were mentioning, and I will take that up under consideration. But we are, it's a volunteer force that we're now going to reach out to and really ask if any are willing to come in, and does that make sense based on the age and pre-existing medical conditions and things of that nature, but maybe to work within parks or things of that nature. So Fausto, if you could jump in. I know it's a little early.
Sure, Commissioner. Council member, listen, thank you. I don't think anyone in this police department, besides the police commissioner perhaps, really has a deep appreciation for the auxiliaries. Being a former auxiliary police officer myself from 1995 to 1997 in the Lower East Side. So to the over 4,000 auxiliary members that we currently have, and to those that we have tragically lost during this time period, we all know the amount of work and the dedication that they have as volunteers is clearly unmatched as the largest municipal volunteer program across the nation. And if you look at the auxiliary Twitter account, they're on the front lines every single day during this pandemic. They are our city bus drivers. They are our doctors, our nurses. And I would encourage everyone, both near and far, to look at that Twitter site just to see that these folks are such special people, that they come and they commit their time here in the police department volunteering for very, very low fee. And then they are our frontline first responders in their everyday jobs, teachers, doctors, lawyers. So I can't thank them enough. And we had them out because it was critical that we look in line with the CDC guidelines, look at our workforce, our volunteer workforce, and we're certainly exploring our ways to get them back on the street. I know firsthand how dedicated they are, and they've been asking since this started what they can do to come back to work and help us out. So
I just want to make one last recommendation. So in addition to, I understand that they cannot be outside as of now, but if they can make phone calls and given the script and be trained by CDC and DOH, if they could reach out, make phone calls, it's not difficult to get people's phone numbers. Any person running for office could get almost every single phone number out there. Number one. And number two is that my colleagues are mentioning about the youth during the summer months. So in order to be an auxiliary, you have to be 17 years old. If we could lower that to 16, and use those young adults to be part of the auxiliary program and recruit them. We have, the auxiliary program here in New York City is really amazing, but we need to use them now more than ever under leadership.
Have to move on. We need to move on, so finish up, please.
Yeah, I'm trying. And so I think this is important. This will be twofold. One is to help our young leaders, and number two, we will use their resources to reach out and educate people and to be more proactive than to having the officers go in and try to de-escalate situations if we could do education and be proactive. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. All right, next Councilmember, please.
Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Vallone.
Councilmember, your time will start now.
Thank you. The chairs, Drum and Richards, want to thank you, and I want to support your statements that you have made and presumptively support Public Advocate Williams' statements, which I believe he would have made, and Ampry Samuel for the comments that she made. I want to thank the commissioner and his staff for being here and appearing before us so that we can have this opportunity to present questions to them. Earlier in his remarks, the commissioner said that the NYPD has been consistent, and I agree. They have been consistent in demonstrating the racial disparity that results in the unequal enforcement as it pertains to Black and Brown communities and the negative impact that it has. I also want to associate myself with those who have said that we need to eliminate the academy class that's coming up. I don't think that the training that's going on there in that academy has seen any significant change in how officers interact in our communities. In 2018, it was earlier said, one of my colleagues pointed out that the commissioner who was at that time the chief of crime control came before the hearing. And it was at that time that he said that he did not believe that NYPD treats Black and Brown communities any differently than they treat white communities. And in subsequent hearings, when I've asked him about that, he has never said that he has had a change in that understanding or that belief. I want to say that we are looking at Stop and Frisk 2.0. We're looking at, again, Black and Brown people being denied their constitutional rights and being the targets of police summonsings and arrests. At the funeral for the Rebbe 2 weeks ago, large numbers of people gathered and were accommodated and deferred to by the police. This week in Williamsburg, again, large numbers of people gathered and were not arrested, even though they were not obeying the rules for social distancing. 2 weeks ago, there was a person that we all saw via video that was accosted by the police and a choke hold put basically on his neck by the officer's knee. And the outcry was tremendous, but yet still later, we still see more incidences of police, particularly in an incident last week at the 7-5, where an officer attacked a young man, put him to the ground, and antagonized, not only did not try to de-escalate, but antagonized other people who were there watching what was going on. So we see that there has not been a significant change. Even though officers are wearing cameras, they continue to engage in negative ways in our communities that are Black and Brown. And I think that they do it because there are no appropriate consequences for their actions. They get a slap on the wrist, they lose vacation days, but there's no clear message that says, hey, don't do this. Yes, the mayor said that the videos do not reflect the values, but in actuality, they reflect the practices that are in place. So to my colleagues, I just want to say, we're asking the police department to tell us how they can reduce their budget. And they're talking about all of the reasons that they need, the amounts that they need for their programming. And I say to my colleagues, we have the ability to make the changes and to make sure that the budget reflects how we want to see the money that is spent, how we want to make sure that our children are given opportunities during the summer. We have that ability. And one more incident that I want to cite was the most recent incident where the woman in the train station was arrested because she wasn't wearing her mask properly in front of her child, similarly to what happened to Jasmine Headley. So to my colleagues, I say, we have the ability to make sure that what we want to see that reflects the values in our community reflected in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Council member, next council member, please.
Councilmember Vallone, followed by Councilmember Miller, please.
Councilmember, your time will start now.
Thank you very much. And Chair Danny Drum, make sure you know that no one will ever question your leadership in these times and how you handle every finance budget hearing. So cheers to you and everything you do. If anyone comes after you, I got your back anytime.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So to the NYPD and every officer and every first line member that is keeping us safe, I don't think I've heard it too much today, but let me say thank you, thank you, thank you. We are in a pandemic crisis that we have never seen before and hopefully never see again. There are no guidelines, there are no rules, there is nothing but you. We stay at home safe, trying to do our part, but you are called to go out on the streets and be criticized by everyone who thinks they can do it better. When a president and a governor and a mayor are all requiring every person to abide by social distancing and take care of themselves. And again, we put the task on you to try to do that. I said, just it wasn't even where I want to go on this hearing, because we're talking about budget and how to plan for the safety of the city through a budget in these financial times. But let a public health announcement on the subway and the radio make do and see how that happens. And let the NYPD go back to keeping us safe. And when the governor and the mayor and everyone else screams that social distancing is not being kept in line, stay out of it, because everyone else is asking you to. So let's stay on the focus of keeping us safe. To the commissioner, would you say the NYPD is facing more challenges today or less?
There's rarely a dull day. Is that an answer? Listen, this pandemic is, with the pandemic, it's certainly more, but again, you've had the opportunity to talk to Ben Tucker today, Eddie Delatorre, Fausto, Rodney Harrison, Terry Monahan's there somewhere, Christine Ryan, many others. I mean, they're the finest that New York City has to offer, and they represent an incredible executive team with hundreds of years of experience.
In my mind, there's softball questions, and me just saying, do you think there's more demands on the NYPD? Shouldn't be one you have to struggle with. I'll answer that one for you and say, yes, I do believe there are more demands. Do you think that the mental, the health, and the physical stress of the officers today are higher than they were before the pandemic?
Absolutely.
That's what's being lost here today. And if we're talking about numbers and budget, and the demands are higher, and dealing with the risks of their lives being at risk every day without having the proper equipment, and yet we're trying to stay safe, I believe that if we put that great a demand on our officers, and through attrition and retirement, and those officers who go out on disability, if we do not have an academy class, we are going to put this city at risk at not being at the ability to go through unknown times together. If we think public health announcements are what the city and my constituents are asking me for, then let me put on the record, we're dead wrong. That is not what my district and anyone who's ever called me has asked for. They're asking, I'm scared, and is the NYPD there? And they are. So we need to assist you in going forward through this crisis. And then maybe after some months go by, not 2 months, some time goes by to figure an analysis on where we are with recidivism and crime stats that Danny Drum would like to have, we'd all like to have, and what the impact of emptying our jails has been on our system. And are they the same people or is it different people? Who is committing these crimes? How do we best deal with homeless in the trains? How do we best deal with social distancing? That will have to be dealt with. But right now, in the middle of a crisis, the NYPD and our first responders need to be there. So can you, and my last point will be, on an average year, how many officers do we lose? So when our chairs, Donovan Richards and Danny Drum, how many officers do we lose through attrition and retirement to disability every year on an average, not the exact number. Is it 10, 20,000?
Yeah, on the average, I'm going to say it's about 2,000, but Marty Morales, our Chief of Personnel. Marty, you there? Unmute. Is that about right, Marty? About 2,000?
So every year right now this year, we have 827 year to date. Last year, yes, it was about 2,200. The year before that was about 1,800. It's about 5 to 6% of our workforce that we lose to attrition.
And do the academy class size reflect the replacement of that number, or does it shift year to year?
The academy class hires do
time's expired.
Catch up with the attrition.
Okay, so if we were to cancel or delay this academy class, what would that do to our numbers of officers?
That exactly is the fear. It's going to drop our numbers, and I think it's about 1,200 cops less, and it's going to force us to make decisions on where those cops come from.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll be pulled from something else.
Thank you, Councilmember Vallone, and we'll go to our next council member.
Councilmember Miller, followed by Councilmember Grodenchuk.
Councilmember, your time will start now.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Drum, for your leadership. Chair Richards, very much appreciated. Good afternoon, Commissioner, to you and your team. I want to be succinct in the messaging because there's been a lot of things said, but as the co-chair of the Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus, I want to echo the sentiments of the members that have come before and the conversations that we have been having about unilaterally opposing any budget that continues with the current 1% cut from the police department, which continues to perpetuate the inequities that we are seeing throughout the city, and that's been an issue. Let me just say that also about the policies, procedures that have been advocated, spoken about this morning by the public advocate, the chair of public safety, and others, and some of the disparities that we have seen. While they're not specific budget items, certainly it is not mutually exclusive to the budget, because if you look at policies and you look at budget, it will tell you about individuals, it will tell you about agencies, and it will tell you about institutions. And therein lies the conversation that we have been having today, that we think that the by virtue of COVID, what we've seen has been certain disparities within communities of color. And that remains relevant. But I do want to talk about the budget as we move forward. There's been a lot of talk about the workforce. There's been a lot of talk about the next class and attrition and so forth. I think that unless we are seeing from the police department, as we have seen in other agencies, really line by line budget items and more transparency about the services that are getting delivered and potentially services that are being cut, the conversation is disingenuous at best. When we start talking about how many officers are being needed and that we'll have a catastrophic difference in services and how they get delivered and how the city would suffer. We don't know that, because we don't know if that each and every one of these members under the budget of the police department, what are the tasks are they performing, right? Or their civilianization, or the things that could be done. Because certainly from an HR perspective, I know that the citywide administrative services and every agency within its scope are now assessing and evaluating based on COVID-19, the work from home mode, the brick and not just the human capital, but the brick and mortars as well. So as the city changes on how they deliver services, does the police department intend to remain the same, and are they continuing to evaluate how services get delivered? And as I said, if we could talk about line by line, because when we start talking about what the actual costs are overtime and what the actual cost of the next class would be, without saying whether or not it is specific to the postponement of some of the large activities that are happening, and or is it attributed to police officers doing work outside of their prescribed task and title, and or what does that look like? And the actual course of having a class that said we have to do this to mitigate the overtime, but then we have to balance that with the actual course of the training, the fringe benefits, and all the things that go along with that. And so we need to see more transparency and not just say that there has to be a replacement through attrition, number by number, as was mentioned earlier as well, that there, as we've seen the reduction in the number of inmates in Rikers Island and crime and agencies just in general, it appears that the police department has maintained its philosophy and its numbers in that way. And I'm simply saying that I would like to see transparency in a line by line fashion that addresses the need to have this. But right now we are unilaterally opposed to a 1% cut. Because this is COVID-19 is certainly a public safety issue that we cannot police our way out of. As in the youth services that are in the budget that can be delivered by DYCD, other agencies that have historically provided those.
Time's expired.
Those services. You want to speak specifically about those budget items, line by line?
Are we going over the 5 minutes? I'm getting conflicting reports here.
Commissioner?
Yep.
Commissioner, this is Chair Drum. I know that you have a hard line. You have to leave at about 1 o'clock. So would somebody be able to stay, or are you able to go over a little bit, or let me know?
Yep, Christine can do the best she can. I mean, that's a pretty detailed task. But Christine, can you get on it?
Yeah, so I mean, I think with regard to the transparency within the budget, I think I would just want to remind everyone that, you know, there are 14 units of appropriation. We have the budget function analysis, which provides information on how resources are distributed among different commands and areas. And from a budget perspective, and I know the documents get maybe a little too budgety, but there's over 1,000 budget codes which provide different information on funding for different programs and areas. So in terms of what's lined out in the budget, there is a significant amount of detail. I think with regard to the broader programmatic questions, that's a broader conversation. But you know, the line item, the detailing, if there's specific items, you know, we can work with you on those. But there's a lot of granularity actually in the budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council member. Commissioner, do you need to leave, or if not, can somebody, I mean, if you do, can somebody stay?
Let's go 5 minutes. And I was budgeted to 12. I pushed off a couple things, but let's get, if there's one or two that you'll finish up with, and I'll keep some of my staff.
Come on, Commissioner, you can stay extra half an hour. Where you gotta go?
I'm staying an hour already.
No, you didn't. You budgeted to 1. Half an hour.
And apparently the budget is for money and not time.
Half an hour. Where do you gotta go?
Let's move on quickly, and let me remind council members to please ask questions and hold the statements. Let's move on. Next council member, please.
Councilmember Grodenchik, followed by Councilmember Cabrera, please.
Council member, your time will start now.
And for all the work that your department does, I just want to ask this question. You know, how much money does it spend? How much money do you spend to prepare a class? I know that you do extensive background and all that kind of stuff. What does that cost the city before these young people even enter the department?
Hey, Marty or Christine, if you'd like to, that's a good question. Marty, can you just detail some of the applicant investigation and steps? And Christine, you can.
I just need a quick answer. Is it $1 million? Is it 5? Is it? I know it's.
I could go through the process, but I don't have a dollar amount on what it costs.
All right. If you could get back to me, Chief Morales, I would appreciate that. Good to see you as always. Good to see a kid from the hood. Secondly, with relation to the class that is set to go forward, at least right now, my wife is upstairs teaching. My son is allegedly studying to graduate Queens College in his room, and I'm here, and none of us are going out really. So the question is, and many universities have announced that they're not going to be doing in-class work. They're going to be doing remote. Are you planning on training the next class of police officers remotely, or how are you going to do that safely?
We've certainly talked about it. I see Ben Tucker jumping up there.
No one else has asked that question.
But there are pieces of it where logistically it is simply, as part of our academy class, you're talking about firearms instruction.
Yeah, I understand that. Yep.
Yeah, gym, driving. There's a lot of hands-on, but we're certainly exploring it. Ben, can you talk about it for a second?
Sure. I mean, I've been having this conversation with Chief Shortell and her team, and it's a heavy lift, but it absolutely does. It's going to be a challenge to be cognizant of the social distancing. No question about that. But we've worked out a plan. If we get the full 1,163 recruits coming in, we will. That will amount to somewhere around 30 companies, and with about roughly 30 to 31 students per class. So and then we've got some large classrooms where we would have. They seat 111 students, but we have only roughly 9 or 10 of those, so we'll have some challenges. But the truth is, I think when we think about the class, we're talking about hiring. We're bringing new people in who have passed the physical exam and are healthy. We will be certainly strictly adhering to wearing gloves and masks throughout the training, but we clean the classrooms frequently. We'll be doing that. We will doing all the things that we know are important to minimize the spread to the extent that there are problems. We had only about 4 people in the last class that went out sick. One was tested positive. But the numbers weren't very high, and of course we were still conducting training. So
thank you, Commissioner. I just want to say one last thing. I appreciate that answer, and I know how hard you're going to work to keep people safe. I just want to thank Commissioner Shea for speaking up for crime victims. My first boss had worked at the Crime Victims Board, Assemblywoman Mayerson, and I don't think that we as a society put enough on talking about that. Probably many of us who are on this conversation have been crime victims. I've been burgled. I lost a car many years ago. And I want to thank the NYPD for their work. And many times they are necessary because we collectively as a society have not come to grips with issues that we really need to come to grips with. And so I thank them and I wish you all well and look forward to working with my local commanders every day. Thank you. Thank you, Chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next council member.
Councilmember Cabrera, followed by Councilmember Ayala. Thank you.
Councilmember, your time starts now.
Thank you to the chair and commissioner. Thank you for foregoing your intro. I know we didn't get to the questions to the council members for an hour and a half. So if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't get to some of us here. I find it, first of all, I appreciate Councilmember Drum's question for the data. If we could get that data regarding bail reform to see any correlation regarding bail reform and the spike of numbers that came in January. But let me just say this, the fact is, regardless of the reason, we saw a spike. Love to find out what was the spike, but there was definitely a spike that took place. We see 3 of the 4 categories the highest crimes that went up, that concerns me. And the only category that didn't go up is because people are really not in the streets and they're not being assaulted as much for $1,000 or more. And so I am very concerned that just a few years ago, everyone who's in the council right now pushed the mayor. The mayor gave us some resistance to add 1,200 police officers. And it seems odd to me that now we're saying, let's get rid of police officers. Why was it necessary then and not necessary now? And let me just present something here with a question. And that is, summer is coming. People are not going to wear their masks. Very few. So it is right now, it's very hot. Even in countries where they went down the curve, it was during the winter time. I'm just concerned about the dynamics that are going to be in place. Have you thought about what would be the next step? And even for police officers wearing a mask, what is that? What is it going to entail? I mean, somebody's super hot and we're going to deal with heat stroke versus wearing a mask. And same thing with police officers who have to walk the beat in the sun. What is it going to look like? So I appreciate if you could help me with that. I'm all for the cure of violence. Myself and public advocate Jumaane Williams, we got it through so many years ago. It's my hope that we keep funding it. But the thing that strikes me is that there are other agencies, other departments who have no cuts whatsoever. But we're talking about balancing it in the back of the NYPD. Yes, there should be cuts, but you're not the all in all. And at the end of the day, to be honest with you, you're not the mayor. It's really a negotiation that's taking place between the council and the mayor. But I'm very concerned in my district. We just got a report this morning. People are breaking into stores because the owners are not inside. They're breaking into many stores. They know they're vacant. They know no one is manning the house. And the last thing, let me just say this, and that is that you should have never even been put in a position to have to even ask for masks. It should have been already in the plan given to you. I saw police officers there early on who told me I can't get a hold of a mask. And so can you answer that question regarding this summer and also the attrition, which we are in part to be about, it looks like 2,000 of them. What kind of direct impact that would have upon crime reduction?
So I think I've said it a bunch of different ways. Thank you for the statement and the question. I think clearly that I'm concerned about that academy class and the impact it would have. And you have a finite number of resources. Everyone has different opinions of how the money should be spent or where the resources should go, but we have a finite budget, and any impact on it, the bottom line is it'll have to come from somewhere else if those cuts are made.
So that 1,200 officers that you received, do you believe that made a significant difference when we first?
Yeah, yes. I absolutely do. And I thank you for that effort, the whole council and the mayor. I mean, that was a decision a couple of years ago that it really gave us a shot in the arm, more money, more resources. And we've had some of the best crime years that we've ever seen in New York City, with the lowest arrests and too. And let me just say, you look at the last couple of years in New York City and what has been put on the NYPD, and we're not asking for it, but we're certainly rising to take it, the challenge. And whether it's opiates and overdoses, whether it's homelessness, whether it's working with the mentally ill, and people have made the argument, maybe it shouldn't be the police and maybe it shouldn't, but we're here to do what we can for New Yorkers. And whether it's Fausto's people, Terry Monahan's people, Rodney's people, I think there's a reason why eventually, and it falls to the police because people have confidence in the police. Maybe we're not the best agency to deal with it all, but we certainly give it the best effort. Terry Monahan, you unmuted? You want to just talk about what you think the summer is bringing and wearing masks and some of the obstacles? Hey,
yeah, all right, I'm on now. Just got unmuted. And again, let me go back to those 1,200 police officers, Councilman Cabrera. Remember, that was neighborhood policing. That was given so that we can give our cops more time out on the streets to get to know the people, time away from 911. If we step back and lose that opportunity for our cops to get out of their radio car and interact with the community, that sets us right back to where we were pre-2014 when we introduced neighborhood policing. And I don't think any of us, I know I don't, and I guarantee every councilman doesn't want to go back to what we saw in 2014. As we go forward to this summer, listen, it's going to be a hot summer. It always is. We have more responsibilities on us going into this summer than we've ever had before in my 39 years of policing. That we are facing whatever's going to happen out on the beaches, whether they're going to be open, whether they're going to be closed, whether parks are going to be open or closed, how long are the subways going to be closed. The responsibilities that are on the police department as crime starts to tick up going into the summer. And all you have to do is take a look at the violence, because I feel that's truly the bellwether of all crime in the city, is the amount of people getting shot. That hasn't gone down during the pandemic, and it's going up right now. It's going up extremely problematic as we look at different gangs that are out there shooting one another. This is something that we are going to be facing going forward as the summer comes. And if we don't have cops to replace it, and we start going back into that slide, especially if there's an economic downturn, you know, we know if anyone's been around, I've been around a long time, what it was like in the 70s during an economic downturn, the violence that started to come out. You need the police out there to keep it tampered down. Otherwise, we could really have this city going in the wrong direction.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the chairs.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barron did want me to clarify for the record that she did not vote for the additional police officers. With that, we will move to our next council member.
Councilmember, time starts.
I apologize. Can we please have Councilmember Ayala followed by Councilmember Menchaca?
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate what my colleagues have said, and I just want to be on record as saying that I also do not condone the unnecessary use of force in recent arrests that we have seen play out on social media. But I wanted to recognize the hard work of our local police precincts. I have actually been working hand in hand with my precincts, and I have seen how diligently, you know, they've worked to address food insecurity in our communities. I've had police officers, you know, serving meals to our most vulnerable citizens, and I am, you know, eternally grateful to them for that, and I want to recognize that. I also wanted, well, in the interest of time, because I know we have a lot of members, I just want to go straight into questioning. Obviously, I'm really concerned about mental health issues and the mental health of uniformed and civilian personnel who may be working overtime in these trying circumstances. So can you provide us a total budget for the mental health at NYPD and explain whether it has changed over the last few months or the last year? And secondly, on opioid enforcement, can you tell us if the department has seen an increase or decrease in overdose deaths? And is there more activity related to opioids occurring in our parks now? And third and last question, approximately 30 million was added last year for ADA renovations at select precincts. Will those renovations be moving forward?
So I'll start at the end with the overdose deaths. The Department of Health is the agency that releases the final counts. It's usually released, you know, several times a year in terms of the confirmed unintended overdoses. I think some of the sad news is that, you know, we've seen that spike in recent years with the introduction of fentanyl. I don't know that there has been a negligible decrease. It may have fluctuated a little bit, but I think unfortunately that level, but the Department of Health would probably be better to answer that question. I believe it's unfortunately still at all too high levels on the unintentional overdose deaths. Are we seeing an increase in usage in parks? I don't know that we, well, actually I have received a number of complaints, but it's more anecdotal. I've received a number from different parts of the city about drug use. This is another one of those categories that I certainly don't have the answer for. I know that myself, Mike LaPetri, I've had this conversation with Terry Monahan, Ben Tucker, and many others, Rodney Harrison. You know, everyone agrees that we don't want to send people low level to jail for low levels of drugs. But we're balancing public safety, and we're trying to balance a low prison population, which I think in this regard is a good thing. But policing on this one, low level drugs, arresting people, putting them in jail is not going to be the answer, I don't believe. But nobody has really, outside of the treatment, which sometimes takes long periods of time. And it's kind of like the homeless, offering service, offering treatment, and hopefully people get stuck on the treatment and get their way out of that terrible, terrible situation. But in terms of public use, I have heard a lot of complaints. I don't have data in front of me in terms of, I think we're pretty consistent on the level of complaints about selling that we get. I don't think there's huge fluctuations in the usage of drugs. It discriminates against no one. It hits every facet of life, and sometimes it goes behind closed doors a little more. Sometimes it comes out in the open, but I think that drugs is just a terrible scourge that still we have to, as a society, push back on. Christine, on the issue of mental health, I think that you're referring to how much money we spend on mental health for our employees. Is that right? So Christine, can you touch on that in terms of counselors and things of that nature?
Yeah, so we'll have to get back to you on the exact funding for the resources, but there are 37 uniformed personnel and 6 civilians in the health and wellness section of the department. We also have the new working with New York Presbyterian for Finest Care, and the cost for that is about $1.2 million. And we have also been working to bring on some more psychologists within the department, but we can get you the exact budget breakdown after this.
I don't know if Ben Tucker, you.
I'm expired.
Okay, we have a few more council members. Let's try to be succinct in our questions and in our answers, and we'll go to the next council member, please. We're going to go to 3 minutes for each council member because I have another hearing starting at 1:30. Thank you.
Can we please have council members Menchaca followed by Joe Nyang'Kumbo?
Thank you, chairs. Commissioner, how many officers are currently on modified duty and or have pending disciplinary charges based on allegations of police abuse, brutality abuse, or of authority, or killing of a civilian? And how much does this represent in personnel costs for the FY21 budget?
Yeah, so either Ben or Marty, if you could touch different aspects of that, and we'll finish with Christine in terms of costs.
Okay.
Ben, you can give an overview on the discipline piece and what, if you have it.
All right.
And as they're getting that, I want to also add, okay, go ahead.
So in terms of discipline, as you know, we took a hard look at this with the Blue Ribbon panel some time ago. And so we've moved into a whole different space now with respect to the way in which the system operates. We tried to make it more efficient. As the panel made 13 separate recommendations touching on discipline broadly.
Because my time is limited, it's just a simple answer about numbers. Can you give us a number?
Number for?
Yeah. how many people are on modified duty or
Yeah,
pending?
give me a second. Yeah.
Okay, so let's wait for that. There are two questions that are coming from youth in the neighborhood. One of them is, what should citizens and neighborhood neighbors do if they see an officer without masks? What are the consequences? And can our neighborhood document that and bring it to you? And Chair, I want to make sure we get the answer to the first question, because you're cutting time already for us. So let's just make sure we get that. And then while you go through your papers.
And Marty, do you have it, modified numbers? And if you don't, we'll just get back.
Yes, we currently have 220 members out on modified assignment.
And what's that cost on the 21 budget?
Well, modified assignment is still getting paid. They suspended on 15.
So when you talk about somebody on modified assignment, it could be for a variety of reasons. They will be getting paid, but then to naturally assume that what is the cost? Well, the cost they're still put to work. So they're just repositioned. They could be watching video cameras. They could be answering phones. They could be doing a lot of different
So
things.
Commissioner, I'm going to pause you there. I'm going to give you one equation from the youth that have come in. The NYC minus SYEP in the arts plus more cops does not equal public safety. And if you can comment on how that makes you feel in terms of responding to the youth threat.
Honestly, I didn't follow what you even said.
So the equation is simple from the youth.
What do you stand for?
New York City as a whole, minus SYEP in the arts, which is what the budget cuts have represented, plus more officers does not equal public safety. And this is what young people are telling us right now as we talk to them about the budget. How can you respond to them as they understand it through this math equation?
And I'll have to move to the next council member. Commissioner, do you want to just respond to that? And then we need to move to the next council member.
I think it's a very good debate, and I think I love the fact that the youth are involved in this type of engagement and civic responsibility. I think it's a great sign for the future.
Can we please have Councilmember Jonai followed by Councilmembers Cumbo and Traeger?
Thank you. Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Commissioner, and your entire team. Let me always begin, as we should, by thanking all of our first responders, our healthcare workers, and essential employees for all the work that they're doing and for risking themselves to protect and serve. With that, I'll get straight into the questions. Head counts, I've asked this before, citywide by precinct. We use a formula based on the number of crimes that are reported. I have two precincts, the 4-5 and the 4-9. 4-5 is the second largest geographic precinct in the city, which is very challenging, including Pelham Bay Park, which includes Orchard Beach and Co-op City. The second problem, the 4-9 precinct, was the hardest hit precinct citywide. They had more COVID cases and law enforcement officers out than any other precinct in the city. I want to make sure that our head counts have made up for the loss that we had issues with prior to this crisis. I'm still waiting for information on how we decide the number of officers that are assigned to a precinct, and specifically those that are out there on the street. So aside from the administrative responsibilities, how many patrols and officers? I still have major issues with rampant motorcycles, papa wheelies, one-way streets taking over intersections. And I know this is a citywide problem. I offered a solution that perhaps we can offer rewards for anyone that leads to the information of where these bikes are parked, so we can seize these illegal dirt bikes and four-wheelers that are all over the place. Thirdly, because traffic agents and their budget are being cut, this is going to put more responsibility on NYPD, and that's you, Commissioner. In particular, I mention this because of Pelham Bay Park, Orchard Beach, and City Island, which is a destination place and eventually will be opened and is going to need the additional law enforcement for crowd control, for traffic, and so on and so forth. Social distancing, I think the success is great, what is happening with the trains. I see now the homeless are moving into our parks. So they're being shifted from trains and from buses into our parks. And if this is to protect the homeless and those that they interact with, we need more enforcement, and perhaps taking the same approach as we did with the MTA, where we shut down parks. Anyone that's in there will be escorted out of the park and not turning a blind eye, which means you're going to need more resources. So with that, if we can answer the questions, I'm done. Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Commissioner and team.
Thank you for the questions. Fausto, just get ready on the motorcycles, and I'll turn to you in a second. We're at a budget hearing, and we're answering a lot of tough questions about how to make fiscally responsible decisions for the city. And we're talking about cutting cops, but the irony is not lost on me that here we are, and it's the same thing I hear at every community meeting, even though it's been 2 months since I've been at a community meeting. The ask is usually the same. We want more cops in our communities because they're doing a good job. The 4-5 is a tough one. Any command we look at citywide, it's a formula of, how many calls for service, what is the traffic, what is the density, how much crime is there. We look at a historical look, and we have an Office of Management Analysis and Planning that makes tough decisions. You're making tough decisions today and forcing us to make tough decisions. And then internally, we do the same thing. And where do we put our resources? I could tell you that before this pandemic and continuing afterwards, I'm going to be continuing to make sure that we're as efficient as possible and putting, whether it's detectives or police officers or civilians, out into the field where they interact with the public, and we get the most bang for the buck in providing services for the great people of this city. But there is challenges, and I will take a look at the 4-5 and the 4-9. I know that the good news is we're back to where we are in terms of sick reports. So most of those sick members are back to work. But I think you're asking a little more about generally how many are assigned to those commands, and we'll take a look at it.
None of those commands. And Commissioner, there's no reflection on both of those commanders.
We're gonna
They're awesome.
And just closing up on the motorcycles, I get more complaints about motorcycles. It puts people at risk. Dirt bikes, quads. Some of the people on this conference have called me and complaining about them in the park. Fausto, can you just give a number? How many have we seized in the last month or two?
Sure. In the last 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, we seized over 25 dirt bikes and quads throughout the city.
I have 25 on my roadways.
We are out there. We are trying to do it in a safe manner. I do not want my police officers chasing people around the cities, but we've put pretty comprehensive plans in place. Terry Monahan, his operations unit, there's been great coordination. And we've seized them, we've taken them off the streets, and more importantly, we've done it safely.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have 2 more questions, 2 more council members, and then we're going to end it.
Can we please have Councilmember Cumbo followed by Councilmember Traeger?
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to address my colleagues, and with all due respect to my colleagues, if you had a woman of the racial or ethnic or religious group that you identify with pushed down to the ground by a barrage of officers while their child watched, I don't think that you would be so forward in your desire to see another graduating NYPD class. I feel if you saw that woman plus the other videos that we've been forced to see, as well as a generation, as well as centuries of these sorts of incidents, you would not be so forceful in your desire to see another graduating class. With that said, Commissioner, we've had a number of meetings, we've had a number of discussions with both you and the mayor, but every day it seems like we just go back to we had another tough night, we saw another video, we saw another We're not seeing or hearing anything from you in the way of a dramatic change. It's just, we have another incident, and these incidents have continued to add up. What we really need to see in the council to have confidence, and we know we can't have that type of confidence quickly, is that we don't want to see another graduating class come out with the same level of racism, of brutality that continues to exist within our communities, or we're going to have the same exact issues that are going to spiral out of control, particularly this summer. You know, we have over 20,000 people in New York State have died. We would hope that through this, we would have that Edmund Pettus Bridge moment in our communities where the NYPD turns this around dramatically. We can't go back to how we were. We need to see you, as well as the mayor, to say this level of behavior is not just disturbing, but that it's not tolerated, that those officers are going to be swiftly dealt with. Officers like Garcia, who have had lawsuit after lawsuit because of brutality, are going to be eliminated from this department. We have zero tolerance. We want to see a new training program that partners with real organizations in our community, from the Malcolm X grassroots movement to Ife Tayo, to Bedford-Stuyvesant Restoration, to Billie Holiday, to Caribbean Cultural Center, so that these officers are volunteering and having real time spent in our communities. We're not hearing anything like that. This form of policing is going to spiral out of control. And while something that's starting like social distancing, we are going to have chaos in our streets this summer that are going to make social distancing look like a light thing. I'm going to end there because my son and I are here, and it's hard for me to stay focused, but to continue to just have meeting after meeting saying that we're having a tough time, but no real solutions and no real change coming from the department or the administration is not going to yield the new results. And I stand in favor of not having another graduating class until you and the administration can demonstrate that you have new policies and new procedures to address these issues.
Okay. Did you want to comment, Commissioner?
No, well, you know, I agree with a lot of what you said, Councilwoman Cumbo. Some of it I disagree with. I'm on the record for saying those things, but I do respect your statement. I invite you to come out with us. Come out with us, come out with Fausto, come out with Nilda, and see what our officers are dealing with. It doesn't sound good when I say it again, and I'll say it again, that it's bad incidents and it reflects negatively on the entire city, but that is not necessarily a reflection of the NYPD officer actions. I mean, I've said this on the news today, and I'm sure some of you have seen it, and I'll recount it again today. Yesterday's incident, we had NYPD officers in a train station handing out masks. That is what is very frustrating to me. When they see an individual walking into the station with a young child in hand, which is, I'm a parent. The woman has a mask on her neck. The woman is approached respectfully, and the officers say, and minority officers, by the way, say, please put the mask on before you come into the system. That is exactly what the public is asking us to do. We didn't do it rudely. We didn't do anything that I would consider out of the norms of public. We asked her to put the mask on her face, and they were immediately met with a fusillade of inappropriate language. We have thick skin. That's not the end of the world, and it's not the end of the story. But then she goes on to say, I'm going to cough on all of you. The cops are in an extremely difficult situation. They didn't summons her. They didn't arrest her. They didn't put their hands on her, but they did say, if you're not putting your mask on and you're telling us you're going to cough on people, you're going to have to leave the system. I don't know if you agree with that or not. It's a bad situation. This happened twice. She came back into the system. She was asked to leave again. Still no summons, no arrest. This isn't a racial issue. And then on the last time, she finally pushes past the officers. And what you saw the end, that's the video. It's terrible. On the way to the station house, we have apologies all around. And we have a statement that, I'm sorry I took my frustration out on you. And I'm not going to get into her personal business because I don't think it's appropriate. but she's dealing with a lot in her personal life, and she apologized for taking frustration out on the cops.
Let me just
now the NYPD is wrong again. This is I don't like it at all. I don't like that it happened. I wish it happened differently. I don't know the exact training, but this is what we have to get through. And just a blanket, that's the latest one. And Lori, some of them, the Lori Scott one, absolutely I am uncomfortable with. And I said that publicly. We took guns away on the first night, and there's a process which will play out where they'll be different.
Madam Majority Leader, I have to move on.
I just wanted to just add one thing.
Madam Majority Leader, we have to move on.
The thing I will say about that is that no other race of people are treated in that way. So while you have the backstory and the after story and the during, no other race, I have never seen in my 45 years of living a white woman treated that way with her child watching. And if it happened to any other race or community or ethnicity, it would have been handled differently. And the aftermath of what happens after that would be happening very differently. And I'll just close on that.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Our last question, and then we'll have a closeout from our Chair, Donovan Richards.
Councilmember Traeger, please.
Time starts now.
Thank you to Chair Drum and to Chair Richards. And, thank you to Commissioner and the team for staying for the duration of this hearing. This is a very contentious issue, and I share the frustration of many of my colleagues. And I just want to also just note for the record, Commissioner Shea, the governor's pause orders and the mayor's social distancing and face covering orders, would you agree that these are public health mandates? These are public health orders?
I think that sounds logical to me.
And Commissioner Shea, are NYPD officers licensed health professionals?
We are not.
Is there any kind of pandemic enforcement or education in police academy training to become an officer?
I'm not sure of that question. I mean, certainly we have a variety of training over the course of 6 months for a number of topics, but I don't think anyone has specific training prior to this, to exactly what we're facing at this time. But ultimately what we're tasked with is protecting, through the academy and onward on the street, is the health, safety, and welfare of the public. So there is a correlation there.
So to me, I believe that these are public health mandates. These are public health orders. You acknowledge that your members are not licensed health professionals. And therefore, it is, to me, I think the leader of the city of New York, the mayor, has to shift the approach, because this is only going to become a more growing issue and concern. I think you, like many of us before the pandemic, would visit a restaurant that would be assigned a health grade. We would trust our families with the grade assigned to that restaurant. And we need to build on the trust that folks had with health inspectors and health departments to be a part of this effort. This cannot just be an NYPD issue. I want to note for the record that yesterday, officers from the 60th Precinct, School Safety, FDNY EMT, saved a woman's life that she almost drowned in the beach of Coney Island. And they rushed out. There's no swimming allowed. Beaches are closed, but they actually rushed out and saved. So I do want to recognize that, Commissioner Shea. And I want to really thank them for saving her. She was rushed to the hospital, and Coney Island Hospital saved her life. I don't know if you were aware of what happened yesterday.
I was.
So I want to just note that. And the last thing I'll say is Coney Island, Brighton Beach, I am petrified of what's coming this summer. I have not been given any information from City Hall about what the plan is to help deal with education, public safety.
Councilmember, please wrap up.
We're usually given information by now. Commissioner Shea, we're in the dark. What can you share with us to protect our coastal community this summer?
So I can tell you that we're looking at not just coastal communities, we're looking at areas of the city that have beaches, areas of the city that have parks, literally the whole city, and trying to plan as best as we can in coordination with City Hall and other agencies with the information that we have now. So in terms of, what areas are going to be open, what areas are going to be high density, what steps have to be taken to prevent people from gathering in high numbers. And this is what we are doing. We're doing it in conjunction with other agencies, and I agree with you in that these are uncharted times, and we are trying to make best case estimations on what lays ahead with, unfortunately, not all the facts.
Okay, I'd like to work with you further on the summer plan, but thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go to Chair Donovan Richards to close us out. But I also just want to say that Councilmember Diana Ayala didn't get an answer on her ADA capital, but we'll follow up on writing with you on that, Commissioner. Chair Richards.
Thank you. And let me just first request the commissioner also, if Oleg can send me what the youth initiative budget is, that would be helpful right after this hearing. And let me just close by saying, certainly there's been a lot of rhetoric today. And, I just want to be clear, none of us are anti-police. Right. And I think Councilmember Cabrera certainly pointed out we aren't, but we are anti-police brutality, and we are going to continue to speak out against those things. I do also want to add that you said some things that I think you went further today than I've ever heard you go, and speaking of where we need to go. And I really appreciate your comments today. And with saying that, I also hope that I think it would be a tremendous benefit for you to also be at that hearing next week to discuss this, because I think if we're going to heal together, I don't think any of us are looking for theatrics. We're looking for a place where every community can be policed evenly, and where we can hear each other and work towards the common goal of reducing crime across the city. But we know that this cannot continuously be a police-led issue as well. Also, just speak to de-escalation. It needs to be a lot more work around that. But technically, law enforcement can't be the answer to a public health crisis. That's just the bottom line. And we look forward to hearing from the mayor on how he's going to ensure that that stops. I also just wanted to close on one of your statements, and I think you took a step backwards in your response to Lori Cumbo, because there's certainly inequity in the ways that we're dealt with. And certainly you go and look at parks where people had no mask, right, at all, but yet they were dealt with in a different fashion. So that's what people are seeing. That's what we are seeing, either not deceiving us. And I just want to put that out there. We may see it differently, but the point is this is what we are seeing in communities that have historically had challenges with the police department. So I applaud you on the NCO program. I support my precincts. There's not a precinct in my district that won't say that I support them. And even outside of my community, we have a great relationship. But that doesn't mean that we don't have the right to criticize policies when we see them being enacted in an unfair manner. So I hope to see you next week. And I hope you make yourself available. And I think we can get to a place of healing by working together. So I want to thank you for coming today. We have a lot more work to do. I still just want to echo, police class has to go. I don't think there's any reason for it momentarily. I think that money can be better utilized to reduce crimes in different ways. So thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And thank you to my chair, Danny Drum. And no one has the right to call you anything. We all know that you stand firm with your police department. I've worked with you on several issues over there, and you've always been fair. So thank you, Danny.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner, I want to echo the sentiment. We really thank you for extending your time today. I think that your willingness to do that shows an openness and willingness to continue the discussion with the City Council. We are most grateful to you. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and with that, we're going to close this section out. We will now go to, hold on, I do have a statement to read. Okay, we will now take a break until 1:30 p.m., until 2 p.m., when we will hear from the Department for Aging. I ask my colleagues who will be joining us for the aging portion of the hearing to remain in the Zoom conference with your microphone muted until we're ready to begin. And with that, this hearing is ended.
This is just a reminder, if everybody can please put their electronic devices to silent or vibrate. We will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, can everyone please turn on their electronic devices to vibrate or silent? Please mute your microphone on Zoom. Please ensure that you have named yourself correctly in Zoom, or you may have been either renamed by the Zoom host or removed from the hearing. Thank you. We will begin momentarily.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council's third day of hearings on the Mayor's executive budget for fiscal 2021. I just want to gavel us in. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the Finance Committee. We are joined by the Committee on Aging, chaired by my colleague, Councilmember Margaret Chin, and we will now hear from the Department of Aging. I would like to acknowledge my colleagues that have joined us for this hearing, and let me just pull them up. They are Councilmembers Vallone, Adams, Ampry Samuel, Cohen, Grodenchik, Menchaca, Ayala, Lewis, Barron, Yeager, Koslowitz, Cumbo, Jonai, and I think it's Yeager. Jonai, Landsman, Diaz, Matteo, and Gibson. Okay, thank you all for being here. And I'd now like to, in the interest of time, I will forego an opening statement, but I'm going to turn it over to our committee counsel to go over some procedural items before we hear from Councilmember Chin.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Ruiz and I'm counsel to the New York City Council's Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If council members would like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function. You will be added to the queue. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Councilmember Chin.
Just before we begin, I'd like to say we've also been joined by Councilmember Holden. Chair Chin.
Thank you, Chair Drum. I know it's been a long day for you. Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Chin, Chair of the Committee on Aging, and welcome to this committee's first ever virtual hearing. We are here today to hear testimony from the Department for the Aging, or DFTA, on its proposed $386 million executive budget for fiscal year 2021. DFTA released its budget at an unprecedented time. The coronavirus crisis has placed most of New York City on lockdown, and seniors have been the hardest hit group. Of the over 20,000 confirmed and probable COVID deaths in the city, 74% have been among those aged 55 and older, according to the Office of Emergency Management. I would like to start by honoring those seniors who have died from COVID-19 and recognizing the medical and nursing home staff, home health aides, nonprofit senior service providers, DFTA staff, and other emergency personnel who have worked so hard to keep seniors safe, healthy, and connected. Thank you. I will keep my remark brief so that we have much time as possible for council member questions. But let me emphasize 3 key points. First, DFTA's executive budget excludes funding in fiscal 20 and fiscal 21 for ongoing COVID-19 response. This includes under budgeting of at least $7 million and likely more than $20 million for emergency direct delivery meal. That program was operated by DFTA for just a few weeks before the Department of Transportation Sanitation took control of the program, which we will discuss much more during our question. I hope to hear today what DFTA's real budget looks like and a commitment that the adopted budget will reflect actual expenses and revenues. Second, the budget continues to fall $10 million short on DFTA's commitment to senior center model budgeting. I hope to hear from DFTA that you will tell seniors today that the $10 million for model budgeting will appear in the adopted budget. Third, the budget fails to improve the home delivered meal program. Over half of the city council, including the finance chair, signed on to my letter requesting $26.2 million more to meet the growing demand for food and to reimburse provider at a fair rate. I hope DFTA will agree that this $26.2 million across 2 years is not optional add-on, but a necessary development to protect vulnerable seniors in this historic crisis. Additionally, I look forward to discussing the home delivered meal RFP, which has been delayed 3 times during COVID-19 and should be postponed and revisited in the light of the crisis. It is clear there are many important issues that we must discuss today, and I look forward to hearing from DFTA's Commissioner and Chief Financial Officer. Before the committee council is asked to swear in the panel, I'd like to thank the committee staff for their hard work in preparing for this hearing. Daniel Cook, our senior financial analyst, Johina Supura, unit head, Council Nusat Chadori, policy analyst Kalima Johnson, and Marian Guerra, my deputy chief of staff and director of legislation and budget. And now I will turn it back to Chair Drum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are also joined by Councilmember Deutsch. I will now call on the members of the Department for Aging to testify. We will hear testimony from Commissioner Lorraine Cortez Vasquez and DFTA's Chief Financial Officer, Jose Mercado. Will the committee council please administer the affirmation?
Thank you. I will now administer the affirmation one time, and you'll be called on individually to so affirm at the end. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Cortez Vasquez?
I do.
And Mr. Mercado?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Chin, Chair Drum, and members of the Aging and Finance Committee. As it's been stated, I'm Lorraine Cortez Vasquez, and I'm joined this afternoon by Jose Mercado, our Chief Financial Officer, in what seems to be our new norm via virtual conferencing. I hope during this time that you and your families are doing well or in good health. I'm happy to report that my family is doing well, although facing many challenges. I also want to thank Chair Chin for acknowledging and the death of the many older persons who have perished as a result of this crisis, and also to the many people who have stood up and supported the older adult community during this time. And I thank you for this opportunity to discuss DFTA's executive budget for fiscal year 2021. I have been asked to cut my testimony to 5 minutes, so I'm going to go through it as quickly as possible and will leave out some of the statements that were in the original testimony, which I believe it's in your queue for the record. During this unprecedented crisis, the Department for the Aging continued to boldly carry out its mission to ensure a high quality of life and well-being for older New Yorkers. This has been a tremendous, difficult and unprecedented time. Our priorities were clear and even more critical during this public health crisis. One, and continue to be is combating food insecurity among older New Yorkers and maintaining social engagement for thousands of older adults who regularly attended our senior centers, and to ensure that they have uninterrupted access to case management services and the traditional home delivered meal programs, as well as the myriad of educational and recreational programs. When the senior centers closed, we quickly transitioned our operations to ensure that daily meals continued to get in the hands of our older members. During this pandemic, our congregate meal system had to shift from a congregate meal program, hyper-local, serving between 80 to 200 individuals per site, to a grab-and-go model. That was a shift that was challenging, but our network of agencies stepped up to that challenge. In addition to that, we saw early on that, and the guidance that we were receiving from the Department of Health, that was not going to be sustainable, and we had to shift to a direct meal delivery system, which we will commonly call as DFTA Direct. We went from a 25,000 daily attendance at our senior centers up to 44,000 individuals on March 27, and it was a formidable task. We went from 25 to 44 in a matter of about 4 days, and to address the food insecurity initiative. Fortunately for us, Get Food NYC was transitioned into a direct delivery service. And we want to thank the food czar, Catherine Garcia, for expanding and enhancing the older adult delivery program, DFTA Direct, beyond the 44,000 who received more than 1.2 million meals since the March 27th date. Mayor de Blasio has asserted that no New Yorker would go hungry, and this administration is working tirelessly to meet this commitment every day. I'm also pleased to report that the Department for the Aging programs, providing educational, recreational, and social services, have shifted to virtual programming, continuing engagement and contact with participants through a variety of outlets while they had to stay at home. Senior centers are offering exercise classes, art workshops, Zoom chat sessions, and other services. The geriatric mental health program continues services via telephone outreach and conversations. DFTA programs that are available telephonically or virtually include caregiver support, case management, the HICAP program, counseling and assistance programs, as well as the friendly visiting program. Our goal is to counter the negative effects of social isolation that has affected all New Yorkers. But at this point, we are most concerned because older New Yorkers not only have the mental health issues, but also have may have health-related impacts as a result of that. I'm pleased to say that over 1,500 telephone reassurance calls have been made to senior center participants, and many more outside of the senior network because of our partnership with some of our sister agencies, such as the Department of Health and Mental Health and New York City Service, that has increased the bandwidth of each one of our providers. All of this brings me to the reason why I'm here before you today. The FY21 executive budget projects $386 million in funding, which includes allocations of $173 million to support senior centers, $41.8 million for home delivered meals, $38.1 million for case management, $34.4 million to support home care for homebound older adults who are not Medicaid eligible, and $6.2 million for the NORC programs, and another $8.1 million for caregiver services. Given the uncertain long-term and short-term impacts of COVID, including the economic challenges that we all face as we move towards FY21, the current climate has caused all of us in this administration, all public officials, about rethinking of priorities. previously outlined in our preliminary budget hearing. For instance, as previously noted, the model budget funding was to commence and start as of February of fiscal year 21. The unexpected public health emergency has compelled us to reassess certain plans and priority. While this particular funding remains a commitment for all of us in this administration, we will continue to closely monitor the still evolving pandemic and its impact and implication on these priorities. Home delivered meals for seniors. Now I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about that. The Home Delivered Meals program continues to be administered by DFTA. Not only do home delivered meals provide sustenance to homebound older adults across the 5 cities, across the 5 boroughs, but certain standards are required and applied to all DFTA funding case management programs. Case management agencies help older adults with functional impairment and gain access to appropriate services, benefits, and entitlement, to age safely in their homes and to maintain a quality of life. Case management begins with identifying the client's needs and the capabilities to intake, follow up by a more comprehensive, strength-based in-home assessment, which right now we cannot do in-home assessments and regular assessments, so they're all telephonic. The program continues to operate remotely for all our clients and are available. Case management is the entree and the entry point for home delivered meals. In addition to home delivered meals, there is also an increased demand for other in-home services. This year alone, prior to COVID, we provided in fact, last year there was a record totaling 4 million home delivered meals that were given to individuals. This demonstrates how critical this program is for older adults throughout the city. And we know that there will be an increased demand for this and other in-home services given COVID. As indicated in my testimony on the FY21 preliminary budget, the home delivered meals request for proposal that DFTA issued last January intends to fund providers to address the most critical overarching goals of the program, including increased meal options for, which is one of the issues that, one of the main issues that older adults ask for, choice in the food. We continue to place emphasis on ensuring that food is procured meeting the good food purchasing guidelines as set forth by the Mayor's Office of Food Policy, and that fosters great collaboration within the network, as well as choice, diversity, religious options, and the quality of food provided. This RFP in particular is important as it allows us to improve the quality and the quantity of choice that older adults have expressed as a main goal. The delay in the RFP was offered to bidders to more time so that they can form collaboratives and other innovative approaches that were encouraged by the RFP. We are and have continued to be committed to extending this RFP to meet the needs of the providers. But I just want to remind everyone that this RFP was issued in January, and extending it to June 1st amounts to a total of 13 additional weeks from the original deadline. While we are all having a challenging road ahead of us, and the ongoing response to this pandemic requires fiscal prudence, it also requires us to refocus some of the issues that have been serviced by this pandemic, such as the disparities in communities of color and at-risk communities. We need to continue to provide essential services to all older New Yorkers as we face these unprecedented circumstances. And we don't know what the future holds, and our new normal and our array of services, I believe, will be very different. We will keep adapting and employing new technology and other modes of communication to accomplish the mission, which is quality of life for older New Yorkers so that they can live in their home and in their community. DIFTA will continue to work eliminating ageism and to ensure that older adults and their caregivers continue to receive services, advocacy, and education. We cannot accomplish this alone. We have to do this in partnership with the council, and as well as the effective advocacy of stakeholders, and of course, our excellent nonprofit providers who are on the front lines every day. And lastly, most importantly, older adults themselves. And that concludes my testimony, and I believe I did it just under 5 minutes.
Well, you get an A.
Well, at least for timing, Danny.
Okay, all right. If you're in my class, you would, okay? Thank you so much, Commissioner, for joining us. And just before I get to my questions, I want to say that we have been joined by Council Member Rose, and I think I got all the other members. If I didn't, just let the staff know. Commissioner, I want to talk a little bit with you about the lack of or the need for senior services that was already existing and in high demand and puts a strain on existing resources. So does DIFTA think that the fiscal 2021 budget can support seniors' growing needs, such as a 20% or more increase in the need for home delivered meals?
You know, I've been asked this question before, and I always go back to a value statement, which is a true value statement that I believe in. The need always outpace the fiscal ability of this city, and continue to do that. If we could, of course, we would. The needs are greater, and we find, Councilman Drum, that the needs are going to. We have no clue, although we have an insight into how much this COVID situation has impacted the older person, and particularly in-home services, as I said in my testimony. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Do you have any? Do you have any idea about investing in either expense or capital budget dollars for new technologies for seniors that are isolated at home?
We're looking at that right now. We have been very pleased to see that in the pre-COVID, we had only 29 programs who were providing rich, robust virtual programming and services to older adults. As a result of COVID, the programs have been extremely innovative and capable. And now we have 171 participating in a variety of virtual programming, from fun things like Zumba and belly dancing and magic shows, to serious things about well-being and how to connect with your family on a more regular basis, financial security, and always caregiving services. So that there has been a richness of programming. There is even one program called PSS who has a virtual university, a university without walls. And they offer a variety of teaching programs for, so the lack of creativity, we're not lacking that. Our network is quite adept. So we're looking, as a matter of fact, we've been talking for the last 3 weeks. How is it that we build on this robust and rich experience? Because we do think that the life in senior centers is going to be very, very different, Councilman Drum, Chair Drum. It's going to, I don't know that we will ever see senior centers as we knew them in the past, especially with the social distancing and the vulnerability of older adults. So yes, it's one of the things that we're looking at, and we are, we will get back to you on exactly what those are.
Thank you. Let me go to emergency food. After the mayor ordered senior centers to close on March 15th, senior centers were directed to provide grab-and-go meals. However, within a week, DIFTA scrapped that plan and launched through emergency procurements direct-delivered meals to food insecure seniors who were sheltering in place. The program had some serious operational deficiencies, including a lack of meal production and planning. By April 13th, the city had begun transitioning all senior emergency food operations to the Get Food New York City program under the management of citywide food czar and DSNY Commissioner Catherine Garcia. So what makes DSNY, as opposed to DIFTA, a more qualified agency to manage senior meal programs?
With all due respect, sir, I don't see it exactly the way you portrayed it. I see a program that was hyper-local, 249 outlets, and in some cases it might be up to 200 and almost 300 outlets if we include all the social clubs. I see a program that served people anywhere between 30, 80 to 200 senior centers to shifting to a centralized operation. So I see that as a major formidable undertaking, transforming an operation from local to centralized. I don't know that I would say we are working very closely with the Food Czar, and we applaud their efforts to increase it, but I do not see it as a deficit for DIFTA. I saw it as an expansion and regular issues. These were unprecedented times. We needed to expand programming in a relatively short period of time. To give you the context, it was a matter of 6 days. We had to go from 25, it grew to 44. I rather focus on the 44,000 who received food and the 1.2 million meals that we did than to only focus on the growth issues. So I don't think it was a deficiency, but I do think that the operation was far in excess and the demand was far in excess than anything DIFTA had ever done before. I know the Food Czar has put together and assembled an entire team to look at food insecurity across the city. We applaud their work. We are working hand in glove with them to ensure that all of the needs of the older population continue. For example, one of the things that we did was the 44,000 people were transferred over seamlessly, were grandfathered into the program, and then they were able to grow it. And Commissioner Garcia will give you is better equipped to give you what the numbers are to date. That we are working hand in hand to ensure that this program still works. They have the capacity, they have the reach, they have been able to go from one meal. We used to provide 1 meal a day. They've had the great opportunity and the reach to do 3 meals a day, all right, and have a different delivery system. So we applaud those efforts. We are working together to those efforts, but I would not say that it was a deficit as much as it was an immediate growth within a 4 to 5 day period.
My question has more really to do with why is the money in DSNY and not in your agency? We've seen Commissioner Garcia take over the lead paint issue in NYCHA, and I don't believe money was put into other agencies. But in this case, it was put into DSNY. To us as budgeting people, it seems odd, for lack of a better word, that they put the money into DSNY.
But the 170 million that was committed to this is a broad. It's across all agencies, and it's to direct food insecurity for all agencies and for all populations. So Commissioner Garcia, as the Food Czar, is managing that program, and it is totally fair and I believe appropriate that because she's overseeing the breadth and the depth of this that involves Department of Education, DIFTA, and many DSS and many other programs, that she would be the one responsible for the distribution of those dollars, so that she could pivot and make sure that that we live into the mayor's commitment of that no one will go hungry.
Of that 170 million that you mentioned, we in the council only know of 75 million so far. So when we have our hearing with the commissioner, we hope to be able to get an answer to that question.
Sure. And I'm sure and I'm sure that she'll be able to, but I just want to make sure that for this hearing and anything else, we are working very, very closely with Commissioner Garcia towards the same end, which is to ensure that older New Yorkers cannot more older New Yorkers can get food and they can get more food, which we're very, very grateful to them.
Okay, Commissioner, let me go to some of the related costs that are not included in the executive plan for either fiscal 20 or 21. Why were they not reflected, and will they be included by the time of adoption? That's DFTA's COVID-19 related costs.
Okay, we have about, for COVID related costs, we have about $37 million, but I'm gonna turn it over to Jose Mercado, our Chief Financial Officer, who can give you the details of that. Jose, can you answer the council members' the chairman's question, please?
Yes, we basically are expected to receive close to about $26.7 million from the stimulus packages 1 and 2. We're working with OMB currently to mod that money in. You'll see it as part of the adoption.
Okay, we look forward to working with you on that as we move toward adoption. And Commissioner, as you know, an issue close to my heart is support for our immigrant seniors. So the council provided $1.5 million to support senior centers for immigrant populations in fiscal 2020. What outreach and support is DFTA doing to provide immigrant centers with help to make them competitive for baselining in the next DFTA Senior Center RFP?
Chairman, you know that issue is as close to my heart as it is to yours. And when I became commissioner just slightly over a year ago, can you believe how much we've gone through in a year? Just slightly over a year ago, we have reached out to them. We have provided technical assistance, and we continue to be in dialogue because, like you, I agree, particularly now after COVID, and we see the disparity and the uneven impact that this is having on Black and other communities, that we need to make sure that we have a robust network that reflects the immigrant community. So that commitment continues, and we will continue to work with them as we transition into our new life called post-COVID, and as we start thinking about building senior centers that reflect the city of New York.
Has DFTA discussed baselining with OMB, that funding?
We have not done that at this point, but I think that when we get to the RFP, those are ongoing conversations that we will have with our OMB.
Okay, so let's just talk a little about the home delivered meals RFP. There was a lot of talk and a lot of criticism about that. What went wrong in the home delivered meals RFP, and how will DFTA improve the process for future RFPs?
I don't think, again, it's all a matter of perspective, right? What's Miles' law? Where you sit determines on how you see a situation. I don't think anything went wrong with the RFP, with all due respect. We issued an RFP. These are programs that have been in place for the last 12 years without any review, without any renewal. This is the first time in 12 years that we're issued an RFP. We know that the older population today is very different than the older population was then. And we also know these programs were designed in the 70s. Older populations and the future of older populations, you and I are very different than our grandmothers were at our age. And so what we're looking for is to program for today's older person and the future older person. So we issued an RFP in January, 22nd to be exact. We had a deadline of March 3rd. And because we put in so many new and innovative approaches, the network said, can you give us an extension so that we can collaborate and negotiate with each other? And we said yes. And as we've gone along, we've extended that deadline to, and then we heard, Councilmember Chin's compelling request to consider extending it, and we did one more time to June 1st. But programs have had more than 15 weeks to respond to this RFP, of which 10 of those were prior to COVID. So I don't know that we see it in the same possible way, but what we do have, and I know it's a shared and common commitment for you, from Chairwoman, is that we need to bring these programs to current state and to the future so that we could address the future needs of homebound older adults. We need to keep people in their community, in their homes. That's when they thrive the most. And home delivered meals is a big part of that.
Commissioner, the last time an RFP was issued for the NORCs, 3 existing NORCs, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, for NORC? Go ahead.
Yeah, it was maybe back in 13 or so, if I'm not mistaken. And three NORCs, existing NORCs, were cut out of that approval once they were done. One was included in my district, the Southridge, Northridge, Brulene NORC. Another was in, I believe it was Councilwoman Adrienne Adams' district now, and another was in Councilmember and former Speaker Melissa Mark Viverito's district. I just want to say that I hope that when we go through the RFP process, that we don't see the loss of additional ones. And the council actually is picking up a lot of the funding, if not all of the funding, for those 3 centers at this point. I just wanted to highlight that for you, and hopefully when the RFP is out, we don't see the same thing happen again.
We're talking about the NORCs RFP, not the home delivered RFP. The home delivered RFP is to create more collaboration amongst programmers. In the NORC RFP, yes, we will look at that very carefully. And yes, and we thank you for the support that you give to the NORCs and also to the support that you gave us so that most of that program is now baseline. And for the support that you give us for the NORCs for nursing services. That was an essential piece that was added last year and has proven to be very, very, very necessary. And we thank you because the foresight with COVID-19, having those nursing services in the NORCs was a very, very good thing.
I think those NORCs in many ways are a way to look at the future as well, because I know specifically for the Northridge, Southridge, Brulene, they're doing a lot of remote type connections with the seniors that live in that NORC. So
absolutely, I think you know, I have been, and maybe I'm going off script here for a little bit, this is a legislative agenda, not a budget agenda, but I have been a long-term and long-time supporter of community-based services, long-term care community-based services, because as what you just said, the NORCs, the aging in place is the right way to go. And we have a lot of support for that. So that's one thing that I hope that together we can continue to advocate for.
And I'm going to now turn it over to Councilmember Chin for questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Thank you, Chair Drum. Commissioner, I'm still looking for that $10 million that was promised. And I hope that it's in the budget by budget adoption, because you, in your testimony, you have talked about, you know, all the great things that our centers are doing for our seniors, being creative, innovative. They need that funding support. So there's pay equity. They can have more, you know, staff on hand that could do these creative program for our older adults. So I really expect that by budget adoption, that 10 million that was promised back in 2018 has to be there.
I don't think that anyone, Councilmember Chin, disagrees with you about the importance of that. And it was OMB's commitment, the department's commitment, that this was an essential piece to keep growing and creating the senior center of the today and for the future. But we're facing unprecedented fiscal challenges, and that has to be balanced across all of the new disparities that have been revealed, and the social and health needs and the challenges that we've seen in communities of color and others. And with all due respect, as much as you and I want that continued, it is in that context that all of these things are being balanced.
Look, if the money is not used, I mean, okay, then you can take it back. But it was promised, and I remember my conversation with you. It was already planned out how to give it out to the center.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Come on. So
All
it
of
was already in preparation. So
all of
it
that is
just-
accurate. And that was
and that should not change, okay? Because the centers are still critical in the future, no matter what that future is. And
Yes.
we have to continue to grow these centers so that there will be equity across the city. And I think that is so critical. So I expect to see that in the budget, and we will work with you to make sure OMB listen and the mayor listen. I wanted to go back to the home delivery meal that Chair Drum was asking about. The main issue is that the price point, for the provider, it's 20% less than the national average. And a lot of the providers who's been doing home delivery meal have been subsidizing the program. And that's really should not be the case, that they have to use unrestricted fund money that they raise that could use to improve their program to do this. And during this crisis, the amount of older adult that are requesting home delivered meal has gone up 20%.
Yes.
And now, providers are telling us that, well, DFTA is telling it, don't enroll more people. But this home delivered meal program, it's been doing so well. They're the one that's providing the real nutritious meal, not from the Get Food NYC. Commissioner, look, I know it's a lot of people that they have to service, but our older adults, seniors that are in the senior center and in the home delivered meal program has been shortchanged in this crisis. They're not getting the nutritious meals that they're used to. They're not getting the culturally sensitive meal that they're used to. And the provider that were capable, they've been doing this, they were not involved. I mean, yes, this whole thing about centralization, they took it away from DFTA. And that is not right, because there's so many providers that do have the capacity to double what they've been doing in terms of home delivered meal. And if we provided more support for them, they could do it. But right now they're left out in the cold. So I want to make sure that we bring them back. So, right? Because I have centers in my district who's ready and willing to do more, but they were not involved. They were not consulted. It was like grab and go, and then all of a sudden it's centralized. Commissioner, you and I know that it wasn't seamless, okay? There were people who got lost in the crack.
Of course.
And that's why the mayor.
You were chairwoman with we were growing from 25 to 44. Of course there were glitches. I would be totally insane if I said there weren't glitches. But we still,
but the glitches is also the kind of food that our older adults are getting. I mean, come on, those snacks, the peanuts, the raisin, that is not a meal. Shelf stable, that is not a meal. It's just now they're talking about they're doing some nutritious meal. So they're transitioning to do that. But going forward, I think it's really critical on this RFP, if you would consider postponing it, if not, at least push it back to the fall and then have it start in 2022 so that the providers can really come together and assess. Because we have asked for $26.2 million more because of the demand. There's not enough money in the budget. I mean, the city is paying these private vendors right now who are doing the meal program more than what they are giving the home delivery meal providers. That's not fair. I mean, and the quality is not the same.
So I want to separate the centralized DFTA Direct with home delivered meals. Home delivered meals have remained intact by the 28 providers who have delivered home delivered meals for the Department for the Aging for the last 11 years. All right, under those contracts. That has not changed. That didn't change. As a matter of fact, from the very beginning, we were working not only with everyone to make sure, even as we centralized food, to make sure that that home delivered meals program was kept intact. We have total alignment. So those were never put at risk, and they were never transferred to anyone. They remained with the 28 agencies that provide it now. What I want to also say is that, yes, the demand has increased as a result of post-COVID, during COVID. But there is no one now that it is without a home delivered meal. Because what we've done is, if they immediately identify themselves as food insecure, any overage for home delivered meals, we make sure that Get Food provides that food until we work with the case management agency to transfer them back. If they're a traditional home delivered meals client, to transfer them back to a home delivered meal provider. So I want to just make sure that we have that clarity and that distinction between the two programs. All right. The other thing is that, I hear you, and we have taken every consideration, but there is also, the programs need to be brought up to date and need to come up with new practices. We have had programs who have been in place now. And as I said earlier, the design was done in the 70s. The last time there was an RFP was 11 years ago. And it is time to start employing new practices and also the new needs of the new older person. And one of the things that I want to say is that one of the things that adults have told us in their surveys, and one of the surveys I shared with you, that food choice is one of their biggest interests. And with this new RFP, we're going to be able to do that. And I think that there will be a richness and a cross collaboration amongst providers that will bring us to this new age that we need to be. And I'm going to ask Jose Mercado to please, how much did we increase the home delivered meal cost in this RFP?
Current rates that we're paying currently it's $8.62. We're basically increasing it to $9.58.
Okay.
Is that on par with the national average?
It's slightly below, just slightly below.
So why couldn't we get to that? I mean, New York City, no matter what you do, things are more expensive. So that is something that you have to take into consideration.
It's one of those things that we will balance, Chairman Chin. We will look at that very carefully. But then what the other issue is, does the number of meals shift? And so we have to look at all of that in its totality. But we will look at that again and negotiate with the providers. All right.
Well, I just wanted to ask you, if you don't want to postpone it, at least push it back to the fall. And so the provider, I mean, they're doing a lot of work at this time in this pandemic. And I think that they need more support to do this. So I hope that you will take that into consideration. And my last question is that, summer is approaching and all the senior centers are cooling center. So what is STIFTA looking at in terms of making sure that the seniors are protected during the summer? Are they able to, if they can't go to the cooling center, how do we make sure that they have air conditioning?
So, we've been looking at that also for several weeks now. We continue looking at HVACs at each one of the senior centers and making sure that they're there. We started in April, the emergency management review of each center, and that will be completed at the end of June. And so we keep moving in that direction. However, we know that social distancing guidance will remain with older adults longer than it will for the rest of the society, and that all facilities currently are under executive order to remain closed and may continue to be that way for the foreseeable future. However, DFTR is currently doing a lot of prep work to prepare for the transition to the heat system. And we're doing cooling surveys, and we're also working with the Office of Emergency Management to come up with different scenarios and different ways of addressing the individual, the heating crisis. Hopefully it won't be a crisis like last year, to be meeting the heating needs of older adults, individually and collectively.
The air conditioning.
Office of Emergency, what?
Air conditioning. Okay.
It's one of the things we're looking at. Also. Yes, madam.
Yes. Chair Drum, I'm going to turn it back to you so that other council member have a chance to ask question, and I can come back later.
Thank you very much. And we'll start with our first council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Vallone, followed by Councilmember Ayala.
Time starts now.
So it's the Mighty Margaret and Dynamite Danny team with you, Commissioner. Thank you for all you're doing with the seniors as always. We're in uncharted waters, so we look to you more than ever. And I know it's impossible to have all the answers, but seniors are scared, and they're looking to us more than ever for answers and relying on different tools than they may have relied on in the past. One of the things you mentioned, since this is what Margaret and I have been fighting for years, is that very first contact with seniors is usually with that case management phone call, setting up the file, and doing the assessment. And you just mentioned, and it triggered to me, that now that you can't have that personal approach, how do you feel we should handle that now? I know from my own parents and for my own seniors in my life, trying to get them on a FaceTime phone call or virtual Zoom is like trying to create a whole new system. So it must be very demanding and challenging, because I know in reality, a lot of our seniors, depending on their age, can't do that. So how are we providing that service?
So you're absolutely right. The challenges have been tremendous, and and for us, as you heard me say before, that social connection is essential. For a variety of reasons, but mostly for older adults is because we don't want to have the long-term health issues. So that first contact now is telephonic. And is it ideal? Absolutely not. Is it going to probably be the way of the future? Maybe. Fortunately for us, all of us, is that even though with all of our limitations, look how long it took me to sign on to this Zoom. It took me probably 10 minutes longer than the rest of you, because I'm in that age group. But fortunately for all of us, older adults do have cell phones and the access to that cell phone. Now, the issue for us, it is one of the issues that Chairman Drum raised earlier, and I think that you're alluding to now, is how is it that we bring that technology in a way that is useful for older adults? How do we create environments that it is user-friendly? And how do we create environments where it's not impersonal and that it still provides the—
So with that, you know what, I think we probably touched on to something that we can talk about again in the future, and I know we've limited time. So two quick things. One is, let's follow up on that. Two is some of the community-based providers were sending us, especially in the ethnic meal distribution, that their funding was cut very early in the whole COVID crisis, and it really limited their ability to get Chinese and Korean and Asian meals and ethnic meals out to that. I implore you to look maybe into the partnership there, the funding, to get them refunded as quickly as possible, and really look at raising the reimbursement rate. Back in 2015, they were asking for over $11.50 for home delivered meals. So if we're going now 5 years later at just $9 or $10, I don't think we're going to meet that need, because the home delivered meal program as Margaret has been saying all hearing, is so essential right now because seniors are more forcibly homebound than ever, that we need to, with this RFP, refocus that like you've been doing, but get some quick answers out and work with our CDOs to get them the help they need.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do. And the other thing that I wanted, first of all, I just want to thank you for bringing that up. And we really have, and we are taking very seriously, how is it that we're going to connect in a personal, same kind of heartfelt commitment, a committed way that we've had in the past. And some of it may have to be virtual. And how do we do that in a meaningful way? So,
and the transportation, which I know Margaret and Danny are going to bring up. Don't forget, we have to figure out that too. Thank you, Chairs.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Ayala, followed by Councilmember Deutsch.
Time begins now.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'd like to piggyback off of Councilmember Vallone's technology question. So DIFTA's capital commitment plan for fiscal year 2021 included 1.8 million for technology network upgrades and equipment purchases. Does the capital plan include any funding to get tablets and other technology into the hands of unconnected seniors?
We're looking at all of that, Councilmember Ayala. And fortunately for us, we have the opportunity to really see how that works because we are part of the 10,000 tablets that are going to NYCHA residents, NYCHA older residents. And we're very pleased to be part of that partnership. And we will have OATS, our senior planet technology training program that is currently in 22 other programs, design programming for those 10,000 individuals. So it will inform us a lot on how to do that in a way that brings the greatest utility of that equipment, but also the greatest connectivity. So they will be trained in a variety of things, some of the basics on how to use a tablet, but they also will be trained on, how to have access to services, how to have more connectivity with family. And so that really will inform how we will look at our future and the use of tablets and the distribution of tablets.
I just want to add, and I know that there's been a lot of attention to our NYCHA seniors, as and is rightly so. But I wanted just to point out that we have a lot of seniors. I know in my community in Section 202 housing that haven't really received the same level of attention from the community in terms of like food distribution and resources, because we're a lot of the attention is going specifically to NYCHA residents, and I'm not disputing that's necessary, but just want to because we've been getting a lot of complaints from Mitchell-Lama seniors and Section 202 older adults who would like to be included in conversations relating to distribution of PPE in the community, technology, meal distribution, and they just haven't been. I don't know what the disconnect is. I'll assume that some of them may not be actively involved in a local senior center, but they are in the community and they are what we would consider to be disconnected, and we would like to figure out a more creative way of engaging with them as well.
Yes, there's no difference. We are totally aligned with that, and that this gives us the experience of how to now expand those kind of services. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Deutsch, followed by Councilmember Barron.
Hi, Commissioner. Good afternoon. How you doing?
How are you?
Good, pretty good. So I have 3 questions. Number 1, what is happening? You mentioned before that the senior centers, you don't see them going back the way they were before. So how much funding went directly to the senior centers, and what's happening with the funding for the senior centers? And number 2 is, are you going to utilize the people that ran the senior centers throughout the years who have the experience to continue working with the seniors throughout the year? And number three is that in the city council, we've been speaking about summer youth, how we could find creative ways for our young adults to work throughout the summer. So are you open to having young adults make house calls to senior citizens and to get that information back to you? Like if you have a senior who has no family living in this state, or maybe some seniors have no family at all, identify those who are most vulnerable and need attention throughout the year, need that extra attention.
I just want to clarify, when I said that will be different than what we may know them to have been in the past, I was talking not about the elimination of senior centers. Senior centers are essential. I think it's the way we deliver services there, the social distancing. How are we going to do that? Do we do more virtual programming? If we do, what are the class sizes? How is it? How many seatings will we have to do now? If we have to take extra precautions, do we have to give face masks to everyone who comes in? Do we have to take temperatures to ensure the safety of every one of those seniors? That's what I'm talking about. It's going to be a new normal for us. It is not the elimination of senior centers. We will always have. The only way you can provide these services in community, because we believe in community services, is through a network of providers. So that is never in question. It is the how, not the where or the whom. All right. So I want to make that distinction. The funding for senior centers in the past, the funding for senior centers is $173 million of the executive budget goes to senior centers. And for your last question about intergenerational programming, it is something that we currently do. It is something that many of the programs currently do. And in addition to intergenerational, we also think that older volunteers are an essential part. So it is something that we constantly look at, all of the different ways that we could enhance and enrich services to older adults.
So are you ruling out working with young adults during the summer?
We're not ruling anything out. What we have to do is first find out if we will be able to open the senior centers in the summer. That is
I'm speaking about having young adults making phone calls and reaching out to seniors who are at home, not seniors who are at the senior centers.
Yes, we welcome all of the volunteers. As a matter of fact, there's 1.6 million people that have to be reached out to. We welcome all volunteers, yes, including young adults.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, council member. We'll go to our next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Adams.
Time begins now.
Thank you, Councilmember Drum, Chairman Drum, for holding the hearing, and thank the commissioner. I've heard you say that, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. What did you say?
Councilmember Barron, excuse me. Somebody is not on mute. If they could mute themselves, please. Thank you. Councilmember Barron, please continue.
Thank you. What did you say was the budget for the Department of the Aging?
The budget for the Department for the Aging is $386 million.
And what is the portion for the meals?
Depends. If I add both the home delivered meals and the senior center, the budget is about 2 million. Let me do my math here. 2 million, 12, 2 million, 15, something around there.
So the bulk of the budget goes for meals.
Yes, that's the heart of the program.
Okay. So what percentage of seniors are actually captured in a database that the aging department has? What percentage of the total number of people who are considered seniors are captured in your database?
Well, I can answer that in a different way. All right. So there are 1.6 million people over the age of 60 in the city of New York. In our congregate sites, the senior centers, as they're commonly called, about 21 to 25,000 is the average daily attendance. And in our home delivered meal program, it's about 18,000. So in total, it's somewhere around 43,000 individuals.
Okay, so is there any way that you can think of that we can expand a way to find out where other seniors are living, what kinds of needs they may have beyond those who of their own volition are participating in senior programs and home meals?
I think that has been an effort that we've looked at over the years at the Department for the Aging, is my understanding, because there's a variety of categories, and some people do not like going to the senior center.
Right.
Why we're looking at new ways. You know, the NORCs, people who go to the NORCs don't sometimes go to the senior center. So there's a variety of interests, and which is why we are trying to bring these programs up to current state so that we can make them more inclusive and more expansive, and look at some of those designs.
I think that's important because there are other folks who are 60 and older who have all kinds of needs that we're not necessarily aware of. And I do have a bill that talks about trying to capture the data for those who are 60 and older who are residents in private or developments and who are facing perhaps evictions, which we know is a major issue now that we're talking about this COVID crisis, and that would there be a way to give them the support that they need.
Right.
Many don't have other family members or other
Right.
working with them. So if we can be really creative and find a way to put them, of course, it would be of their own, they would have to do it voluntarily to put themselves in this database. They may have reasons to not want to be in the database. Certainly we want to try to offer them that opportunity to at least that we know where they are, and we can do that kind of outreach. Because I think it's great that we have 40,000, but out of 1.6 million, there's more than 1 million people that we don't have any information.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's the average. But when we look at people who have been touched by one of the Department for the Aging services, and I want to, whether it's case management and all of the other services, it goes up to 200 and about 40,000. But you're absolutely right. It is a small percentage of the 1.6 million. And I think of all of the people who go to the Ys for their activities. Oops. All right. So yes, you're absolutely right.
Good. I think my time must be up. I didn't see a clock.
I saw the clock and I stopped.
Oh, it's out on my screen. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you again. Next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Adams, followed by Councilmember Amber Samuel.
Time begins now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairs Drum, for having this hearing today. Commissioner, it's always such a pleasure to see your smiling face.
Thank you.
Please give me the warms on the inside. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your partnership, particularly with us in Southeast Queens. You know the difficulties that we've been through for just about a year now. So thank you, Jose, as well, for your partnership in handling particularly JESPOA and now our Allen Senior Center very carefully. So my deep appreciation for that. And going just back to what Chair Drum spoke about with NORCs. We know that NORCs are very, very significant and important for our seniors, for senior living. What analysis has DFTA conducted to determine which areas of the city have a large senior population but no existing NORC or neighborhood NORC program?
Thank you for that. Part of the research that we're doing right now is to look at the definition of what we say, where are the senior services deserts? You know, we've talked about food deserts, and we've talked about, so we're looking at where they are senior service deserts and where the clusters are. And we've noticed, and we are looking to address that, we've noticed that there is a high concentration of centers that people have moved out of those particular areas. And then how can we balance that? But you're absolutely right. We've been studying that now for about 9 months since I've been at the department, and coming up with a plan, hopefully with the future senior center RFP, should we get out of this COVID, and start looking in that direction, as well as looking at the expansion of some of the ethnic and cultural programs that the council has funded, looking at the inclusion of all of that to address some of these service deserts are the best way I can describe them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Also, I'm going to get one more in. I have new senior housing going up in my district, Northeastern Towers Annex. And Northeastern Towers was really not connected to any city senior service programs. So we've got a number of new senior developments going up across through the administration. Which senior residences have lacked senior services when they opened, and how does DFTA actually monitor this? Because we know, especially for us, for my district, it took us a hard time to try to figure that out last month and how to get food to them, how to bring in food to them. There was just a tremendous disconnect for my seniors that did not have senior services.
So it's one of those areas. Can I answer the question? Chairman Drum, can I answer the question? Oh.
Yes. I have to unmute myself here.
Yeah. So Councilman Adams, it's one of those areas that we're looking at. We have some examples. We have one in Council Member Diana Ayala's, which was designed without a senior center considered for it, and then we've looked at moving senior centers to those developments. Part of the plan that we're looking at in terms of addressing some of those service deserts. What are the new locations? Sometimes they're much better equipped than some of the other locations. And we've done that with SAGE in Brooklyn and SAGE in the Bronx. So there is a model and a precedent for us to look at those kinds of. So the answer to that is stay in touch. We will keep working at it and looking at it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Ampry Samuel, followed by Councilmember Gibson.
Begins now.
Thank you, Chair Drum, and good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you, first of all, for being one of the few commissioners in the city's administration to actually take my calls and a willingness to always reach out to discuss how we can literally help and save the seniors in our district, even if on Sundays. So I thank you for that, and I appreciate the time and your commitment to our seniors.
I remember that Sunday very well. It was a painful Sunday for both of us.
It really was.
But we came up with very good solutions because we have a good provider. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to add my voice to Councilmember Ayala's comments about all of the other seniors in our district that do not live in NYCHA developments. And we just have to make sure that we are planning for all seniors. So I just wanted to say that. But as the chair of the Public Housing Committee, and as you know, I have a considerable number of senior developments and senior centers and social clubs. And Chair Chen asked about the 10 million for the senior centers. My question focuses on the social clubs because, I had the 3 infamous. Remember that. The administration's 2019 preliminary mayor's management report, the PMMR data showed that NYCHA social clubs remain very popular, with 132% utilization in 2018 and then 142% utilization in the first 4 months of fiscal 2019 and 133% in the first 4 months of fiscal year 2020. That FY20 data, interesting, is even as DFTA was preparing to take over management of all formerly NYCHA operated clubs. 5 of the 10 clubs that were part of the PEG restoration in fiscal 2020 were previously operated by DFTA providers, not NYCHA itself. Are these clubs safe in fiscal 2021? And 5 clubs formerly operated by NYCHA are now operated by DFTA and have fiscal 2020 funding only. Will DFTA promise not to cut these on-site clubs in fiscal 2021 and do all the social clubs at some point have management? I know that things are different right now at this moment, but have they been assigned managers?
So thank you for the question. It's something that we grapple with all the time. I never forget my first hearing where I was so bold and brash and said, yes, we need to cut these programs, and all of you beat me up. And I took a step back and said, oh, maybe not. And now we had a great transition process in place. Each one of them has some affiliation with an existing program. So they're not in isolation anymore. So they're attached to an existing service program. And we will continue to do that.
Time has expired.
At that very, oopsie, I can continue the answer. All right. We are looking at that for the future. And we are well aware that the funding was given just to July. I mean, to the end of June, and we're looking at that very carefully. And should anything change, we will make sure that we get back to the respective council members immediately. But the goal is to continue those. All right.
Thank you. Let's go to our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Gibson, followed by Councilmember Rosenthal.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Time
Chair.
begins now.
Thank you, Chair Chin, for always being a champion and advocate for our older New Yorkers. Good afternoon, Commissioner, to you and the DFTA team. It's great to talk to you today about DFTA's budget, understanding the challenging times we're living in. I appreciate a lot of the conversations we've had as we rolled out food services and access for our seniors. It was a bumpy start, we can all acknowledge, and there have been a series of changes and amendments and expansions along the way. But I have heard from many seniors that they are receiving the deliveries of food. The quality is better. The quantity has also increased, and I'm grateful for that. I wonder how long we're going to continue with this home delivered option. And Commissioner Garcia, on one of her weekly calls with us, has expressed that the city is going to now reinstitute its conversations with our senior center directors, which I'm grateful for, because I was not happy that we kind of pushed them out of the conversation when we left the grab and go process. But they are the ones on the ground that know seniors the best, and the continuity of services is important. So I wonder what that looks like moving forward as we are rebounding from COVID. And then the second question I have is about the health and wellness of seniors and what we're doing to focus on mental health, therapeutic services, trauma-informed care. A lot of our older New Yorkers are very isolated, and we're not always checking on them by a door-to-door visit. Alika and I have been doing a lot of work with NYCHA because we have been pushing them to do more on getting access to seniors, because in our districts alone, some of our seniors were found deceased in their apartments because no one checked on them. And that was very disturbing that we lost seniors because we allowed them to fall through the cracks. So what I want to understand moving forward in this budget is how we're going to do more beyond the teleconference and health and wellness checks, re-engaging our CBOs on the ground to make sure that there's a relationship and a real dialogue beyond a phone call. I mean, you understand that the human contact is very important. And how can the city council be helpful for you? Someone mentioned air conditioning, and I agree, seniors can't afford it. So we, DFTA, NYCHA, all of the agencies have to find a way to embark on a public-private partnership possibly to get air conditioners donated so we can give them to our seniors. Because I think during a hot summer, when they're in their apartments, not going out, we need to make sure that we can provide as much relief as possible. So I thank you for your work. Looking forward to our continued work. And thank you so much to the chairs.
Thank you. So let me try to answer those questions as much as to the best of my ability. From the very beginning, we saw this transition to direct delivery is essential. It's the guidance. Seniors need to stay home. And we knew that we had to transition to a direct service because there was a lot of impact on the actual senior center staff. All along, in my early conversations with the centers, we've always thought about how we transition it back so that they can provide the meals directly at the local level. I think the food czar and I and all of us are aligned with that for two reasons. One, it provides community support. It builds on that community support. It stimulates the economic strength of that particular community. So it's something that we're looking at. It is something that she's committed to and we're committed to doing together in a way that continues to ensure the safety of the older adults and the social distancing that's required. So we work arm in arm in these kind of arenas, and we are comfortable that we will come back and with a solution that works best for all, particularly our older adults and our community providers, right? As far as you're absolutely right. There's nothing like human touch. There's nothing like a personal contact. However, in this new world that we live in now, we don't know when we can resume that. But I am really, really pleased that we have wellness check, case management. There are the senior centers are calling on an average about 16,000 members a day. Case management continues. All of the senior centers are offering free virtual and online classes. All of that, it's to make sure that there is some connection. Does it replace 100% of human touch? No, but it is the world that we're living in now. But we continue to have our geriatric mental health services. There is always NYC help that is there for all of us in New York. Elder abuse services, if you notice, we just started an elder abuse campaign because we're concerned that the isolation may have an uptick in elder abuse services. So we started a new campaign letting people know that they should reach us. And we continue to provide our caregiver support because in this time of social isolation and social distancing, our caregivers find themselves even more at burden than before. So all of those services have continued. They continued virtually. They continue on the phone. No, it'll never replace the human touch, but it is the new reality in which we live.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Rosenthal, followed by Councilmember Grodenchik.
Thanks so much. Commissioner, had I known that I could reach you by cell over the weekend, you would have heard from me.
You have my cell number. You have it.
Listen, I want to explain 3 different things that are confusing that's going on in my district. The first is that going back to Councilmember Chin's point about DFTA rushing the food contract, my local nonprofit, which had been providing senior homebound meals, has already been told that they will not get the subcontract again, and therefore they are in the process of laying off staff. So by tightening the amount of money OMB is allowing per meal, or by going to a broader contract rather than these individualized programs, we are now adding to the number of jobless. And I'm wondering, this is my first question, but I'm going to try to get all 3 out. I'm wondering if you are hearing about those realities. Secondly, the system for feeding our seniors has changed so many times since the beginning of this crisis. And these are older adults, as everyone has said, that attend senior centers and can pay 50 cents or $1 for lunch, and then they get a second one and they bring it home for dinner. Now they're homebound. And I have a staffer who is now spending all her time trying to understand whatever the new system for food distribution is for this week, and then communicate it with the 3 local senior center program directors who are desperate to get their seniors fed. So last night, my centers were all so confused with this newest rollout of Get Food for Seniors that I had an emergency food meeting, Zoom call at 7 p.m. with the senior center provider directors, program staff, their finance staff, their contract staff, as well as someone from City Hall to make sure all of their questions were answered. And I walked away thinking that perhaps I understood the role of the senior centers in this new Get Food program. But in answer to a question by Councilmember Chin, your explanation of the Get Food program put me in a tailspin. I'm confused again. about how we're getting food to these vulnerable seniors. Can I ask you to commit to finding a way to clarify around these programs for senior centers, to clarify to everyone how the program works so we can get our seniors fed? And the third point, and this came up on the call last night,
Time is expired.
NYCHA has now asked 2 of my senior centers to be the staging location for boxes of food that the centers are now responsible for delivering to NYCHA senior buildings. This costs money
Wrap up.
and staff time. Thank you, almost done. But there is no indication that they will get reimbursed for these last minute deliveries. And meanwhile, in other districts that don't have senior centers, the city is paying for full meal delivery. All 3 things are confounding to me. Thank you.
I want to just first correct, I just want to clarify. There is no one who has said that a home delivered meal program is not going to operate. That is not accurate.
It's already been done. Encore has cut the subcontract for Goddard Riverside.
Encore and Goddard Riverside have a relationship, and
That's been ended.
And we will look into that and find out but the Encore, the senior center program of Encore has not ended, and they will continue to provide home delivered meals.
We're not in the contract anymore, but let's take it offline.
Well, but I want to be real clear that is home delivered meals contract with Encore continues. If there is a reason why Encore is choosing not to contract with Goddard Riverside, we can look into that, number 1. Number 2, as far as the feeding of seniors has shifted, yes, shifted from grab and go, and it is now a direct meal delivery, and now it's shifted to the food czar. All of those things were necessary. 1, because of scale. 2, because of the guidance that we were given by the Department.
No question. All I'm asking for is clarity.
All right, folks. I think we're going to have to take this offline because I do have other council members and I have a hearing that we're already behind on.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Councilman Chairman Drum, I just want to put out there, 500 staff have been trained to be trusted enrollers under the Get Food program.
You can say it. It's not true. You can say it.
That's a fact. We can take that offline. But there are 500 people who have been trained to be trusted enrollers under Get Food, and that is one of the principal ways of accessing Get Food. And if you want, we can go in detail and show you the correspondence that has been given to all.
All of my programs are now going through a retraining.
Thank you both. We're going to move on to our next council member.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Councilmember Grodenchik, followed by Councilmember Traeger.
Thank you. Time begins now.
Drum, and thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Grodenchik, we can't hear you. Councilmember Grodenchik?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can.
Thank you, Chair. I started off by saying nice things about you both, but too late now. I want to first associate myself with Councilman Chair Drum's remarks about NORCs. They are extremely important in my district commissioner in Eastern Queens. In some way, I like to think that my entire district is one large NORC, and it is not uncommon to find people like my aunt who moved to Belrose in 1948 and still lives for 72 years in the same house. And that is the kind of community that I have in Eastern Queens. I also want to say that we love our virtual senior centers. I have gotten raves from people about them, and I've been happy to help fund them to the extent that we can, working with SNAP and working with self-help. So that is wonderful. And I know that Common Point, the Sam Field Center has that as well. I also have to, though, talk about and second what Chair Margaret Chin said. My centers are dealing with, like everybody else, a catastrophe, and my providers run excellent programs, but into the breach they all had to step. At one of my centers alone, they added 300, whether seniors or 2 seniors living together, onto the food lists. The other center added hundreds as well, and I keep in regular touch, of course, like all my colleagues do, with our senior center directors. And a lot of that money came out of pocket, and I hope that DFTA and the administration will give some consideration to refunding that. You know, those dollars are so hard to come by. I do not represent a poor community, but I do not represent a very, very wealthy community. And it is hard for these programs to raise money privately. So I hope that that the city will take into consideration in some way the fact that that my senior centers and many around the city did not let people go hungry while we were dealing with a crisis. And I know it's not easy to get a bureaucracy to shift from going this way to going that way. And I appreciate that. So I do want to associate myself with Chair Chin's remarks. And like my colleague Paul Vallone and others, such as I guess it would be Danique Millers and Queens and Adrian Adams and Donovan, you know, it can be a long way to get to food in my district. It's not unusual for me to walk to a food store, easily a mile round trip. In some cases, depending on which direction I go, it could be 2 miles. Okay, I thank you. And I do want to say one last thing. Our seniors, I deliver food. I try to do it at least once a week. They are scared and they don't want to go out. And most of them don't want to see me. They say, leave the food outside, I'll come and get it. And so that's what I do. But it is terrifying for them. So thank you for your work, Commissioner. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, thank you. It is terrifying out there. You know, I belong to that cohort, you know, and it is terrifying. I have to make choices, you know, even with my 90-year-old mother. So it is terrifying. You have to make those decisions. But I want to just address your issue about your concern for the nonprofits and those who continue to provide excellent services, and some of yours do provide excellent services. I concur with you. The Mayor's Office of Contracts issued a memorandum on March 18, which outlined how programs would be covered during between now and July 30th. And then they recently issued another guidance on making sure that we continue to provide cover the cost for those programs who provided extreme services during this COVID. So there will, and our Jose Mercado has been in contact with all of our programs, basically asking them to have a voucher so that those could be under COVID costs, and so that we could make sure that we cover all of those under the emergency plan.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
I will check back with those agencies. Thank you very much.
Please do. And if there's any issue, please call me. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes.
Very good. I think we have 2 council members left, and then we are going to go directly into the Sanitation Committee hearing. Next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Traeger, followed by Councilmember Lewis.
Time begins now.
Thank yous to Chairs Chin and Drum. Commissioner, thank you for your time today. I'm interested in knowing, just for a point of clarification for our knowledge, whose decision was it in terms of signing up the seniors through the website with 4 or 5 pages of questions online in size 10 font that required them to have an email address, when my office literally had to help many immigrant senior citizens in Southern Brooklyn enroll individually every single person to get deliveries on a consistent basis? Just for our own knowledge, whose decision was that to require 90-year-old senior citizens who don't have internet access, who don't have email accounts, to set one up in order to receive meal delivery?
Sir, I'm not sure exactly the enrollment process that you're talking about, because the 44,000 individuals that were part of the senior centers, that included many, it includes the 300 that Traeger said that the council member has said that were added to the rosters. Those individuals were transferred seamlessly to the Get Food program, and then those people did not have to re-register. If someone was not part of that 44, there was a registration process, and I can say that we've worked very closely with the Get Food team and the food czar, Catherine Garcia, and 500 senior center staff have been trained to be entrusted enrollers so that they could enroll individuals in those programs.
So I am referring to those seniors who were not enrolled in any senior center but needed emergency food assistance. It's important to know this because we need to understand that not every senior citizen speaks perfect English. Not every senior citizen has an email account or is comfortable with technology. And I thought the system we literally had to sign up hundreds of people creating email accounts for them. It was a system that we never really should see again. And I do think that some folks who came in from the City Hall team were able to transition many of those. And I thank the City Hall team for assisting them. But it's important that we note this moving forward. Before my time expires, we will do everything we can to support Chairs Chin, Chairs Drum, to protect the safety net. Seniors, this is the safety net, food for our seniors, but also dealing with the issue of social isolation, making sure that we double down on support for our senior providers, that no one is left alone, and do it in a culturally responsive way. So I just want to leave on that note, and thank you for your time here today.
Thank you. We share that same common commitment. Thank you.
We will now hear from Councilmember Lewis.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Chairs Chin and Drum, for your leadership. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your time. I have one quick question because the majority of my questions were already answered. I'm trying to find out what should organizations do with their remaining accruals that they have left for the rest of fiscal year 20. It's not clear from the program managers at DFTA what they should be doing with the remaining funds due to the pandemic. So if we could get some information about what should they do with that remaining amount of money, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Great. There were two guidances issued by the Mayor's Office of Contract Services and the Department for the Aging's fiscal operation through our Chief Fiscal Officer just issued a new directive for helping people with the closeout and how to distinguish emergency COVID dollars from regular operating dollars. So I hope that clarifies that. And if not, please feel free to reach out to us so that we can provide, some personalized assistance to whomever it is if that's not clear. You're welcome.
Okay, I believe this is our last council member, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, Chair.
You like to call him?
Chair Drum, no other council members have raised their hands.
I'm sorry. I thought there was another one. Okay, thank you. And let me just read this conclusion then. This will conclude this portion of today's hearing. Thank you, DFTA, for being here, and Commissioner, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. We'll now go directly into our hearing on the Department of Sanitation, and I ask my colleagues who will be joining us for DSNY's portion of the hearing to remain in the Zoom with your microphone muted until we are ready to begin. Again, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Chair Drum, it appears that Chair Chin has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chair Chin.
Yes, I can't.
Apologize.
I cannot let the commissioner leave without asking a question about all those private social adult daycare that will close down. I know that DIFTA started registering them. And also in our preliminary budget hearing, I remember you were talking about your staff was going to be visiting 600 congregated facility, and that included included the social adult daycare. So we have the ombudsperson. Are they working now? Are they checking on these social adult daycare that shut down? Are they, they abandoned all the seniors. That's what we have heard. So it's DIFTA checking on them and making sure that the seniors that they've been working with don't get left out. Commissioner?
Chairs, it appears that the commissioner might have logged off the webinar.
How about the finance director?
Mr. Mercado, would you like to answer that?
Actually, I will get back to you on that. I don't really know the answer right now.
Yes, please get back to us because there are over 300 in private social adult daycare, and they totally abandon our seniors. So we want to make sure that they are accountable. Thank you.
And this has been a very big issue for a long period of time. I was on aging with Chair Chin, and I see the proliferation of these social adult day centers all over, and they're not the DIFTA adult day centers. So we definitely want to follow up on this question.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will go directly into. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll go directly into our DSNY portion. Thank you, Mr. Mercado. Are we ready to begin?
Yes, Chair, we're ready.
Okay. Very good. Let me gavel us in. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the City Council's third day of hearings on the Mayor's Executive Budget for fiscal 2021. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the Finance Committee. We are joined by the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management, chaired by my colleague, Councilmember Antonio Reynoso, and we will hear from the Department of Sanitation. I would like to acknowledge my colleagues who are here with us in this portion of the hearing. So they are Council Members Gibson, Adams, Ampry Samuel, Rose, Ayala, Barron, Brannan, Yeager, Koslowitz, Powers, Jonai, Vallone, Holden, Mattio, Lewis, Grodenchik, Traeger, Cohen, Cabrera, and Rosenthal. Okay, in the interest of time, I will forego giving an opening statement, but I'm going to turn it over to our committee counsel to go over some procedural items before we hear from Councilmember Reynoso.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Ruiz, and I am counsel to the New York City Council's Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be added into the queue. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to Councilmember Reynoso.
Awesome.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First, I just want to thank Councilmember Danny Drum. You're hanging in there. Thank you for going through all this grueling, marathon version of these hearings. I can only imagine if you ever need to take a break or step back, please do so. Thank you so much. I'm extremely grateful for all your work, and everyone should be. I want to thank everyone. I'm Antonio Reynoso, the chair of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste. Today, we will hear from the Department of Sanitation on its fiscal year 2021 executive budget, which totals $1.75 billion. I was not pleased to see such a drastic proposed cut to the department's executive budget. There is no question we face a crippling budget shortfall this year, and we must achieve budget savings. However, we must not repeat the mistakes that caused the COVID crisis to hit our city so hard. We did not prepare for this pandemic. We did not prepare for this pandemic. The city must remain committed to zero waste by 2030 and take bold action against climate change while simultaneously battling COVID-19. Ensuring the diversion of food waste, hazardous waste, and e-waste is essential to reaching the city's goal. Unfortunately, this budget does not reflect with the council's priorities, and I'm sure the values of many New Yorkers. I'm looking forward to having a discussion with you on that today, Commissioner. Now I'll pass it back to Chair Danny Drum.
Okay, we've been joined by Councilmember Chin as well. Thank you for being with us or for staying with us. I will now call on the members of the Department of Sanitation to testify. We will hear testimony from Commissioner Catherine Garcia. Commissioner Garcia is joined by First Deputy Commissioner Stephen Costas, Assistant Commissioner Gregory Anderson, and Deputy Commissioner Bridget Anderson. Will the committee council please administer the affirmation?
Thank you. I will now administer the affirmation one time, and you'll be called on individually to so affirm at the end. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Garcia?
I do.
First Deputy Costas?
I do.
Assistant Commissioner Anderson?
I do.
And Deputy Commissioner Anderson?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia, you may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Drum, Chair Reynoso, and members of the City Council Committees on Finance and Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. We are in unprecedented times here in New York City. This crisis has taken a devastating toll on our families, our communities, and our way of life. I would like to extend my sincere wishes for the continued safety of you and your families and staff, and my deepest condolences to those of you who have lost a family member, friend, or colleague to this terrible disease. Sadly, like many of our sister agencies and partners in government, the department has also been personally affected by COVID-19. Since the beginning of March, we have had 622 employees test positive for this disease and hundreds of others who have had COVID symptoms. We have also lost 6 employees and have 4 other DSNY employees pass away during this time whose deaths may have been COVID related. Each of them leaves behind friends, family, and colleagues, and we mourn their loss. While the toll of this epidemic has been unimaginable, there are signs of hope. Of our 622 employees who had tested positive, 66% have returned to work. And throughout the duration of this crisis, we have continued to provide our essential trash and recycling collection services across the city with only isolated and minor delays. This is really a testament to the dedication, courage, and commitment of our sanitation workers, uniformed officers, tradesmen and women, and other essential staff. Without them, our public health emergency would be multiple times worse. I would also like to thank them for their efforts during this time. They are truly New York's strongest. New York City has been the epicenter of the COVID-19 outbreak. It has dramatically upended all our lives, and the economic fallout is unprecedented. This fiscal year 2021 executive budget reflects our new reality. As with all other agencies, the department has been forced to make some very difficult cuts, including to programs and initiatives that I and many of you have fought for, and programs that are important to many New Yorkers. But these cuts are necessary to continue core government operations and to devote resources to essential safety, health, and shelter, and food security needs. The fiscal 21 executive budget includes $1.75 billion expense funding for the department. Between fiscal 20 and 21, this plan includes a total of $106.5 million in savings, including $45.2 million in fiscal 21. These savings include the following service cuts: $21.1 million due to the 1-year suspension of the organics collection program, $9.3 million from the reduction of litter bath service, collection service related to the rat mitigation initiative, syringe collection, and other cleaning programs. $3.5 million from the elimination of the curbside e-waste collection program. $3.5 million from a one-year reduction in funding for our New York City compost project partners. $2.9 million in reduced annual recycling outreach for Grow NYC. And $2.2 million for a one-year suspension of special waste and household hazardous waste collection programs. These cuts are painful, and I do not take them lightly. The suspension of the curbside organics occurred on May 4th. It is particularly difficult for me. I look forward to a day in the future when we can restore this and other programs and continue to make progress toward our zero waste goals. Let me talk a little bit about one of the other hats I'm wearing now. Before this crisis, an estimated 1.2 million New Yorkers faced food insecurity. As a result of the economic devastation caused by COVID-19, we project that that number may have reached as many as 2 million. Families are struggling to make ends meet. Many New Yorkers, especially our older neighbors and those with existing health conditions, are stuck in their homes. They are unable to safely shop at the grocery store or eat meals in group settings. On March 21st, Mayor de Blasio appointed me to the role of COVID-19 food czar with one singular goal: to ensure no New Yorker goes hungry because of this crisis. We will do everything within the power of city government to keep the crisis of this virus from being followed by a crisis of hunger. In total, the city is investing more than $170 million over the next several months in this unprecedented effort. Through the programs we've established to date, we are now distributing over 1 million meals each day, and we intend to continue to sustain and grow these operations as long as the need persists. My written testimony goes into far greater detail, but for the sake of time, I'll provide a high-level description of the components of this effort. First, all New Yorkers, young and old, can pick up free meals at one of the more than 500 New York City schools. Every site has vegetarian and halal options, and kosher meals are available at 18 sites across all 5 boroughs. Those who cannot leave their homes and have no one to go out for them can sign up for emergency home delivery. This is a massive effort that relies on staff from several city agencies and TLC licensed taxi and for hire drivers. New Yorkers can visit nyc.gov/getfood or call 311 and say get food to sign up for recurring deliveries. We have also incorporated more than 59,000 seniors who were enrolled in the DFTA Direct Meal Delivery Program, and they are now receiving twice weekly deliveries. We are working with senior centers and other partners to serve as an authorized enrollers for the emergency home delivery program and have trained actually more than 1,000 staff to date. We are working to strengthen the city's food pantries, which provide vital support to families before this crisis and are more important than ever. Thanks to the leadership of this council, we have allocated $25 million in funding to support these organizations, and we have stepped up efforts to supply them with staff and food and to keep their doors open. In particular, we are working with Grow NYC to supply fresh food boxes directly to pantries. While we are not currently facing shortages in food supply, our system is experiencing strains. We are heavily reliant on a national and regional food supply chain that is beyond our control. And we are doing what we can to help the supply chain adjust to the new needs of New Yorkers. And to prepare for potential disruptions to the food supply, we are beginning to establish a strategic reserve of 18 shelf-stable meals here in the city. I would be happy to go into greater detail on any of these in Q&A. Lastly, I want to turn back to the topic of sanitation. In the face of this pandemic, we must take steps to protect ourselves and each other. Wearing masks and gloves is part of our new normal. And as a New Yorker, I am proud of how quickly my fellow New Yorkers have adopted these practices. But as sanitation commissioner, I am personally disgusted by the number of masks and gloves seen littering our streets and sidewalks. For the safety of our sanitation workers, for the safety of our neighbors, and for the sake of common decency, I ask all New Yorkers to dispose of these products properly. Do not toss them on the ground or leave them on top of trash bags left out for collection. I ask our elected officials, community leaders, and the press to join me in this plea. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on these important topics. Thank you for your continuing support for this department and our essential workers as we keep New York City healthy, safe, and clean during this unprecedented crisis. I am now happy to respond to your questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you very, very much about the gloves. I see them all over the place, and it really is inconsiderate, and it just shows a lack of concern for our neighbors. And so, thank you for mentioning that. Commissioner Garcia, you were appointed the city's food czar, and we appreciate all that you are doing for New Yorkers, but I'm confused about the budgeting for the enhanced food program and its connection to DSNY, other than your role, of course, as the head of both. So why is the food program budget in DSNY? And if it's not really related to DSNY's core mission, do you think that's appropriate?
So I think that one of the things that I have been able to leverage as the sanitation commissioner is the fact that we needed to put out a lot of contracts and get those negotiated and then be able to pay those. And we have a pretty significant infrastructure at the department to be able to manage that. And so that is why the money is moving through the Department of Sanitation, is to make sure that we are effectively standing up these contracts and then making sure that all of the payments get made appropriately.
How is that infrastructure different from other agencies?
Well, we run several $100 million worth of contracts at this organization and have very large amounts of accounts payable that we have to manage every day. So we just have the staff and the expertise to get that done.
Different procurement rules that you don't have to abide by that other agencies might have to?
No, I abide by all of those, all of the rules that everyone else has to abide by. But we have been able to put out something on the order of 40 contracts during the last few weeks to bring on vendors to be able to support the program.
I'm wondering if there's a lesson to be learned by the other agencies about how you're able to do it and others aren't.
Well, I can't speak for other agencies, but also this has been an all hands on deck. The people who are working on the food portion of it are not only Department of Sanitation, but we also have people in the field, such as the Parks Department, Department of Environmental Protection staff, Department of Transportation staff. I think this is really asking people to fill need across the city. And so where we have the ability to do that, we have stepped in to assist.
Permanent, or how do you view this happening a little bit further down the road?
So we've definitely started to try and think, even though I think I'm still building out to meet the need, we have definitely started to try and grapple with what does this look like going forward. I think in the long run, this will transition out of the Department of Sanitation, but exactly where it will fit and what the city's priorities are going to be about food insecurity going forward. I don't think we want to go back to a place where 1.2 million New Yorkers were food insecure on any given day. And now we've built this infrastructure to support people. We want to make sure that it continues moving forward. But in the long run, no, I do not think it would stay at the Department of Sanitation. But for right now, I think that the city as a whole is just leveraging any skill set that might be in any agency to make sure we get the work done.
Okay, Commissioner, the administration announced a $170 million investment to address food insecurity, but not all of the money is included in the budget. I think we see 25 million and another 50 million in the budget. How much is actually in the budget, and why is it only partially reflected?
So I think that one of the things that happened is the budget and what the need is going to be is changing over time. And so we're just working very closely with OMB. But I will tell you this, that they are completely supportive, and the mayor's been extraordinarily clear that our goal is to make sure that nobody goes hungry, and that we need to do everything in our power to support that. And through whatever means that might be, whether or not that is through the support of food pantries, the support of seniors getting home delivery, the broader support. I mean, we'll probably take on, there's likely to be a new challenge of, as the testing and tracing get stood up, what will we need to do to support the people who are asked to isolate at home? So this is going to be an ongoing challenge for us for a while, but it is clear that the mayor has been extraordinarily clear that we will make sure that nobody goes hungry.
Commissioner, will the remaining for the funding be added at adoption? And do you know if that's going to be federal funding or city funds? What do you think is going to happen with there?
So our assumption is that this would be FEMA eligible because it is directly related to the COVID emergency. And that is why, we've set it up the way that we did.
And will the extra funding, what will that be? Do you know what that will be used for?
So this will be to use to support the emergency home delivery program.
Okay, how many DSNY staff are working on food coordination, or is the agency using staff from other city positions to do this work?
So it's a mix. We probably have 50 to 75 staff assisting with this. I mean, my secretary is currently working at a food distribution hub right this second, but there are literally staff from all across different agencies, as well as National Guard. I mean, it's the Office of Emergency Management, National Guard, DOT, I think there's some ACS staff. So it was, how can we bring them all together to fulfill this particular mission?
Have you had any staffing issues of your own within the Department of Sanitation because they've had shifting roles?
No, I mean, the primarily the folks who have been contributing to this have been people whose jobs right now are very challenging for them to do. For example, recycling outreach staff, because we're not doing things that require physical interactions. So a lot of those were retasked to this, but our core function at the Department of Sanitation in terms of sanitation workers has been focused on our collection of recycling and refuse.
Commissioner, will you commit to giving us a daily or weekly update on the public on the number of meals being served or disaggregated by program?
Certainly, no, we can provide that information. Probably the easiest on a weekly. Some of them just make more sense that way, but we can certainly provide that. And I invite any elected who would like to participate on Fridays when I do try and make sure that I'm updating either you or your staffs on where we are with the program.
Okay, thank you. Let me move to the issue of litter baskets and service cuts. So the council fought hard in fiscal 2020 to increase litter basket service, including $8.6 million in one-time funding for additional litter basket service citywide, and New York City Cleanup Initiative funding for supplementary cleaning service in each council member's district. Unfortunately, the administration has made drastic cuts to the department's core litter basket service budget. Why did you propose cuts to the litter basket service, and what impact will it have overall on weekday, Sunday, and holiday service levels?
So service is significantly reduced in this budget, and that is just, I think, the reality of the financial situation that we are in. But across the board, if you consider the one-time funding from what the council provided last year, it'll be about a 50% reduction in the number of shifts that we will run, and we will not be running Sunday shifts.
Let me just give you Roosevelt Avenue as an example. Prior to you coming in, Roosevelt Avenue was a disaster in terms of overflowing trash cans. Are we going back to those conditions?
So I don't think we have to. I mean, this is the thing that has become clear during the virus, is that the city has stayed very, very clean. And granted, there are not a lot of pedestrians out, but for the few pedestrians who are out, if they were littering, it would become problematic. But, we don't have to go back to that, but it will take both my department as well as the public to keep things clean going forward.
The contingency plans in case we do see those types of conditions, because once the warmer weather is here, probably more people will be coming out.
And I think the challenge I have is just the current funding level for the department in terms of the resources that we have.
Okay, that's a big issue for us here, as for many council members as well. I certainly don't want to see us go back to those conditions prior to actually to this administration. So it's a very unfortunate. We'll need to just talk further about that. All right, I'm going to turn it over to my chair, Antonio Reynoso, who has follow-up questions for you as well.
Hello, Commissioner. I just want to thank you for always wearing many hats. And I know the chair spoke about why DSNY is handling the food program. I would challenge that it has a lot to do with the fact that you're at the head of it and your competence and your ability to get this work done. The city, I guess, would be willing to make things move to make sure that you're at the head of it. So I just want to thank you again for all the work that you do. I want to follow up on one of the questions that Chair Drum talked about, specifically like going back. I think a lot of folks here, when you talk about being a mayor, the two things you got to worry about is keeping crime down and keeping streets clean, being able to plow the snow. With these cuts, I'm extremely concerned about whether or not we're going to be able to plow the snow or keep the streets clean. We're talking about the basket service pickup being one part of it, but then we have cuts to other things that are happening in the city, whether they're highway cleanup cuts. 411 uniform positions are going to be cut. And not all of them are part of the organics program, more than half. I would love to get more details from you about who this other half is, if not from the organics program. But just the overall PEG coming and the reduction in headcount by 411 is very concerning to me. We saw what happened at the last snowstorm, what could happen in a snowstorm. Without the resources and manpower, I'm very concerned we're going to revert back to a city that can be dirty or won't be able to manage a snowstorm. So I just wanted to get your confidence level when it comes to being able to keep the city clean in a way that we come to expect, and also the work that you're going to do when the snow season comes in.
Certainly, and yes, it is a very significant reduction in the number of uniform staff. Though to be quite honest with you, it would have been very difficult for me to hire this summer regardless, just because of social distancing and the fact that DMV is not actually functioning, so they couldn't get licenses. But that's a reality. And we look like we are projected to be at about 6,100 by November 1st for snow season, which is significantly below where we have been since I have been commissioner. But I do have confidence in the fact that we've done a lot with technology since I've been here and a lot about routing to be able to manage it. It may slow us down a little bit, but I think that we would be able to manage any storm. We have new pieces of equipment, such as the brine equipment, to help us stay ahead of storms. So we feel cautiously optimistic moving into this snow season with this headcount. On the cleaning front, again, it is really going to require that everyone steps up a little bit more than they have, because I certainly don't want to see, I'm very proud of how well we've done on scorecard, which has really been a lot to do with the amount of support we've gotten from the council. And I certainly don't want to see on my watch that revert, but we are just trying to deal with what is a real fiscal cliff. I mean, I want to reiterate, like, anybody who knows anybody in the federal government, we need money. Otherwise, this is going to be an extremely draconian few years. And we are going to do everything in our power to keep things from reverting back.
Yeah, we have to be careful. While some leaders believe in this this level of excellence that come from New Yorkers, what we might see this summer can be very concerning with the amount of trash that can be littered up in our streets. And I just hope that we're ready to handle it. When it comes to the snowstorm or a possible snowstorm, I've talked to the union head, and he is very concerned and wants to make sure that he puts me on notice that he does not think that the manpower that is going to be left over is going to be sufficient for him to properly clear snow. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, that he's kind of putting the onus on the council and the mayor's office to figure it out, and make sure that when the finger pointing starts, that I guess that they're far away from it, because this headcount concerns them significantly. I want to talk about the organics program. Outside of SYEP, I've received the most amount of emails and calls in my office related to organics recycling. There are several parts of this that are very concerning. We believe that climate change is a big problem, specifically when it comes to equity and environmental justice. The folks that get impacted the most are neighborhoods that have this like environmental injustices that traditionally occur. We're trying to fix that by moving forward with the zero waste plan and with these other initiatives like the organics program that are supposed to help us come out of that. Also, the organics program is supposed to be one that saves us money, not necessarily costs us money. If we divert, I'm not saying we can get there, but the 30% of this trash that is organic waste, we should be sending less to landfill, and it should cost less to tip, and we should be saving money from that point of view. And it seems like the first thing that goes in administrations are these recycling programs. We saw it happen after 9/11 with Mayor Bloomberg. We saw how difficult it was to get to what I consider a very low number of recycling of metal, glass, plastic, and paper right now. It took us we're almost 20 years away from that, and we're struggling to get to numbers that we would consider good, or that I would consider good. I'm concerned that's going to happen with the organics program. Why is it that we go after these very important programs, especially ones like organics recycling that is supposed to save us money? How did we factor in, I guess, the cost benefit analysis here?
So, it breaks my heart to be rolling back that program. And, this was really just a function of the fact that the fiscal crisis is so really awful. The savings in the budget is actually a net. So we assume that any of the material that would have gone to a compost facility or to a natural gas facility is now going to landfill. The cost of collection of organics is still higher than it is for refuse. And this is something you and I have talked about a lot, about how to make the program more efficient and get it up to scale. We've had some real discussions about that. But really the only driver here is like, there's nothing that I like that's on the chopping block to be chopped, but it was really just a function of, you're going to have to take some big cuts in order to make it so that we can muddle through this financial crisis.
So then what about e-waste? By the state law, where it's mandated that we're not allowed to put e-waste at the curbside. We cut the marketing budget that's supposed to educate people on how exactly we would do that now, right? Well, how do we handle our e-waste? We don't know, because the marketing budget for that has also been cut. So how do we educate, our seniors are most vulnerable, the people that need to be told exactly how we're supposed to handle this e-waste? Are we just assuming that there's going to be piles of electronic waste in the streets because we no longer have that program? I'm very concerned about it being eliminated at all. And what is the alternative, and how are we going to educate people on exactly what they're supposed to do with their e-waste if we have no budget to do it?
Right. I mean, it is, terribly unfortunate. You're quite correct. You're not allowed to throw it out at the curb because it could contain a lot of toxic metals in it. We will maintain all of the information about places that could take it back on our website going forward. And this is going to be true of a lot of materials that we take care of now. We will try and provide the best information to people about how they can safely manage these things. But we do not, we will have to do enforcement if people do things that are do improper disposal. You're not allowed to put electronics on the curb.
All right, I want to allow for my colleagues to ask questions because these things run pretty late, and hopefully I can go around and speak one more time. I just really want to emphasize this e-waste as an example, though, Commissioner. If we're going to be significantly changing the way we handle trash in the city, we should be informing people about what options or alternatives they have. And if we're cutting the marketing budget for that, then we're kind of putting ourselves in a position where people are going to make decisions on their own as to how they think they should be handling this trash. And it just is counter to me. I just don't understand how that's supposed to be effective or how that's a plan. And I hope we could figure something out here after this to really get this budget to make sense and it not just be cuts across the board just because that's what the mayor is asking. I want them to make sense.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, let's go to our council member questions now.
If any council member have questions for the administration, please use the raise hand function and you'll be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 3 minutes, including answers. Please wait for the sergeant at arms to tell you when your time begins. The sergeant will let you know when your time is up. We will now hear from Council Member Lander, followed by Council Member Gudenchik.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Drum and Chair Reynoso. Chair Drum, I especially admire your Zoom fortitude for these hearings. So we're really grateful to you. We're always grateful to you in budget hearings, but boy, this is extra fortitude. So I see, like me, you've taken to wearing glasses all the time, and we're grateful to you. Commissioner, thank you for everything. Your willingness to step up and help our city in times of crisis and just whatever the task is really appreciated. And you and I have had the chance to talk some about the food program, and I know we will further, and I appreciate your willingness to listen, both when things are going well and when we have to say we see things that aren't going well, and your willingness to say, I hear that, I'm doing my best. We're going to figure out how to move this program forward in an effective way. So I really do appreciate that. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about the sanitation budget, really following Chair Reynoso's. And, I think on two fronts, it's so painful to me at this moment that we were not able to move forward faster. The fact that our work to get rid of those plastic bags did not beat this pandemic, and that they're still out there is painful. And then I think, to the chair's point, had we had the courage to move to a mandatory citywide organics program or pay as you throw or some way of making that program genuinely work effectively citywide, it would now be saving us money. And not only will we not need to cut it, it would be helping us save money at a time when we need to save money. And unfortunately, we did not have the courage to move more quickly on those things. And so now we have to have budget cuts that are really painful. But I guess I just want to ask you again, to me, what that means. Look, in Park Slope, we love our composting and we're good at it too. But we know that shared sacrifice means that right now, because it's not effective and citywide, it has to be cut or suspended. That said, we really have to commit ourselves to getting to that zero waste goal. So I think that means, while we suspend the citywide curbside, or the not yet really fully citywide curbside program, that we do invest in the community infrastructure. We'll save the $20+ million that we save from cutting curbside, but let's keep those community groups going. That only takes a couple of $1 million, so we can at least keep some toehold in organics recycling. And then let's use this to move aggressively forward toward mandatory curbside composting, so that when we come out of this crisis, we're ready to stand it up in a way that is economically effective, but also helps us move toward those essential zero waste sustainability and resiliency goals. And I know you share those long-term goals, but I really hope, even with everything else you're doing, you can help us move from the pain of this budget crisis into that smarter long-term way of operating.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember. Like, you and I share the same goal. I don't want the climate crisis to get lost under the sort of threat of the pandemic crisis that I think is so consuming. And so I would want to work with you to really think through how we come out of this sort of stronger and more resilient on our climate goals.
Thank you.
Next.
We will now hear from Councilmember Gudenchik, followed by Councilmember Powers.
Thank you very much.
Starting time.
Okay, very quickly, Commissioner, let me thank you for your wearing, as you often seem to do, and grace. And I greatly appreciate that. I do want to add my voice to that of Chair Reynoso and Councilman Lander. Last night, for the first time, I think, since we started the organics program, which is now ended, I put out garbage on a Wednesday night for a Thursday collection. That is the difference that the organics program made. My wife, who's giving final exams upstairs, is wearing black because she is in mourning that the program is over, and we probably do backyard composting now, which we've never done, but I promised her I would. The question I have, just to, because I like to add and subtract and multiply, Is it possible that we're going to be losing more money than you imagine because of people like me that weren't putting out garbage that are now going to be putting out garbage? So your truck that didn't have to stop on Thursday morning at my house, at least, is now likely going to have to stop 2 times a week as opposed to just Mondays where I put out my recycling and everything. It's just a thought I had.
No, we're watching that, but at this point, we think the numbers are good in terms of where the savings are. And by the way, I applaud backyard composting. I think well, on a personal note, my children, my young adult children, are in grieving and keep separating and trying to put the brown bin out. I was like, no,
I put the brown bin into mothballs until it comes back out. We do have composting at the Queen's Farm, but unfortunately, that's closed now because of the COVID crisis. So I'll probably go there in the short run. I'm going to waive the balance of my time. It's good to see you, Commissioner. Thank you, chairs, as always.
Thank you.
Okay, our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Powers, followed by Councilmember Cabrera.
Starting time.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for all you're doing. I know you got a tough multi-jobs here during this crisis, but I know, especially on the food side, we've been hearing very good things about helping get people things they need. So thank you for everything your team's doing. Just back to composting, we're going to keep going. Councilmember Reynoso and I both put in bills just yesterday around composting and community composting. Can you tell us the cost in your estimate, the budget hearing, of continuing the community composting program or standing up some version of it?
So the compost project, which has the nonprofit partners, costs us about $3.5 million a year.
Okay, so if we maintain some community composting sites under the current program, I think it's different than our bills, that's $3.5 million.
Yes.
Okay, and what about cost to education and outreach? Is there a budget for that?
Not within that particular metric. We can get you an estimate of what that would be for. I mean, they do their own outreach because they're 401c3s, so they also do their own fundraising.
Okay, and do you know what, if the city wanted to fund that, how much that money would be?
So that's the $3.5 million. I mean, so they do have other funders. I think they are looking for some more private support to continue the community compost project. But I don't have a dollar figure beyond of what a marketing budget would be for them.
Okay, and why are those closed right now? Is it because why are those closed right now?
We closed all food scrap drop-offs. Some of them are run by the Compost Project. Some are run by nonprofits where they just host a bin. And it has to do with the fact that we were very concerned about social distancing, particularly at these, the Compost Project sites where people are working together, sort of turning compost. There are a lot of volunteers. We felt like that just at this particular moment in time, that was not a great idea.
And I was at a Grow NYC farmers market yesterday, handing out masks to people who were very socially distanced. So there was actually a fairly decent amount of people out and about. Is there a reason you couldn't have something there for people to be able to drop off?
So that actually requires a different funding stream. Grow NYC, we work with them to make sure that all of the farmers markets became socially distant, and they spread out quite a bit. They are working in the food program, but we had to close down the ability to pay them to run the food scrap drop-off program.
I mean, my point is they're open if the concern was about social distancing, and those groups are open, and there's.
Well, it's social distancing, and then it's what do you do with the material?
Okay. Right now, do you know one of the things we were trying to aspire to, as we by my last question because of time, was to make sure there's equity around the city when it comes to sites. Can you give us just some sort of understanding of equity right now around the city in terms of community compost?
Time expired.
So right now everything is shut down. The compost, the sites have been in near Queensbridge on Governor's Island, on the Lower East Side, the Lower East Side Ecology Center, and then on the Gowanus Canal.
Okay, thank you. And I just would say this to everybody, my colleagues: $3.5 million to maintain community composting feels like at least one of the things we should at least consider preserving as part of this year's budget. But thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Cabrera, followed by Councilmember Adams.
Starting time.
I want to thank the chairs. First of all, I always appreciate and enjoy being in this committee because you get to us very quickly. So thank you so much. It means a lot. So I'll be quick myself. Commissioner, thank you. I know you have a lot. You're carrying a lot. It's a tremendous amount of work that you're doing at this moment. So I want to say thank you. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. One, what if FEMA does not reimburse us when it comes to the funding regarding food? And if we do get reimbursed, how long do you foresee that they will be able to fund us for, based on other scenarios that we have seen, such as hurricanes and other tragic events we've seen throughout the nation? Third, what challenges do you foresee that we may have next week when we're going to have a week where we're going to have the outside of the streets are going to be for cleaning. We're going to be asked to move our vehicles. And my last question is in regards to the sanitation workers who have they truly do have a back-breaking kind of a job. They exert a lot of energy and strength and carrying all those bags. It's going to get hot this summer. Are we going to require them to wear masks? And I forgot to mention last question, since in regards to snow, more people I foresee are going to be driving than ever. They're going to be afraid to take the subway. What implications would that have in light of the fact that we're inevitable that we're going to have a snowstorm, God forbid, not like the one that we have, even 6 inches, as you recall, shut us down a couple of winters ago.
Thank you for that question. I think we feel really confident that FEMA will reimburse us for this. It's very difficult to talk about duration because this is completely different from a hurricane that happens in one day and then you recover for a long period of time. This is an ongoing crisis where we haven't gotten to recovery yet, and we're multiple weeks in. As I recall, it's like, I think I'm one of the few commissioners that did a budget hearing 2 months and 10 days ago, and it was a completely different time. So I think that we feel pretty confident. We have FEMA people here who are looking at what we're doing to make sure that we do it right so we can get reimbursement. On alternate side of the street parking, the streets have held up really well through most of this, but we think that it's time for us to go in. There's some places where we're starting to see some litter buildup. And so we want to make sure we do a clean sweep, and then we will put ASP back in place for the following 2 weeks. We know that I have definitely enjoyed having alternate side of the street spent. My car is actually parked in front of my house, which is shocking. But we need to all do our part. And so the streets have held up really, really well. This is almost, but not quite the longest suspension of alternate side of the street parking, which occurred in 1977 or 78 when they had those 2 horrific back-to-back snowstorms. And on snow, we are, as I said before, being we're cautiously optimistic given our head count that it can be managed. It might be a little bit slower. We're going to ask more from people who are driving, particularly if they are new drivers, that driving in snow, if you don't know how to drive in snow, is not a great idea. And in terms of masks, we ask sanitation workers to wear their masks when they are within 6 feet of the public. So we understand they've done some creative masks, and we give them masks, but they've also done some creative masks out there that they are wearing. So
thank you so much. Thank you so much to the chairs. Wonderful job, as always.
Thank you again, and let's move on to our next council member.
We'll now hear from Councilmember Adams, followed by Councilmember Chin.
Starting time.
Thank you so much,
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Again, it's been said many times, but I don't know how you get all the hats on your head. I just don't. And for that, we're very, very grateful for your multitasking expertise, especially now during the COVID epidemic. I just want to go back to something that a line of questioning that I had for Commissioner Trottenberg yesterday, because the duties do overlap and we get a little muddy with the responsibilities quite a bit. We've noticed that we've always had a litter problem in New York. We know that. We've always had an illegal dumping problem in New York. We know that. Now with the onset of COVID, and even the mayor notes that it's very, very messy out there. Our city has gotten a lot dirtier, a lot messier. So I'd ask Commissioner Trottenberg about highway service cleanup, road service cleanup post-COVID, how we're doing what we're doing, because what I'm seeing in Southeast Queens, it ain't pretty. It's a mess. We've always had issues with service road cleanup around the Grand Central and Van Wyck Expressway has been, very difficult. So in fiscal year 2020, this year, how many ramps have been cleaned? Do you know the number of the roadways that have actually been swept and cleaned as well? And we've now got the service cut, and I would like to know the rationale for the cut in something that seems very, very pertinent and very much needed in my district and across the city.
Yes, no, I completely understand why sometimes this can be very confusing where the jurisdictional lines are. So I'm going to answer sort of more broadly, and then I'm going to pass it to the First Deputy Costas to really talk you through all of the different highways that are swept and the cycle that they're swept on. So first of all, we don't do the bed of the highway. We just do the ramps. And we don't do the sort of grassy areas that might be around the Van Wyck or any of the other highways. Those are done either usually by DOT. Sometimes it can be parks if it's parkland, but those are not sanitation responsibilities. And so, the rationale is really was what do you absolutely need to maintain core services, and what other than that, it's like we're going to have to really sort of cut you to the bone. And we hope not to have to come back and cut again, because the fiscal crisis is just so difficult. But I am going to ask First Deputy Costas to step in and answer the specifics on the highway sweeping.
Thank you.
Stephen?
He's muted.
I could come off mute.
Good.
Nope, you muted again.
Muted again.
Thank you. Apologize for the delay there. So with regards to the highway sweeping, just to be clear, that is actually a DOT responsibility, and we supplement them and assist them in helping extend what they can actually cover throughout the city. So the department was able to actually, in fiscal year 2020, address 887 ramps or 162 miles. So we basically we've extended what we're able to do up to 23 different highways on a rotating basis. And what that means is that we average usually about 239 ramps or 44 miles weekly. So that would be, that is what's been temporarily suspended or until additional funding comes in. But DOT actually has the lion's share of that work. We were just supplementing them.
Right. We're in a lot of trouble with littering, and I'll just leave it at that. The city's a mess. But thank you very much for your testimony today, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our next council member.
We'll now hear from Councilmember Chin, followed by Councilmember Rosenthal.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Drum and Chair Reynoso, and thank you, Commissioner, for all you do. I just have a couple of questions. When we met before, I was very excited about the pilot project on the containerized waste, commercial waste, because in my district, the streets are very narrow and the bids are very looking forward to that. So if you can let me know if we're gonna continue with this pilot project or is it gonna be cut? The other thing is the rat mitigation zone cleaning cuts that's being proposed. I mean, we were very happy when the mayor announced the rat mitigation, and we were able to get over 108 big bellies within Chinatown. And the problem has gotten so much better. And I'm just concerned that it could go back to the old days again. So is there any contingency plan on that to bring the pickup time back? And lastly, I know that we also met about your capital project in terms of building a new garage on the east side that can alleviate, all the sanitation truck that's parked in our district. And so I just want to know if that is also going to be going forward or is it's going to be delayed. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. So I'm going to turn over the question on the timing of the bid for the containers to Assistant Commissioner Anderson. But before I do that, all of the ULURP actions are sort of in a holding pattern right now. And so that includes the ULURP action, getting us to a ULURP action on our hope for Manhattan 6-8 garage on the east side. We still currently have the funding in our budget, but I have to say, I am assuming that OMB will ask people to stretch their capital budgets and only do the most critical work. Right now, many of our projects are on pause from the governor's order. So right this second, it is still there, but I don't know if I am overly optimistic that everything will stay in the years that they're supposed to be built in. But long-term, we desperately need a garage. We had actually a major issue with Manhattan 8 where it's an old incinerator and the caps on the incinerator came off in a big storm and went through the roof and no one was hurt. But clearly it's not a facility that we can stay in long-term. We know how important the cleaning for rats has been. And it is just painful to cut back that program. We're going to stay in close contact with the Department of Health, who does sort of those analyses of what the situation is, so that we don't have backsliding. But I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Commissioner Anderson so that he can talk a little bit about the pilot program.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Chin. The program you're referring to is Clean Curbs, which we announced on March 12th, just before all of this sort of came about. And it actually has two components. One is new rules that would require new large residential buildings to install containerized collection from the start. Those rules are still moving forward. We have our first ever virtual rule hearing 2 weeks from today on May 28th. So if folks are interested in testifying, they can sign up to do so. The other piece that you referred to is the pilot for collection in the parking lane. And that's still moving forward. It's on pause right now just because we had been planning to work with some partners, namely BIDS and some other organizations to do that. And I think we want to give them a chance to take stock of where they stand after this crisis, but we're still planning to move forward. We've had a number of encouraging conversations over the last 2 months with 3 different organizations who are interested in joining that pilot. And we hope that more will join us in the future as we roll that out.
Great.
We will now hear from Council Members Ayala, followed by Council Members Cohen.
Just before we do, I just Just before we go, I want to say we were joined, obviously, by Council Members Landers and Deutsch and Council Member Constantinides. I keep forgetting to mention that. Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My question, and I'm sorry if somebody already asked this, but I had to get on another call and I missed it. Is regarding the syringe litter collection. So in fiscal year 2021, the executive plan includes a savings of $265,000 in fiscal 2021, growing to $317,000, the elimination of 6 positions for syringe collection. What does that mean? And is this program being eliminated for fiscal year 2021?
So thank you for that question. This eliminates the proactive routing of the officers in areas where there was high volumes of syringes. We will still respond to 311 complaints, but we will not be as proactive. And it is the reduction of the head count that was doing this. The reason why it goes up is their salary has steps in it. So as they have more years of service, they increase their salary.
Is this the same program that we recently announced?
Yes.
In the South Bronx? So, I mean, I don't understand because I don't know that there's been such a reduction in syringe litter that it merits the elimination of so many, personnel. I'm a little confused about that.
No, all of these have been extraordinarily difficult cuts. And, we don't make them lightly, but this is just the state of the fiscal situation.
I get that, but my issue with this is that we have a public health situation happening in not only in the South Bronx, I mean citywide, but it's very prominent in the South Bronx. And you can't take 3 steps without running into 10, 15, used needles on the street. These needles are oftentimes in front of schools, in front of churches, in front of residential buildings, which is why we fought for and add, the additional funding to help alleviate some of that, on that community. And so to see a reduction and that be one of the first things that's cut is really, alarming to me because it sends me a message, and I guess the community a message that the public health of, residents that live in communities of color that are seeing an abundance of, syringe litter in their communities doesn't matter. And that matters to me, right? Because I'm the one that has to deal with that. And we have people that are literally picking up needles, on their own, and they shouldn't have to bear the brunt of that. So that's really alarming. And I would really ask that the administration reconsider, because it is a public health crisis. It's not, it's not a couple of complaints. We're in the midst of a public health crisis as it relates to an opioid crisis in the South Bronx. And so if there's any way to reconsider that, I would really appreciate it. And finally, I just wanted to get a sense from you about the reusable bags. Where are we with that? And is that a program that, we're going to be even able to continue?
Time expired.
So I'm going to pass this to Deputy Commissioner Anderson on where exactly we are in our inventory, but we are definitely trying to be able to continue to do that because we think that in the not too distant future, DEC will start enforcing the plastic bag ban. Not yet, but I think it will happen. So I'm going to pass it to Deputy Commissioner Anderson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for that question. Yes, we are continuing to distribute reusable bags, and anyone can take the Zero Waste Pledge and get a free bag sent to them. The issue about enforcement on the bag ban, enforcement's been delayed till June 15th at this time by DEC, but they are going to reevaluate this summer. And the 5-cent fee on paper bags is in effect. And the good news for us is that that 5-cent fee actually helps to pay for us to do more distributions of reusable bags. So we're looking forward to expanding that program, making sure that anyone who needs a reusable bag has one and is able to secure it easily.
Thank you.
Okay, next council members.
We will now hear from Councilmember Cohen, followed by Councilmember Deutsch.
Starting time.
Thank you. I just want to first note that
Councilmember Drum, you're an Iron Man, because I was here with you at 10 o'clock this morning, and then I took some time off in the afternoon, but you've been going strong this whole day. So it's really impressive.
I feel more like Vanna White saying, next, please. Except I don't turn letters, you know?
You can do that too.
Okay.
I'll also say, Commissioner Garcia, I know that everybody has commented on your multiple hat wearing, but I really just think it is a testament to your track record and the work that you do. So I want to say thank you. I'm going to hop around a little bit to a couple of food things. First, I will say on Monday I did check out the kosher grab and go in the Northwest Bronx, and I was surprised how busy it was. I don't know if you've gotten any feedback yet on utilization, but I think they sold out or came very close to it by the end of by 1:30. Two, the 25 million, have contracts been awarded for the food pantry supplements? And then I just want to ask about 7-day trash. I don't know if I've done it. I don't have it memorized, unfortunately, but I've supplemented trash pickup in commercial corridors, the city basket for 7-day service. Are we going to be able to continue to do that, assuming I get discretionary money to do that?
So if you get discretionary money, yes, we will take your money. And in terms of, I just lost the train of thought. So we have seen that the grab and go site has been, active. So they've been doing pretty well there. And then I just lost the last question.
The
Sorry.
25 million food pantry?
They all have their contracts. 4 have returned them and 6 have not yet. So they need to sign them.
Okay, I was not aware of that. I want to say I'm concerned about the garage situation. You and I have spoken about that on occasion, so that's of some concern. And I also just want to, as a Bronxite, I really want to echo Councilwoman Ayala's. The needle situation, particularly on 3rd Avenue and the Hub, is really, it's been horrific. And it's one of those things that I think really, it's larger than the sum of its pieces. It has just an impact, I think, on the psychology of the Bronx, of people's impression of the Bronx. If there's any way we can continue to try to fight to clean that up, I think that would go a long way. And I'll just finally add, I want, as my job as a council member, I would honestly say that your agency is the agency I get the least complaints about, where constituents don't, they complain about a lot of things, and particularly in the Northwest Bronx, they know how to complain. But I get very few complaints about sanitation, so I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sanitation workers are amazing. So
they do a good job.
They do a really good job. And they want to do a good job, so.
We have 2 more questions, and then Chair Reynoso will close us out.
We'll now hear from Councilmember Deutsch, followed by Councilmember Constantine.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I have 2 questions. One question is about your grab and go sites. Do you have any leftover food at the end of the night at the grab and go sites? And if you do, what do they do with the food? That's number 1. And number 2 is that Councilmember Rodriguez has a bill that once the sweeper passes the street, then people would be allowed to park there even when the restriction doesn't end. So you mentioned in the past that sometimes the second sweeper comes by, but with all these budget cuts, I don't think that we're going to see a second sweeper, or maybe not even the first sweeper. But during that hour and a half, my question is, are you willing to have that bill passed to allow people to park once the sweeper passes?
Thank you for those questions. So at the grab and go sites, the way that DOE primarily manages it is they are making the food. This is not for kosher. It's different for kosher because obviously we're purchasing that. They're making the food as needed at the site. And they have refrigeration capacity to be able to store food for 3 days in all of the sites that we're using. And so we're managing the inventory. And if we got to a place, there was a time where they had too much inventory in Williamsburg, it was donated to a food pantry. So that is how we've been managing that. I know that, many people would like the ability to move back once the sweepers pass. It's just challenging for us, not only because there are times when we do send 2 sweepers, but also primarily in times of heavy material, heavy litter or heavy leaves. But it also is a technology challenge for us to know whether or not the sweepers passed and to know whether or not they can write the ticket. And it would take significant investment to get that done.
Well, we do have GPS on the trucks.
No, we don't.
You don't have
Not
on
on
the sweepers.
brooms. Not on the brooms. Not
So
on
what
all
would
brooms. But I need that, and then I need to be able to communicate in real time to NYPD and to traffic enforcement, as well as all of my enforcement agents and sanitation supervisors. It's a challenging technology. It's not impossible, but it's a challenging technology build.
do you know what the cost would be?
I think the last time we looked at it, we thought it'd be about $12 million.
Okay, thank you.
We will now hear from Councilmember Constantinides, followed by Councilmember Rosenthal.
Starting time.
All right, Commissioner, it's always great to see you. Thank you for all of your great work around food and all the work that you do for the sanitation department. Thank you. I just wanted to quickly just check in. Before all of this began, we were just starting a conversation in Astoria around the movement of the sanitation garage. I was just wondering if, I'm assuming based on some of the other conversations that I've heard throughout this hearing, that things are being moved. I just wanted an update on where do you think we are here in Astoria. We know this facility cannot stay where it is. We know that the current facility is falling apart. What's our sort of like ballpark timeline for being able to have this conversation again?
And I think that, thank you for that question. And you're absolutely right. Queens One Garage is bowing in a very scary way. But we were very close with the landlord that we were talking to about moving. And we have done, sort of begun the Euler piece of this, but everything obviously is at a standstill right now. But, we are hopeful to get that back on track as soon as possible once sort of city planning starts their process again, and then get back into and figure out how to deal with the underlying landlord, and then to be able to do the build out of the new garage. So I am working to keep that on track. Obviously, right now everything is just delayed because city planning isn't doing any ULURP actions at the moment.
All right, great. No, Commissioner, I completely understand. I just wanted to follow back up with you, and I wanted to sort of reiterate, as my colleagues have spoken to, the need for composting, and as you talked about earlier, the climate, the climate crisis and the resiliency crisis are not going to be put on hold. They're only going to intensify. So I definitely want to echo my colleagues here and us trying to find a way forward on composting and moving ourselves and our city into a more resilient, sort of metric. Because I know money's tight. I know things are unprecedented. I think that word's been overused at this point. But I recognize that we need to do more in order to make sure we're prepared for any future issues that the city would incur based on climate.
Thank you. I concur. We need to be able to come out of this in a way that we're resilient.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
We will now hear from Councilmember Rosenthal.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, great to see you. Three quick questions. First of all, have you considered a pay-to-throw system pilot, possibly in large residential buildings? Is that something you could do?
So we've always viewed it as a save as you throw program, so that you would get some sort of discount. I would need to talk with other folks about what we might be able to think creatively about. But maybe this is a moment where if we can get some willing participants that could show that it could work, then maybe this is the time.
Great, thank you. And I'm curious about recycling compliance. If we had, and what would happen if we had a post-separation system, which some other states have, where they just have a company that has the capacity for post-separation for their recycling?
So are you talking about if you kept everything in a black bag and then, so what they're called is dirty MRFs, dirty MRFs.
What could be possible?
So, I mean, the challenge with that always is when you're recycling things, you're trying to create a new commodity to go back into the manufacturing process. And to the extent that it stays clean and separated, you get more value. Like, for example, our paper does very well because we don't even mix paper with metal, glass, and plastic. Other people have had challenges because the markets went south on them. So it is an option, but it's not, you don't get great value out of it. You lose a lot when you don't do more separation.
Okay, so it's something you've already explored and thought about.
Yeah, we've thought about the dirty MRF.
Okay. And lastly, I guess my last question is, how many titles do you have now?
Currently?
Mm-hmm.
Four.
And what are they again?
Commissioner of Sanitation, COVID-19 Food Czar, still the Lead Czar, and Vice Chair of NYCHA.
You're pretty amazing, and New York City is lucky to have you. So thank you. And in honor of Oscar the Grouch, I think behind you.
This is my Oscar, yes.
I'm highlighting my opportunity to name Sesame Street.
We're simpatico.
Indeed. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Chair Reynoso, who will close us out.
I want to thank all the council members. I really do want to say that it's a joy when I get to sit here and see your faces on the Zoom call. You know, it's a brightening part of the day that I hope we all enjoy. And Commissioner, I want to thank you again for being on this call and all the work that you're doing. And just so proud that I could be a chair that gets to oversee the agencies by which you operate in. It's a fun job because of how competent, how great, and how smart you are. Again, Chair Dromm, thank you for your marathon runs to the Zoom hearings. I really do appreciate it. And I'm just going to close out by saying that I really want us to think about equity in the work that we're doing when we do this resiliency and recovery from the virus. And it seems like the first programs to go are those that are looking to close the gap when it comes to environmental justice and equity. That's why they exist. We're either getting trash cans to neighborhoods that are either dirtier than others or traditionally have not had those resources. We're looking to solve for environmental justice in neighborhoods that have high asthma rates or pollution. This is why we have these initiatives and why we have these programs in place. It's to start solving for some of those problems. It's sad to see that those are the first to go when we're in a crisis that affects some districts more than others. And a lot of these programs are supposed to solve for those problems. So I really am going to be mindful of what we're cutting and how we're cutting it and make sure that the communities that tend to suffer related to trash are not the ones that continue to suffer just because we want to make some cuts that I don't think are necessarily smart. While I do see some other cuts like the pilot program, it makes a lot of sense to me that we would postpone that in light of the bigger picture here, understanding how expensive it is and how it might be something we have to do without. The last thing I would say is revenue generation. We haven't necessarily had a conversation about how we could generate new funding through the Department of Sanitation that might be able to help us through this time. I think the Save As You Throw program could be that. And we should have a serious conversation about any revenue generation that we could produce out of this department. And I'm not talking about raising fines, but actually incentivizing people to recycle better can save us money in landfills and at the back end. And if that's what Save As You Throw does, then we should be having that conversation more seriously in this time. It shouldn't only be about cuts. And again, I want to end by saying thank you to everybody that's been on this call or on this Zoom. And I hope you're having a good time. And I hope your mental health and your emotional health is as strong as you look, because you guys all look great. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Commissioner. You've been doing a tremendous job, and New York City is very lucky to have you. We appreciate all that you've done. Thank you very, very much. This concludes today's.
Thank you, chairs. I just wanted to say, it's actually really nice to see you.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't see anybody.
Yeah.
If you live alone, then you got to get a dog, you see? This concludes today's hearing. Before we close, as a reminder to the public, the committee and subcommittee will be holding a remote hearing for public testimony on the executive budget on May 21st at 11:30 a.m. If you would like to testify at that hearing, please register at www.council.nyc.gov/testify. And information about how to access the Zoom meeting will be emailed to you. You may testify at that hearing via web or via telephone. You may also submit written testimony through that registration website or by emailing finance-testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you very much. And again, Commissioner, thank you for your time. We are so glad that you were here with us. Thank you.